Welcome, one and all, to Proxima What If. Today's enchanting tale is what if Harry realized he was a Horcrux and used it to steal all of Voldemort's knowledge by age 8. If you enjoy our storytelling, please like, subscribe, and share. Every bit of support helps us grow. Now, prepare yourself for the journey ahead. Chapter 1, The Thief of Souls. The cupboard smelled like blood and boot polish. Harry lay curled on his side with his knees drawn up to his chest and his glasses bent crooked on his face, one lens spiderwebbed with a crack from where Vernon's backhand had driven them into the bridge of his nose. His left eye was swelling shut. His ribs ached with every breath, a deep grinding wrongness that told him something was broken or close to it. The thin mattress beneath him was damp, he'd knocked over his water cup during the fall, and now the threadbare sheet wicked moisture into his hip and shoulder. He was 8 years old. Through the slats of the cupboard door, a blade of kitchen light cut across the darkness. He could hear the television in the sitting room, some game show, the audience laughing in waves, and Aunt Petunia's clipped voice saying something about pudding. Dudley's feet on the stairs, each step a small earthquake. Normal sounds. The sounds of the house settling back into its rhythms after the disruption of Harry's existence had been dealt with for the evening. His crime had been the bacon. He'd burnt it, not badly, just a curl of black on one edge, and Vernon had come into the kitchen already purple-faced from something at work, and the smell of scorched meat had been the match to a fuse that had been burning all week. The first shove sent Harry into the counter. The second put him on the floor. The kick was new. Vernon had never kicked him before. Harry had felt the man's shoe connect with his ribs and something inside him had shifted with a click, like a lock turning. Now he lay in the dark and breathed through his teeth and tried not to cry, because crying made his ribs worse and anyway, crying had never helped. He closed his eyes. His head throbbed, not from the hit but from somewhere deeper, behind his forehead, behind the strange lightning bolt scar that Petunia said he'd gotten in the car crash that killed his parents. The scar had always been sensitive. Sometimes it prickled when he was angry or scared. Tonight it burned like someone was pressing a lit cigarette to his skin. Harry pressed his palm against the scar and willed the pain to stop. It didn't stop. It opened. There was no other word for it. One moment he was lying in the cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive, Surrey. The next moment he was somewhere else entirely, or rather, somewhere inside entirely, in a space that existed behind his own eyes. It was dark here too, but a different kind of dark. Vast. Vaulted. He stood in what looked like a library that stretched beyond the limits of sight, shelves rising into blackness overhead, corridors of books and objects and glowing things branching off in every direction. The floor was smooth stone. The air was cold and tasted like iron and old paper. And there was light, faint, sickly, greenish, emanating from the shelves themselves, from the spines of the books, from the objects that floated in glass cases between the stacks. Harry knew he was dreaming. He had to be dreaming. He walked forward. His feet made no sound. The nearest shelf held not books but memories. He understood this the way you understand things in dreams, without explanation. Each one was a glass sphere filled with silver mist, and when he reached out and touched one, the mist swirled and a scene bloomed in his mind like a photograph developing. A boy in a gray dormitory. Thin. Dark-haired. Maybe 10 or 11. The boy sat on a narrow bed in a room full of other narrow beds, but the other children gave his a wide berth. There was something in his hands, a dead bird. A sparrow. And as Harry watched, the boy cupped the bird in his palms and pushed something into it, something from inside himself, and the bird twitched and opened its beak and screamed. The boy smiled. It was the loneliest smile Harry had ever seen. Harry pulled his hand back. His heart was hammering. He wasn't cold anymore, he was burning. The scar on his forehead pulsed like a second heartbeat. He touched another sphere. A teenager now, handsome, dark-eyed, standing in a bathroom. There was a girl on the floor. She wasn't moving. The teenager looked down at her with an expression of absolute calculation, no horror, no guilt, just the focused concentration of someone solving a problem. He pulled something from his pocket. A book. A diary with a black leather cover. He opened it and began to write, and as the ink hit the page, something tore inside the teenager's chest. Harry felt it, a ripping, wrenching agony like being pulled apart at the molecular level. The teenager gasped and clutched at his ribs and blood trickled from his nose, but he kept writing. And something, some fragment of light, of self, of soul, peeled away from him and sank into the diary's pages. The diary pulsed. Harry staggered backward from the shelf, gasping. He knew what he'd seen. He didn't know how he knew, but the knowledge was there, complete and terrible. The teenager had split his soul. Broken it deliberately. Put a piece of himself into the diary to keep it safe, to anchor himself to life so that even death couldn't take him. The boy from the orphanage. The teenager in the bathroom. They were the same person. And somehow, their memories were inside Harry's head. The scar burned. Harry pressed both hands against it and felt something pulse behind the bone of his skull, something that was not him, something alive and aware and watching. The library shuddered. The green light flickered. And from deep in the stacks, far down a corridor Harry couldn't see the end of, something hissed. Harry ran. He ran through the library that wasn't a library, past shelves of stolen memories and stolen knowledge, and the hissing followed him, and the scar screamed, and then he hit something, a wall, a barrier, the edge of wherever this was, and he broke through. He opened his eyes in the cupboard. He was gasping. His nose was bleeding, a hot stream running over his upper lip and dripping off his chin onto the mattress. His head felt like it was splitting open. But he was back. He lay there in the dark for a long time, breathing, bleeding, thinking. He was 8 years old, and something was living behind his scar. 3 days later, he went back. Not because he wanted to. Because he needed to understand. The Dursleys had fallen into their usual post-violence routine. Vernon avoided looking at him, Petunia's lips went even thinner, and Dudley sensed weakness like a shark scenting blood and tripped Harry twice on the stairs. Normal. Manageable. Harry cooked breakfast and did his chores and kept his head down, and at night he lay in his cupboard and stared at the ceiling and thought about the library. He'd seen memories. Not his memories. The memories of the boy from the orphanage, the teenager in the bathroom. The person whose soul was fractured and wrong and somehow tangled up with Harry's own mind. On the third night, with the house silent and the Dursleys asleep, Harry pressed his fingers to his scar, closed his eyes, and pushed. It was easier this time. The transition was smoother. One breath he was in the cupboard, the next he was standing in the library. The green light was dimmer now, or maybe he was just getting used to it. The air still tasted like iron. The shelves still stretched into infinity. Harry walked forward carefully. Last time he'd panicked. This time he wouldn't. He reached the nearest shelf and touched a sphere. The memory bloomed, the boy, older now, maybe 16, sitting in a classroom, charming a professor into revealing the existence of something called a Horcrux. The professor was horrified at himself, stammering, trying to take back the words. The boy's expression was hungry. Harry pulled back. Horcrux. The word sat in his mind like a stone dropped into still water, and ripples of understanding spread outward. Soul anchors. Objects containing fragments of a shattered soul, tethering the owner to life even if their body was destroyed. The diary had been the first. There were others. And one of them was in Harry's skull. The understanding didn't come from the memory itself. It came from the thing behind the scar, the fragment, the passenger, the piece of broken soul that had been lodged in Harry's head since he was 15 months old. It knew what it was, even if it didn't want Harry to know. But by opening the connection, Harry had cracked the container, and knowledge was leaking through like water through a broken dam. Harry stood very still in the library of stolen memories and let the implications wash over him. He was a Horcrux. He was a vessel containing a piece of someone else's soul. And that someone was, the name surfaced, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Lord Voldemort. The darkest wizard of the age. The man who had murdered Harry's parents on a cold October night and then tried to murder Harry and failed, and in failing had accidentally driven a splinter of his own soul into the scar of a screaming infant. Harry's legs gave out. He sat down on the cold stone floor of the Mindscape library and wrapped his arms around his knees and shook. Not from cold. From the magnitude of it, from the sheer terrifying scope of what he now understood about himself. He was 8 years old and he had a piece of the most dangerous wizard in history living behind his forehead. The hissing came again from deep in the stacks. Closer this time. Harry stood up. His hands were trembling but his jaw was set. He walked toward the sound. The corridor between the shelves narrowed as he went deeper. The green light thickened, became oppressive, and the memories on the shelves changed character. They were darker here. A young man torturing animals, not the childish cruelty of the orphanage but systematic, methodical experimentation. A cave full of green light and an army of the dead. A ring set with a black stone, placed reverently into a cracked box. A golden cup. A silver diadem. Objects of power, each one a container, each one holding a piece of the shattered soul. At the end of the corridor, in a space where the shelves opened out into a circular chamber, Harry found the source of the hissing. It was not a snake. It was a boy. He looked about 16, the same age as the teenager in the bathroom memory. Dark hair, dark eyes, pale sharp features. He sat in the center of the chamber on a throne that wasn't a throne, just a chair made of shadows and spite. He looked at Harry with an expression of amused contempt. So, the fragment said, and its voice was silk over razors. The vessel has finally come to visit. Harry stared at it. At him. The echo of Tom Riddle, preserved in a splinter of soul for 7 years, lodged in the mind of a child. You're a piece of Voldemort, Harry said. The fragment flinched at the name. I am a piece of the greatest wizard who ever lived. And you are a container. A jar. A cupboard. The smile sharpened. Fitting, isn't it? You live in a cupboard in the real world, and you are a cupboard in the world that matters. The words hit their mark. Harry felt them like a punch to his already bruised ribs. But he'd had practice, years of practice, at taking hits and staying upright. If I'm a cupboard, Harry said, then you're what's stored inside. And last I checked, the cupboard decides when the door opens. The fragment's smile flickered. Just for a second. Just enough. Harry turned around and walked back through the corridor. Behind him, the fragment hissed, not words this time, just rage, pure and impotent, the fury of something powerful trapped in something small. At the edge of the library, before he pushed himself back to the real world, Harry paused. He looked at the shelf stretching in every direction. Thousands of memories. Decades of knowledge. Spells, rituals, secrets, history, languages, political connections, combat techniques, the entire accumulated wisdom of the most brilliant and terrible wizard of the modern age, just sitting there on shelves, waiting. The fragment didn't want him to have it. But the fragment was a prisoner, and Harry was the prison. He reached out and took a sphere from the nearest shelf. The memory that bloomed was simple, a wand movement, a spoken word, and a lock clicking open. Alohomora. A first-year charm. Elementary. But Harry watched the memory version of young Tom Riddle perform it with exacting precision, and when the memory faded, Harry's hands remembered the movement. His lips shaped the word. The knowledge wasn't just visual, it was muscular, instinctive, as if he'd practiced it 1,000 times. Harry opened his eyes in the cupboard. He looked at the locked door. He pointed his finger at the lock. He didn't have a wand, but the memory didn't seem to care, because the magic responded to intent and Harry's intent was very, very clear, and whispered, Alohomora. The lock clicked. The door swung open 3 inches. Harry stared at the open door. Then he reached out and pulled it shut again, gently, so the latch caught without making noise. Not tonight. But soon. He lay back on his mattress and, for the first time he could remember, smiled in the dark. Over the next months, Harry became a thief. He went into the library every night. At first he could only manage an hour before the strain drove him out, splitting headaches, nosebleeds, a bone-deep exhaustion that made the next day's chores almost impossible. But he built endurance the way a runner builds endurance, pushing a little further each time, recovering a little faster. He was systematic about it. He didn't grab memories at random. He started with the practical, wandless magic techniques that young Tom Riddle had taught himself in the orphanage, before Hogwarts, before he'd ever held a proper wand. Levitation. Summoning. Minor telekinesis. The ability to heat or cool objects with focused will. Pain suppression, that one Harry learned quickly, because he needed it. Within a month, Harry could unlock his cupboard silently, float objects across the room, and warm his own body on cold nights without a blanket. Within 2 months, he could summon food from the kitchen without leaving his cupboard, an apple here, a slice of bread there, enough to supplement the meager portions Petunia allowed him. Within 3, he could cast a mild compulsion with eye contact, not mind control, nothing that dramatic, just a gentle push, look away from me. Forget you were angry. Go to sleep. He tested the compulsion on Dudley first. His cousin had him cornered in the upstairs hallway, fists cocked, mouth twisted into the piggy little smirk Harry had come to associate with incoming pain. Harry met Dudley's eyes and thought, very clearly, you don't want to hit me. You want to go watch telly. Dudley blinked. His fists lowered. I'm gonna. He trailed off, confusion clouding his features. I'm gonna go watch telly. He wandered off down the hall. Harry watched him go and felt sick and triumphant in equal measure. He used it on Vernon next. Not during a beating, he wasn't fast enough for that yet, couldn't summon the focus when pain and fear were scrambling his thoughts. But the morning after, when Vernon came downstairs still radiating the low-grade menace that meant he was looking for an excuse, Harry caught his eye over the breakfast table and pushed, everything is fine. The boy is behaving. There's no reason to be angry. Vernon's purple flush receded. He grunted, took his coffee, and left for work without incident. It was the first day in weeks that Harry hadn't been hit or threatened or locked in. That night, lying in his cupboard, Harry cried. Not from pain or fear but from the sheer overwhelming relief of safety, even temporary safety, even manufactured safety. He'd bought himself a day of peace using skills stolen from the mind of the man who murdered his parents. He cried about that too. Because the fragment watched him steal. Every night, when Harry walked the corridors of the Mindscape library and pulled memories from the shelves, the echo of Tom Riddle sat on its shadow throne and watched with those dark calculating eyes. Sometimes it taunted him. Sometimes it tried to frighten him with memories of murder and torture, shoving them at Harry like weapons, hoping to shock him into retreat. Once it showed him his mother's death, the green flash, the screaming, the small body falling, and Harry had to leave the Mindscape to vomit into the cupboard's plastic bin. But he went back. He always went back. And the fragment couldn't stop him. It raged. It howled. It threw itself against the walls of the psychic space like a trapped animal. But Harry controlled the connection. The cupboard decided when the door opened, and Harry was the cupboard. You think you're clever, the fragment spat one night, pacing the circular chamber while Harry calmly reviewed a memory of advanced transfiguration theory. You think you can take what's mine and use it for your petty survival. But you don't understand what you're touching, boy. This knowledge has a weight. It changes you. Every spell you steal, every secret you take, you become more like me. Harry finished the memory, replaced the sphere on its shelf, and looked at the fragment. No, he said. I don't. You used compulsion on your own family. To stop them from beating me. And how long before you use it for more? How long before you start enjoying the control? I know the feeling, boy. I am the feeling. It's intoxicating. Harry was quiet for a moment. The fragment's words burrowed under his skin because they were partly true. He did enjoy the control. After years of powerlessness, the ability to shape the world around him, even in small ways, was addictive. Maybe you're right, Harry said. Maybe I'll have to watch myself. But that's the difference between us, isn't it? I know it's something to watch for. You never did. The fragment went silent. Harry took another memory and left. But the conversation haunted him. He started keeping a journal, not about magic but about himself. His thoughts, his feelings, the moments when the power felt too good. He wrote in the dark with a pen he'd nicked from Dudley's desk, pressing hard enough to feel the letters forming under his fingers. I used compulsion on Vernon today to get an extra helping at dinner. I didn't need to. I wasn't hungry. I just wanted to see if I could. That's a line. I crossed it. I won't cross it again. He made rules. The compulsion was for self-defense only, stopping violence, preventing the worst of the neglect. He would not use it for luxury. He would not use it for revenge. He would not use it for fun. Some nights it was very, very hard to keep those rules. By the time Harry turned 9, he had worked through a significant portion of the library's lower shelves, the ones containing Tom Riddle's childhood and early Hogwarts years. The magic was getting more complex. Riddle had been a prodigy, and his Hogwarts education had been supplemented by private research into branches of magic that most students never touched. Harry learned charms, transfiguration, defensive magic, offensive magic, the basics of potions theory, and the fundamentals of occlumency, the art of shielding one's mind. That last one was critical. The fragment was not the only threat. Harry now knew enough about the wizarding world to understand that there were people, Dumbledore, specifically, who could read minds. And Harry's mind was a minefield. If anyone looked inside and saw what he carried, the consequences would be catastrophic. He built his mental shields with the desperate thoroughness of a man constructing a bunker. Voldemort's own occlumency techniques were formidable, layers of misdirection, false surfaces, trapdoors that led intruders into loops of irrelevant memory. Harry adapted them, simplified them, and added his own innovation, a surface layer that looked exactly like what you'd expect from a neglected, slightly confused child. Sadness, confusion, a desperate desire to please. It was the mask he wore in the real world, and he made it his first line of mental defense. Underneath that mask, the real Harry Potter was becoming something unprecedented. He couldn't practice most of what he learned, not properly, not without a wand, not without space and privacy and the ability to make mistakes without blowing a hole in Privet Drive. But the theoretical knowledge was there, comprehensive and growing. He understood spell architecture. He understood magical theory at a level that would have impressed a Hogwarts professor. And the wandless techniques he could practice were becoming second nature. The higher shelves were harder. The memories were more complex, more heavily defended by the fragment's residual will, and the content was darker. Harry pushed through anyway, but he learned to be selective. He took the spell knowledge and left the emotional context. He learned the incantation for the Cruciatus Curse without dwelling on the memory of Tom Riddle casting it on a whimpering ministry official. He absorbed the theory of fiendfire without watching the village burn. It wasn't always possible. Some memories were woven so tightly into their emotional context that taking the knowledge meant taking the feeling too. After those sessions, Harry would lie in his cupboard shaking, jaw clenched, fighting down emotions that weren't his, cold satisfaction, contemptuous rage, a bottomless hunger for dominance and control. Those were the nights he wrote the longest journal entries. The fragment evolved its strategy. It stopped trying to frighten Harry and started trying to tempt him. It offered knowledge freely, but only the darkest kind. I can show you how to break a man's will permanently, it whispered. I can show you how to bind a soul to your service. I can show you how to make them beg. Show me the Patronus charm, Harry said. The fragment laughed. I never learned it. I never needed it. Joy is a weapon for the weak. Harry found the Patronus in the library anyway, not from Riddle's memory but from Riddle's stolen collection, a memory Riddle had pulled from someone else's mind and kept as a curiosity. The theory was incomplete, but Harry memorized every detail. He'd need a wand to cast it, but when the time came, he'd be ready. At 9:30, Harry reached the shelf containing the memory of the Horcrux creation ritual. He watched it 3 times. He made himself watch it 3 times, even though his skin crawled and his scar blazed and the fragment screamed at him to stop. Because he needed to understand what he was. Not just the theory but the mechanics. How the soul split. How it lodged. How it could be removed. The answer to the last question was, it couldn't. Not without killing the vessel. According to everything Tom Riddle knew, every source he'd consulted, every forbidden text he'd consumed, a living Horcrux could only be freed of its fragment through the destruction of the vessel. Death. Harry sat with that knowledge for a long time. Then he began to research alternatives. Not in the library only contained what Riddle knew, and Riddle had never been interested in alternatives. But Harry had Riddle's theoretical framework, and he had something Riddle never had, motivation to find another way. He started in his cupboard with a stolen pen and the backs of Dudley's discarded homework assignments, working through magical theory by the thin light leaking under the door. Soul mechanics. The nature of the living vessel versus the inert vessel. The role of blood magic, sacrificial magic, the protection his mother had given him. If Lily Potter's love could stop a killing curse, could it also expel a soul fragment? He didn't find an answer at 9. Or at 10. But he didn't stop looking. The day Harry turned 10, he decided it was time to see the wizarding world. He knew enough to navigate it, Diagon Alley, the leaky cauldron, the entrance through the brick wall behind the pub. All from Riddle's memories. He also knew he needed certain things that the Dursleys' world couldn't provide, a proper wand, or better, 2, wizarding currency, and a physical sense of the world he'd be entering in a year when his Hogwarts letter arrived. He left Privet Drive at dawn on a Saturday, taking Dudley's oversized hoodie and a baseball cap pulled low. The bus to London cost money he'd been slowly collecting from the coins Vernon left on the hall table, a 5-pence piece here, a 10-pence there, never enough to be noticed. It took him 3 hours to reach central London and another 40 minutes of walking to find Charing Cross Road. The leaky cauldron was exactly where Riddle's memories placed it. To the Muggles streaming past, the space between the bookshop and the record store was a blank wall, unremarkable, unseeable. To Harry, it was a door. He walked in. The pub was dark and warm and smelled like pipe smoke and butterbeer. A few witches and wizards sat at tables, hunched over drinks and newspapers. The barman, Tom, a bald man with a gummy smile, glanced up as Harry entered, looked past him for an accompanying adult, and frowned slightly when he found none. "Help you, lad?" "Just passing through," Harry said, keeping his head down, his scar hidden by the cap. "To the alley." Tom studied him for a moment, then shrugged. Kids ran errands for their parents all the time. He went back to polishing glasses. Harry walked through the pub to the small courtyard out back and tapped the bricks in the pattern Riddle had memorized 60 years ago. The wall rearranged itself, and Diagon Alley opened before him. Even with the memories, even knowing exactly what to expect, Harry stopped breathing. It was alive. Color and motion and noise and magic, real, visible magic, not the careful hidden wandless work he'd been doing in his cupboard but open, exuberant, everywhere. Shop windows displayed cauldrons that stirred themselves and robes that changed color and broomsticks that hovered in midair. Owls swooped between buildings. A group of children pressed their faces against the window of quality Quidditch supplies, arguing about the latest racing broom. A witch with purple hair walked past eating ice cream that sparked and crackled like a firework. This was the world his parents had lived in. The world he'd been stolen from. Harry allowed himself 30 seconds of wonder. Then he pulled his cap down tighter and got to work. Gringotts first. The marble building dominated the far end of the alley, and the goblins who ran it were, according to Riddle's memories, implacable, mercenary, and very, very smart. Harry walked through the bronze doors, past the silver doors with their engraved warning about thieves, and approached a free teller. The goblin looked down at him with an expression of professional disdain. "Yes. I'd like to access the Potter family vault," Harry said. "I believe I'm the last heir." The goblin's eyes narrowed. Long fingers reached for a ledger. Name: Harry James Potter. The ledger flipped open of its own accord, pages riffling to a specific entry. The goblin read it, looked at Harry, read it again. "We will require proof of identity. Blood verification." I expected that. The process was simple and painful: a silver knife, a drop of blood on an enchanted parchment, a flash of golden light that spelled out his name and lineage. The goblin examined the result with grudging satisfaction. "Everything appears to be in order, Mr. Potter. I should note that your magical guardian, Albus Dumbledore, has restricted access to the Trust Vault until—" "The Trust Vault," Harry interrupted politely, "or the family vault." The goblin paused. Something flickered in those dark clever eyes. "The Trust Vault. Vault 687. Established for your education expenses. The family vault, Vault 12, remains sealed pending your majority or formal claim as head of House Potter." Harry had hoped for this. Riddle's knowledge of pureblood customs was encyclopedic, and the Potter family was old enough to have its own seat and vault protocols. "I'd like to file a formal claim of heritage under the ancient and noble house provisions. My understanding is that as the last Potter, I can petition for early recognition." The goblin stared at him. Harry stared back. Behind his acclimancy shields, his heart was hammering, but his face showed nothing but calm expectation. "You are 10 years old, Mr. Potter." "I'm aware. The petition process requires a formal review by the Inheritance Office. It typically takes 6 to 8 weeks. I know. I'd like to begin the process today, if possible." The goblin studied him for a long, measuring moment. Then something shifted in its expression, not warmth exactly, but a grudging professional respect. Goblins, Harry had learned from Riddle's memories, valued competence above almost everything else. "Very well, Mr. Potter. In the meantime, you have access to the Trust Vault. Shall I arrange a cart?" The Trust Vault was enough for now. Harry descended into the depths of Gringotts in a rattling cart driven by a goblin named Griphook, and when the vault door opened, he found himself looking at a modest pile of gold, silver, and bronze coins, galleons, sickles, and nuts. Not a fortune, but enough. He filled a pouch with coins and rode the cart back to the surface, his mind already on the next stop. Ollivanders could wait. He had another errand first. Knockturn Alley was everything Diagon Alley wasn't: narrow, shadowed, populated by witches and wizards who kept their heads down and their wands close. Harry, small and young and utterly out of place, walked through it like he owned it, because Riddle's memories had taught him that confidence was the best disguise in the dark. Look like you belong and no one questions you. Look afraid and you become prey. He found the shop he was looking for at the end of a crooked lane, a wand maker, not Ollivander, but a craftsman who operated in the grey spaces of wizarding law. Riddle had visited him once, decades ago, to commission a backup wand. The man was long dead, but his granddaughter ran the business now. The shop was tiny and cluttered and smelled like sawdust and ozone. The woman behind the counter was old, hunched, with fingers stained dark by decades of handling magical wood. She looked at Harry without surprise. Young for this part of town. "I need a wand," Harry said. "Off the books." She didn't ask why. That was the beauty of Knockturn Alley, nobody asked why. The fitting took 2 hours. Harry knew what he wanted: You would, like Voldemort's wand, because the resonance with the fragment in his scar would strengthen it. But the core, he chose thestral tail hair, not phoenix feather. He wanted something different from Tom Riddle's wand. Something his own. When the wand was finished, dark, elegant, 12 inches, slightly flexible, Harry picked it up and felt magic rush through him like an electric current. Sparks flew from the tip, silver and white, and for one glorious moment he felt complete in a way he never had before. The wand maker watched the sparks and something complicated crossed her face. That's a powerful match, boy. Dangerously powerful. The Ministry tracks underage magic, you know. I know, Harry said. I'll be careful. He paid in galleons, hid the wand in a forearm holster the wand maker threw in for free, and left Nocturne Alley with his first real weapon. That summer was the most productive period of Harry's life. With a wand, even a secondary, unofficial wand, he could finally practice properly. He couldn't do it at Privet Drive, so he found an abandoned warehouse near the industrial estate on the edge of Little Whinging and warded it with every concealment and silencing charm he knew. Inside, hidden from the world, he practiced. The progression was staggering. Theory he'd absorbed over 2 years of nightly library raids translated into practical skill with a speed that would have alarmed any teacher watching. He cast his first proper shield charm within a week. His first stunner within 2. Transfiguration came naturally, Riddle had been gifted at it, and the muscle memory carried over. Charms were instinctive. Defense against the dark arts was, ironically, his strongest subject, because he had the dark arts themselves as a reference library. He practiced dueling against conjured opponents, simple enchantments that threw spells at him on a timer, forcing him to shield, dodge, and counter. He practiced until his reactions were sharp, until his casting was smooth, until his body and his magic worked as a single system. He also studied the things that Riddle had never cared about. Healing magic, Riddle considered it beneath him, but Harry spent hours mastering diagnostic charms and basic wound treatment, because he knew what it was like to be hurt with no one to help. Protective magic, wards, shields, barriers, the kind of defensive work that kept people safe rather than keeping them out. And the theoretical foundations of love-based magic, which Riddle had dismissed as sentimental nonsense and which Harry suspected was the key to everything. The fragment fought harder as Harry progressed. It could feel its knowledge being used, adapted, turned to purposes it never intended, and the rage was constant. Their confrontations in the mindscape became more intense. The fragment wasn't just a passive echo anymore, it had been strengthened by the connection, fed by Harry's growing magical power, and it was smart. Tom Riddle's intelligence hadn't diminished in the splitting. "You can't keep me in here forever," it said one night, its dark eyes burning in the Shadow Throne chamber. "Every time you open the connection, you let a little more of me out. One day you'll slip. One day you'll lose focus. And when that day comes, I will take this body." "You're a fragment," Harry said. "A seventh of a soul. You don't have the power. I have patience. So do I." But the threat was real. Harry could feel the fragment pressing against his defenses, probing for weaknesses, testing the walls of his occlumency every night. It was a war of attrition fought in the space behind his eyes, and it never, ever stopped. He started working on the extraction problem with renewed urgency. Somewhere in the intersection of sacrificial magic, soul mechanics, and pure bloody-minded invention, there had to be a way to get the fragment out without dying in the process. He wasn't going to be anyone's sacrifice, not Voldemort's, and not Dumbledore's. Because he knew about Dumbledore now. Not everything, Riddle's memories of the headmaster were fragmentary, colored by paranoia and hatred, but enough. Dumbledore knew about the Horcruxes. Or at least suspected. And if Dumbledore knew what Harry was, then Dumbledore had a plan for Harry, and that plan almost certainly ended with Harry's death. The realization had come gradually, assembling itself from fragments of stolen memory like a puzzle. Dumbledore, who had placed Harry with the Dursleys. Dumbledore, who had never checked on him, never visited, never verified that the home was safe. Dumbledore, who had left a child with people who despised him and called it protection. Harry wasn't angry about it. He was past anger on this subject. He understood the calculus, the blood wards, the sacrificial magic anchored in Petunia's blood, the protection that kept Voldemort's followers from finding him. It was logical. It was even defensible. But it told Harry something important about Albus Dumbledore. The man would sacrifice a child's happiness, and eventually, a child's life, for the greater good. Harry would not be sacrificed. He said it to himself in the dark, in the cupboard, with the fragment hissing behind his scar and the weight of stolen knowledge pressing on his young mind. I will not be sacrificed. I will survive this. I will survive all of it. Some nights, he almost believed it. The summer Harry turned 11, two things happened. First, the Heritage Office at Gringotts approved his claim. He was formally recognized as head of the ancient and noble House of Potter, with all the rights and responsibilities that entailed. The family vault opened to him, and what he found inside made the trust vault look like pocket change. Old money, centuries of accumulation, plus something more valuable than gold, family grimoires. Potter family magic, passed down through generations. Ward schemes, battle magic, a form of protective enchantment that resonated with blood and love and sacrifice. Harry read them in the vault, sitting on the floor surrounded by gold, and felt his parents for the first time. Not as ghosts or memories but as presence, in the magic they'd left behind, in the spells they'd mastered, in the notes his father had scrawled in the margins of a dueling manual. Lily says this one is too flashy. She's probably right. But it looks brilliant. He laughed. Then he cried. Then he took the grimoires and left, richer in ways that had nothing to do with money. Second, on the morning of his 11th birthday, the letters began. Harry had known they were coming. He let the first few be intercepted by Vernon. The man's growing panic was genuinely entertaining, and Harry was not above a little schadenfreude, and then, when the cascade of letters reached absurd proportions and Vernon's sanity began to crack, Harry simply walked to the front door, picked up the latest letter from the mat, and opened it in front of the whole family. "It's from my school," he said calmly. "I'll be attending in September." Vernon went purple. "You will not," Harry looked at him. Just looked. He didn't use compulsion. He didn't use magic. He just met Vernon Dursley's eyes with an expression that was far, far too old for an 11-year-old face, and Vernon's voice died in his throat. "I'll be attending in September," Harry repeated. "You won't try to stop me. You won't destroy my things. You'll drive me to London when it's time, and you'll pick me up at the end of term. In between, you'll barely notice I'm gone. This is how it's going to be." The kitchen was very quiet. Petunia stood at the counter with her hand over her mouth. Dudley stared. Vernon's purple faded to gray. "Right," Vernon said faintly. "Right. Yes." Harry went back to his cupboard, his choice now, not his prison, the one place in this house that was entirely his, and sat on the mattress and read his Hogwarts letter properly. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted." He smiled. The knock on the door came that evening. Harry opened it to find a man the size of a small building, with a wild black beard and kind beetle-bright eyes, filling the entire doorframe. "Harry Potter," the man said, and his voice was warm and rough and slightly trembling, as if he'd been waiting years for this moment. "Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Yeah, look a lot like your dad, but you've got your mum's eyes." Harry felt something unlock in his chest. Not magic. Something older and simpler and more powerful. "You knew my parents?" he said. "Knew them?" The giant man's voice cracked. He pulled an enormous handkerchief from his coat and blew his nose with a sound like a foghorn. Sorry, I knew him. I'm Hagrid. Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Dumbledore sent me to help ye get your school things." Harry stepped aside. "Come in, Hagrid." I'll put the kettle on. Hagrid had to duck nearly double to get through the door. He wedged himself into a kitchen chair that creaked ominously under his weight and accepted a cup of tea that looked like a thimble in his massive hands, and he talked. He talked about Hogwarts, the castle, the grounds, the teachers. He talked about Dumbledore with a reverence that Harry noted and filed away. He talked about James and Lily Potter with a love that was genuine and uncomplicated and that made Harry's chest ache in a way he hadn't expected. Harry played his role perfectly. The wide-eyed orphan, hungry for information about the world he'd been separated from, amazed by every revelation. It wasn't entirely an act, Hagrid's warmth was real, and Harry found himself genuinely responding to it. After years of the Dursleys' cold cruelty and the fragments' calculated malice, simple human kindness was intoxicating. But he watched himself. He was always watching himself now. Hagrid, he said carefully, over the second cup of tea. The night my parents died. What really happened? Hagrid's face crumpled. He told the story, the same story Harry already knew from Riddle's memories, but hearing it from someone who had loved James and Lily was different. Hearing Hagrid describe pulling baby Harry from the rubble of the destroyed house, the small body warm and alive with a bleeding scar on his forehead, holding him against his chest on the flying motorcycle while Sirius Black screamed in the street below, Harry didn't have to fake the tears. They came on their own. I'm sorry, Hagrid said, dabbing his own eyes. Shouldn't have, didn't need to hear all that, no, Harry said. I did. Thank you for telling me. They went to Diagon Alley the next morning. Harry had already been, of course, but Hagrid didn't know that, and Harry experienced it again through Hagrid's enthusiastic tour guide narration. The alley was different with someone beside him, brighter, louder, more real. Hagrid bought him an owl, a beautiful snowy white bird that Harry named Hedwig, and stood beaming while Harry got fitted for robes at Madame Malkin's. In the robe shop, Harry had his first encounter with Draco Malfoy. The boy was pale, pointed, and self-important, standing on a stool next to Harry while the seamstresses worked. He launched into conversation with the casual arrogance of someone who had never been ignored. Hogwarts too. What house do you think you'll be in? I know I'll be in Slytherin, all my family have been. My father says, what does your father do? Harry asked, not because he didn't know but because he wanted to hear how Draco would frame it. He's on the board of governors at Hogwarts. And the Wisingamoth, of course. Our family is very influential. Draco puffed up slightly. What about your parents? What are they? Dead, Harry said simply. Draco had the grace to look uncomfortable, if only for a second. Oh. Sorry. Were they, our kind? Our kind? Wizards. Not muggles. They were magical, yes. Harry paused, then added with a faint smile, my mother was muggle-born, though. Brilliant witch, from what I hear. Draco's nose wrinkled slightly. Not quite a sneer, he was too well trained for that in public, but the distaste was there. Harry noted it, understood it, and decided that Draco Malfoy was more interesting as a project than as an enemy. I'm Harry, by the way. Draco. Draco Malfoy. Nice to meet you, Draco. And he meant it. Because Draco Malfoy was the son of Lucius Malfoy, who was a Death Eater, who was a political operator, who held one of Voldemort's Horcruxes in his possession. Draco was a piece on a very large chessboard, and Harry intended to understand every piece. Ollivander's was the last stop. The wand shop was dusty, quiet, lit by thin shafts of sunlight that caught the motes drifting in the air. Ollivander himself emerged from the back, old, silver-eyed, slightly unsettling in the way of people who see more than they should. Ah, Mr. Potter. I wondered when I'd be seeing you. His pale eyes fixed on Harry's scar. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Your mother favored willow. 10¼ inches. Lovely for charm work. Your father, mahogany. 11 inches. Pliable. Excellent for transfiguration. He paused. And the wand that gave you that scar? You. 13.5 inches. Phoenix feather core. I sold that wand. I remember it well. Harry felt his secondary wand, also you, warm against his forearm in its holster. Curious, Ollivander murmured, already pulling boxes from shelves. The fitting took time. Wand after wand, each one producing a muted response or nothing at all. Harry knew which wand was coming, he'd seen it in Riddle's memories, understood the connection, and when Ollivander finally, hesitantly, placed the holly wand in his hand, the reaction was immediate. Warmth flooded through Harry's arm. Red and gold sparks erupted from the tip, filling the shop with light. Curious, Ollivander said again. Very curious. What's curious? Harry asked, already knowing. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand, when its brother gave you that scar. Harry looked at the wand in his hand. Holly and phoenix feather. The brother of Voldemort's wand. A weapon bound to him by destiny, by the same magic that connected his scar to the darkest wizard alive. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter, Ollivander said softly. We can expect great things from you. Harry pocketed the wand. We'll see, he said. September 1st arrived with the precision of an oncoming train. Vernon drove him to King's Cross Station in tight-lipped silence, deposited him on the pavement with his trunk in Hedwig's cage, and pulled away without a word. Harry watched the car disappear into traffic and felt exactly nothing. He found platform 9 3/4 without difficulty, the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, a casual lean against the bricks, the stomach-dropping transition, and emerged onto a platform crowded with families, owls, cats, and the massive scarlet engine of the Hogwarts Express. For a moment, just a moment, he let himself feel it. The excitement. The anticipation. The bone-deep relief of leaving Privet Drive behind. He was going to Hogwarts. He was going to the place where his parents had fallen in love, where magic was taught openly, where he would meet other children like him. He was also walking into Dumbledore's territory, toward a confrontation that might be years in the making, carrying a piece of Dumbledore's greatest enemy in his skull. But that was future Harry's problem. Present Harry wanted to find a compartment and maybe, for once, make a friend. He found an empty compartment near the back of the train, levitated his trunk onto the rack with a casual flick of his official wand, might as well establish early that he was comfortable with magic, and settled in by the window. The compartment door slid open 5 minutes later. A boy with red hair, freckles, and a smudge of dirt on his nose stood in the doorway. He was lanky, slightly awkward, with the air of someone who'd been looking for a seat for a while and was trying to pretend he hadn't. Anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full. Harry glanced around the very empty compartment. I think you're safe. The boy grinned, a wide, easy grin that transformed his whole face, and dropped into the seat across from Harry. Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Ron's eyes went wide. His gaze flicked to Harry's forehead, found the scar, and went wider. Blimey. You're, really? I mean, you're actually, yeah. Harry said it lightly, without weight. He'd practiced this. Terrible scar, mediocre hair, glasses that don't quite fit. The whole package. Ron laughed, startled out of his awe. Sorry, I didn't mean to, my brothers told me you might be on the train, but I thought they were having me on. They do that a lot. How many brothers? 5. And a sister. I'm the 6th of 7. Ron said it with the resigned air of someone who'd been hearing about birth order his entire life. Bill and Charlie are already out of school, Bill's a cursebreaker for Gringotts, Charlie works with dragons in Romania. Percy's a prefect, because of course he is. And Fred and George are, well, they're Fred and George. You'll understand when you meet them. Dragons? Harry said, genuinely interested. Ron lit up. Within minutes they were deep in conversation, about dragons, about Quidditch, which Harry knew about from Riddle's memories but had never discussed with an actual fan, about Hogwarts houses and teachers and the rumor that the defense professor this year was possessed. That last one gave Harry a private jolt. He filed it away. Ron was open, unguarded, enthusiastic. He wore his emotions on his face like weather, and his loyalty was immediate and instinctive. When the trolley came and Harry bought a mountain of sweets, Ron tried to refuse. "I've got sandwiches, Mom made," and Harry dumped half the pile in his lap. "I've never had anyone to share sweets with," Harry said. "Don't ruin this for me." Ron stared at him, then at the sweets, then back at Harry. His expression cycled through surprise, sympathy, and something fierce and protective. "Right," Ron said. "Can't have that, can we?" They demolished the sweets together, trading chocolate frog cards and trying every flavor beans and talking about nothing and everything. Harry felt something warm expand in his chest, the same warmth he'd felt with Hagrid, but different. Peer-shaped. Friend-shaped. A connection between equals. It was, he realized, the first time in his life he'd had a friend. When the compartment door opened again, they both looked up with mouths full of chocolate. A girl stood in the doorway. Bushy brown hair, slightly too large front teeth, robes already on even though they were hours from Hogwarts. She carried a book under one arm, Hogwarts, a history, and her expression was the particular blend of anxiety and determination that Harry recognized immediately as someone who had something to prove. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville's lost one." Ron shook his head. Harry said, "Try a summoning charm, Accio Toad. If it's anywhere on the train, it'll come to you." The girl's eyes went sharp. "That's a fourth-year spell." "Is it?" Harry said, as if he hadn't known. "Yes. It is. Chapter 17 of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 4. She stepped into the compartment, studying him with an intensity that was slightly unnerving. "I've read ahead, obviously. Not through all 4 years, but I've made a start. I'm Hermione Granger." "And you are?" "Harry Potter." The name registered. He saw it in the slight widening of her eyes, the quick involuntary glance at his scar, but she didn't gush. She processed the information, filed it, and moved on. "I've read about you, of course. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century." "All wrong, probably," Harry said. "I suspected as much. The accounts are contradictory and none of them cite primary sources." She sat down, not waiting for an invitation, just sitting, as if the conversation had earned her a place, and opened Hogwarts, a history to a dog-eared page. "What I'm most curious about is the nature of the magical protection that," she stopped herself. "Sorry. That's insensitive. I have a tendency to treat people like research subjects. I'm working on it." Harry grinned. He couldn't help it. In 3 sentences, Hermione Granger had demonstrated more intellectual honesty and self-awareness than most adults he'd encountered. "Ask me whatever you want," he said. "I'll answer if I can." "Really? Really?" What followed was a conversation that lasted the better part of 2 hours and covered topics ranging from the theoretical basis of wand magic to the socio-economic structure of Wizarding Britain to the questionable editorial standards of Wizarding publishing. Ron contributed occasionally, his knowledge of the Wizarding world's culture and customs filled gaps that book learning couldn't, but mostly he watched Harry and Hermione volley ideas back and forth with an expression of amused bewilderment. Harry was careful. He didn't reveal the depth of his knowledge. But he let enough through to be interesting, referencing material that was a level or 2 above first-year standard, phrasing it as questions rather than statements. "I read somewhere that the wand core's magical resonance affects the range of compatible spells. Do you know if that's been formally studied?" Hermione's eyes blazed brighter with each exchange. Harry watched it happen, the slow, dawning realization that she'd found someone who could keep up with her, who wanted to keep up with her, who saw her intelligence as a feature rather than a flaw. He'd seen the wariness in her when she first walked in. The preemptive defensiveness of a girl who'd been told she was too much, too smart, too intense. He recognized it because he wore his own version of that armor every day. By the time the conversation wound down, something had shifted in the compartment. Ron was leaning back with the comfortable ease of someone who'd found his people. Hermione was smiling, not the anxious, approval-seeking smile she'd worn at the door but a real smile, warm and slightly surprised, as if she hadn't expected this. And Harry felt the weight of his secrets lighten, just slightly, in the presence of two people who had no agenda, no plan, no idea what he was carrying, and who wanted to sit in a train compartment with him anyway. The door slid open one more time. Draco Malfoy stood in the corridor, flanked by two large boys who appeared to have been assembled from spare parts. He surveyed the compartment with a cool, practiced gaze that landed on Ron's second-hand robes, lingered on Hermione's Muggle name. She'd introduced herself when he walked in, because Hermione introduced herself to everyone, and settled on Harry. So it's true. Harry Potter's on the train. Draco stepped inside without being invited. I'm Draco Malfoy. We met at Madame Malkin's. I remember, Harry said. You'll find some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. His eyes flicked to Ron and Hermione in a way that made the subtext text. I can help you there. The compartment went very quiet. Ron's ears turned red. Hermione's chin came up. The two large boys, Crabbe and Goyle, Harry identified from Riddle's knowledge of the Malfoy circle, shifted their weight in what was probably meant to be intimidating. Harry looked at Draco. Not with anger or contempt but with something that was almost, in its own way, kind. Because he'd seen Draco's future in Riddle's memories, not this specific Draco, but the type. The boy raised to serve, groomed for a war he didn't choose, crushed between a father's expectations and a madman's demands. Draco Malfoy was 11 years old, and he was already a prisoner. I appreciate the offer, Draco, Harry said. His voice was calm, measured, and carried an authority that had nothing to do with volume. But I think I can figure out the right sort for myself. It wasn't hostile. That was what threw Draco off balance. A sneer, an insult, a drawn wand, those were responses he was prepared for. This quiet, confident refusal, delivered without malice, left him nowhere to go. You'll regret this, Potter, Draco said, but the words lacked conviction. He turned and left, his bodyguards trailing after him. Ron let out a breath. Bloody hell. Do you know who his father is? Lucius Malfoy, Harry said. Death Eater. Currently pretending he was under the Imperius curse during the war. Sits on the Hogwarts Board of Governors and donates generously to the minister's re-election campaign. Ron stared at him. Hermione stared at him. Harry realized he'd let too much slip. I've been doing a lot of reading, he said mildly. Hermione's eyes narrowed in a way that told him she wasn't fully buying it, but she let it go. Ron just shook his head and reached for another chocolate frog. The train rolled on through the darkening countryside, and Harry sat with his new friends and watched the world change outside the window and felt the scar on his forehead burn with a faint, persistent heat, and behind the scar, in the deep spaces of his mind, the fragment of Tom Riddle stirred and whispered and waited. Night had fallen completely by the time the train slowed. The students poured onto a small, dark platform, and Hagrid's voice boomed over the crowd, Fur's years. Fur's years over here. And Harry felt a rush of genuine affection at the sight of the huge man waving a lantern. They followed Hagrid down a steep, narrow path through thick trees. Ron slipped on a root and grabbed Harry's arm to steady himself. Hermione walked with her nose slightly elevated, trying to see over the heads of the students in front of her. The air smelled like pine and lake water and old stone. Then the trees opened, and Hogwarts was there. It rose from the far shore of a vast black lake like something out of a dream, turrets and towers and glowing windows, ancient stone catching the moonlight, a castle that had stood for 1,000 years and looked like it intended to stand for 1,000 more. Its reflection shimmered on the water's surface, doubling it, making it infinite. The first years gasped. Even the ones who'd grown up in wizarding families, who'd heard about Hogwarts their whole lives, went quiet and wide-eyed. Harry looked at the castle and felt two things at once. The first was belonging. Bone-deep, soul-level belonging. This was the place his parents had met and loved and learned. This was where his mother had mastered charms and his father had caused mayhem. Their ghosts were in these stones, and so was Harry's future, and standing on this shore looking up at those towers, he felt the shape of his life click into focus like a lens resolving. The second thing was quieter, darker, and came from the space behind his scar. The fragment was awake. More awake than Harry had ever felt it. And it was looking at Hogwarts too, not with wonder but with hunger, with possessiveness, with the desperate yearning of something that had once called this place home and had been torn away from it and wanted it back. Mine, the fragment whispered. This was mine. No, Harry thought, and pushed it down. Down past the occlumency shields, down past the false surface, down into the deepest level of his mental architecture where the fragment raged in its prison of stolen light. It was never yours. You were a student here, not an owner. And even that, you gave up when you chose what you chose. The fragment snarled. Harry smiled. Beautiful, isn't it? Hermione said beside him, her voice hushed. Yeah, Harry said. It really is. They got into the boats, 4 to a boat, Harry with Ron and Hermione and a round-faced boy named Neville who was still looking for his toad. The boats glided across the black water of their own accord, silent, smooth, and Harry trailed his fingers in the lake and felt the magic of the castle reach out to him like a handshake. The boats carried them under a curtain of ivy, through a tunnel in the cliff face, and to a small dock where they climbed out and followed Hagrid up a stone staircase to the castle's enormous front doors. Hagrid knocked 3 times. The doors swung open, and there stood Professor McGonagall, tall, stern, her black hair pulled into a tight bun, her eyes sharp behind square spectacles. She looked exactly like Riddle's memories of her, 40 years younger, fierce, fair, and not to be trifled with. The first years, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid said. Thank you, Hagrid. I'll take them from here. She led them across the entrance hall, vast, torchlit, the marble staircase rising into upper-floor darkness, and into a small chamber off the great hall. Harry could hear the buzz of hundreds of students through the wall. McGonagall's welcoming speech was brief and efficient. Houses. Points. Rules. Harry listened with half an ear, the rest of his attention focused on what was coming, the Sorting Hat. The ancient artifact that would look inside his mind and decide his future. He'd prepared for this. His occlumency was as good as he could make it. The false surface was in place, curious child, nervous, eager to belong. Underneath, the Real Harry waited. But there was always the risk. The Sorting Hat was one of the most sophisticated magical artifacts in existence. It had been created by the 4 founders themselves, imbued with their collective intelligence. It might see through his defenses. It might see the fragment. It might see everything. And if it did, if it shouted his secrets to the Great Hall, then every plan, every preparation, every year of careful work would collapse. The first years filed into the Great Hall. Harry felt the eyes, hundreds of students staring from 4 long tables, the staff watching from the high table at the far end. He found Dumbledore instantly. The old man sat in the center of the staff table, silver-bearded, half-moon spectacles catching the candlelight, and his eyes found Harry's with the gentle focus of a man who had been waiting for exactly this moment. Harry looked back. He let Dumbledore see what he wanted him to see, a nervous 11-year-old, skinny, battered by life but bright-eyed with wonder. A boy who needed a mentor. A boy who needed saving. Dumbledore smiled warmly. Harry smiled back. The sorting began. Names were called alphabetically. Students went up, sat on the stool, put on the hat. The hat shouted a house. Tables cheered. Simple. Granger, Hermione. Hermione walked to the stool with the particular stiffness of someone trying very hard to look calm. The hat dropped over her eyes. A long pause. Then, Gryffindor. Hermione's face lit up. She practically ran to the Gryffindor table, and when she sat down, she looked back at Harry and gave him a thumbs up that was so earnestly dorky it made something warm expand in his ribcage. More names. Longbottom, Neville, Gryffindor, though the hat took a long time about it. Malfoy, Draco, the hat barely touched his head before screaming Slytherin. Draco walked to the Slytherin table looking satisfied, but Harry caught him glancing back once. Potter, Harry. The hall went dead silent. Then the whispering started, a wave of it, cresting from table to table. Potter. Harry Potter. The Harry Potter. Harry walked to the stool. He sat down. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head, and the brim fell past his eyes, blocking out the hall. Silence. Then a voice, small and papery and impossibly old, spoke directly into his mind. Well, well, well. What do we have here? Harry braced. The sorting hat rifled through his surface thoughts, the false layer, the nervous child persona, and paused. Oh, don't bother with that, it said. I've been sorting students for 1,000 years. I know a mask when I see one. It pushed deeper. Harry's occlumency shields rose to meet it, and the hat laughed, a dry, dusty chuckle that echoed in the hollow of Harry's skull. Impressive. Very impressive. Occlumency at age 11. Riddle couldn't manage that until his 5th year. The hat paused. Ah. Yes. I see now. It had found the fragment. Harry felt the hat's presence recoil. Not physically, it was still sitting on his head, but mentally, the consciousness within the artifact flinched away from the thing behind Harry's scar like a hand snatched from a hot stove. Merlin's beard, the hat whispered. What has been done to you, child? You can see it, Harry said, not a question. I can see everything. The hat's voice was shaken, actually shaken, this 1,000-year-old artifact that had sorted Dark Lords and heroes and everything in between. The Horcrux. The stolen knowledge. The library. Good Lord, the scope of what you've taken from it. You have Tom Riddle's entire magical education in your head. And your own mind on top of it. You are, it stopped. Dangerous? Harry offered. Extraordinary. The hat was quiet for a moment. And terrifying. But not in the way he was. You've touched every dark thing he ever learned, and you chose not to become him. That is remarkable, Mr. Potter. Are you going to tell anyone? I cannot. It is the oldest enchantment upon me, the secrets of every student I sort are sacrosanct. I could not betray your confidence if I wanted to. Another pause. But I could warn you. Warn me about what? The fragment is not dormant. It's not weakened. It's waiting. And it is more aware than you realize. Be careful, child. I know, Harry said. I'm always careful. Yes. You are. Which brings us to the matter at hand. The hat settled itself more firmly on Harry's head, as if resettling after a shock. The question of your sorting. You have the cunning for Slytherin, more than cunning. You have a strategic mind that would make Salazar weep with pride. And the knowledge to match. Gryffindor, Harry said. I suspected you'd say that. May I ask why? Because Slytherin makes me a target. Every eye in that house would be watching me, the Malfoys, the Knots, the old families. Slytherin makes me visible to the people I most need to hide from. And Gryffindor? Gryffindor makes me Dumbledore's golden boy. It puts me exactly where he expects me, which means he stops looking too closely. It gives me access to the biggest network of allies in the school. And, Harry hesitated. And, the hat prompted. My parents were in Gryffindor, Harry said quietly. Both of them. The hat was silent for a long time. You know, it said finally, I've sorted a great many students who wanted Gryffindor because they were brave. But you're the first who wanted it because you're strategic and sentimental. That combination, Mr. Potter, is either going to save the world or set it on fire. Can't it be both? The hat laughed. Gryffindor, it bellowed. The great hall erupted. The Gryffindor table exploded with cheering. The Weasley twins were on their feet yelling, "We got Potter! We got Potter!" And Harry pulled the hat off his head and walked toward the red and gold table with a grin that was only partly strategic. Hermione had saved him a seat. He slid in next to her, and she bumped his shoulder with hers, and Ron, sorted into Gryffindor minutes later, to no one's surprise, dropped into the seat across from them with a whoop. At the high table, Dumbledore was clapping politely. His eyes twinkled. Everything was going according to his plan. At the far end of the staff table, a man in black robes with greasy dark hair and a hooked nose watched Harry Potter with an expression of complicated loathing. Severus Snape, who had loved Lily Evans and hated James Potter and whose loyalties were a knife edge he'd been walking for a decade. Harry met his eyes briefly and felt the distant sting of recognition, not from Snape's surface thoughts, which were shielded, but from the fragment's memory of a young man kneeling at Voldemort's feet, begging for a woman's life. Harry looked away first. That confrontation was coming, but not tonight. Tonight was for warmth. For the golden plates filling magically with food and Ron making obscene noises of pleasure over the roast chicken. For Hermione quizzing the Gryffindor ghost about castle architecture. For the first-year girl next to Ron who laughed so hard at Fred Weasley's joke that pumpkin juice came out her nose. For the candlelight and the enchanted ceiling showing the night sky and the hum of hundreds of young voices filling a space that had held young voices for 1,000 years. Tonight was for the feeling of arrival. Harry ate and laughed and talked, and the scar on his forehead burned with a low, constant heat, and behind his carefully constructed walls, in the deepest chamber of his stolen library, the fragment of Tom Riddle sat on its throne of shadows and watched and waited and plotted. But for now, for this one evening, Harry Potter was just a boy at a table with his friends, and the castle of Hogwarts rose around them like a promise. Tomorrow, the chess game would begin. Tonight, he was home. Chapter 2, The Serpent in the Lion's Den. Harry woke on his first morning at Hogwarts to the sound of Ron Weasley fighting his own blankets. Geralf, bloody, stupid, Ron was tangled in a cocoon of red and gold bedding, one arm free, the other pinned somewhere behind his back at an angle that looked anatomically improbable. His face was scarlet. His hair was vertical. Harry watched from his four-poster with his hands behind his head. Need help? I am fine. You look fine. Shut up, Potter. Harry grinned and swung his legs out of bed. The Gryffindor first-year dormitory was a circular room at the top of a tower, warm despite the September chill, with 5 four-poster beds draped in heavy crimson curtains. The other boys, Neville Longbottom, Seamus Finnegan, and Dean Thomas, were in various stages of waking up. Neville was already dressed, sitting on the edge of his bed with his tie knotted wrong, looking at his timetable with an expression of quiet dread. Harry dressed quickly, tucked his holly wand into his robe pocket and checked the forearm holster where his wand sat hidden against his skin. The holster was disillusioned, a charm he refreshed every morning, and the wand itself was undetectable to standard ministry monitoring, having been purchased off the books. 2 wands. 2 options. One for show, one for survival. Breakfast? Ron said, having finally defeated his blankets. Starving. They collected Hermione from the common room, where she'd been waiting since what appeared to be dawn, already annotating her copy of Magical Theory with color-coded notes. I've mapped out the most efficient route to our first 3 classrooms based on the castle layout in Hogwarts, a history, she said by way of greeting. But the book warns that the staircases move on Fridays, so we should build in a buffer. Morning to you too, Ron said. Hermione ignored him. Harry, did you know that the suits of armor on the third floor can actually give directions? I read that, they can, Harry confirmed. But some of them lie for fun. Stick to the portraits, they're more reliable, especially if you're polite. Hermione gave him that look, the one he was already learning to recognize, where her eyes narrowed fractionally and her head tilted half a degree, as if she was recalibrating her model of who he was. She'd been giving him that look since the train. How do you know that? She asked. Read it somewhere. Where? Can't remember. Breakfast? They went down to the great hall, and Harry let the warmth of it wash over him, the long tables, the chattering students, the enchanted ceiling showing a pale blue September sky streaked with thin clouds. He loaded his plate with eggs and toast and bacon, eating with the focused efficiency of someone who'd spent years uncertain where the next meal was coming from. Their timetables arrived with the morning post. Harry scanned his and found what he was looking for, double potions with Slytherin, Friday afternoon. Snape. That confrontation was 3 days away. Good. He had time to prepare. The first days at Hogwarts fell into a rhythm that Harry found both comforting and frustrating. Comforting, because the structure was new to him, regular meals, scheduled classes, the simple luxury of a bed and a roof and no one trying to hit him. He'd never had routine that wasn't built around chores and punishment, and the novelty of a routine built around learning was quietly intoxicating. Frustrating, because the classes were glacially slow. Charms with Professor Flitwick, the tiny wizard spent 40 minutes explaining the theory behind the levitation charm, which Harry could perform wandlessly and had been able to since he was 9. Transfiguration with McGonagall, she began with a lecture on the fundamental principles of transformative magic that Harry could have delivered in his sleep, though he noted with interest that her pedagogical approach was cleaner and more systematic than Riddle's self-taught methodology. History of Magic with Professor Binns, the ghost droned through material that Harry already knew from both Riddle's memories and his own reading, and he used the time to practice mental exercises behind his occlumency shields. He calibrated his performance carefully. In each class, he was good, clearly talented, picking things up faster than his peers, but not impossibly good. He let himself struggle with a spell on the first try before getting it on the second or third. He asked questions that showed insight but not expertise. He was, to all appearances, a gifted but not extraordinary student. It required more discipline than the magic itself. Hermione, by contrast, held nothing back. She answered every question, volunteered for every demonstration, and radiated a competitive brilliance that won her admiration from the professors and eye rolls from most of their classmates. Harry watched the social dynamics form around her with a familiar ache, the way the other girls edged away, the whispered know-it-all, the gradual isolation of someone too smart and too eager in a world that punished both. He countered it where he could. When Hermione answered a question in charms, he built on her answer instead of competing with it. Hermione's right, and if you extend that principle, wouldn't it also explain why, when she was excluded from study groups, he made sure she was always in his? When Ron, dear, oblivious, foot-in-mouth Ron, said something dismissive about her in the common room, Harry caught his eye and shook his head once, and Ron, to his credit, looked sheepish and shut up. It wasn't enough. Not yet. But it was a start. Neville Longbottom was another project. The boy was a catastrophe in most of his classes, nervous, clumsy, perpetually one accident away from tears. In potions, his first attempt at a boil cure melted his cauldron. In Transfiguration, his match refused to become a needle and instead caught fire. His classmates laughed. His confidence eroded daily. But Harry had Riddle's memories, and Riddle had known the Longbottoms. Not personally, they'd been Order members, enemies, targets, but the intelligence dossiers the Death Eaters had compiled were thorough. The Longbottoms were powerful. Ancient bloodline, deep magical reserves, a family history of late-blooming wizards who went from mediocre students to exceptional adults. Neville's problem wasn't ability. It was confidence. And his wand. Harry noticed it on the second day. Neville's wand was wrong for him, the grip was too thin, the core unresponsive, the whole thing fighting him on every spell. It was probably a hand-me-down from a relative. Wand compatibility mattered enormously, and Neville was trying to do magic with an instrument that didn't want to cooperate. Harry said nothing about it directly. That wasn't how you handled Neville. The boy was so accustomed to being corrected and criticized that direct advice would just reinforce his sense of failure. Instead, Harry sat next to him in study sessions and asked for help. "Neville, you're better at herbology than anyone in our year. Can you explain the difference between Dittany and fluxweed? I keep getting them mixed up." He didn't keep getting them mixed up. But the request put Neville in the role of expert, and the boy transformed, his stammer disappeared, his posture straightened, and he talked about plants with a fluency and passion that was completely absent from his other subjects. Harry listened, asked follow-up questions, and watched the slow miracle of someone discovering they were good at something. Fred and George Weasley found Harry on the third day. Or rather, Harry found them. He'd been looking, because the twins were exactly the kind of allies he needed, smart, resourceful, irreverent, and connected to every hidden passage and secret room in the castle. He was walking back from dinner when they appeared on either side of him, materializing from behind a tapestry with the synchronized grace of professional ambush predators. "Evening, Potter," said one. "Lovely evening," said the other. "We've been wanting a word. Just a small word. Tiny, really." Harry looked from one to the other. "If this is about the firework in Filch's office, I wasn't there." They both blinked. "What firework?" said Fred, or George. "What firework indeed," said the other, grinning. "We like you already, Potter." They took him to an alcove behind a painting of a bowl of fruit and offered him a proposition, mutual reconnaissance. They had the Marauder's map. They didn't show it to him yet, but Harry knew about it from Riddle's second-hand knowledge of the Marauders, and they had years of castle knowledge. Harry had something. They weren't sure what, but they'd watched him navigate the castle's shifting corridors without getting lost once, which was impossible for a first year, and they wanted to know how. "Trade secret," Harry said. "We respect that," said Fred. "We also respect leverage," said George. "So here's the deal, you tell us if you learn anything interesting about the restricted section or the third-floor corridor, and we'll make sure you know about every secret passage, every hidden room, and every way in and out of this castle that Filch doesn't." Harry pretended to consider it. "Deal." They shook on it, both of them at once, one twin per hand, and Harry walked away with 2 new allies and the quiet satisfaction of a plan taking shape. The twins were important for another reason. They were Ron's brothers, and Ron's loyalty was to his family first. Earning the twins' respect strengthened Harry's bond with Ron. And Ron's bond was one Harry valued not strategically but personally, in the part of himself that was still just a boy who'd never had a friend before this month. Friday arrived. Double potions. The dungeons. Snape. Harry walked into the potions classroom with his bag over one shoulder and his face carefully neutral. The room was cold and dim, lit by greenish light filtering through jars of preserved specimens that lined the walls. The Slytherins were already seated on one side, Malfoy front and center, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, his expression one of anticipatory glee. Snape was famous for favoring his own house, and everyone knew he hated Harry Potter. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione. He set out his cauldron, his ingredients, his scales. He opened his textbook to the correct page. And he waited. Snape entered through a side door like a storm front moving in, black robes billowing, dark eyes sweeping the room with the particular contempt of a man who considered teaching an indignity. He reached the front of the class and stood motionless for a moment, letting the silence build. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he said. His voice was low and silken and carried without effort. "As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses. His gaze found Harry. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stop or death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. Hermione sat up straighter. Ron shifted uncomfortably. Potter. Snape's voice cracked like a whip. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The room went still. Hermione's hand shot into the air. Snape didn't look at her. Harry met Snape's eyes. In the language of flowers, which Riddle had studied as part of Victorian-era pureblood customs, asphodel was a lily that symbolized regret for the dead, and wormwood meant bitter sorrow. Snape wasn't just asking about potions. He was, probably unconsciously, encoding his grief for Lily Potter into the question. Harry could have answered simply. He chose not to. The draught of living death, sir. A sleeping potion so powerful it mimics death itself. The asphodel provides the base sedative effect, while the wormwood introduces the element of bitterness that allows the potion to interface with the subject's nervous system without triggering the body's natural resistance. Silence. Snape's expression didn't change, but something behind his eyes flickered. And where, Mr. Potter, would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? In the stomach of a goat. It's a stone that forms from accumulated calcium and organic matter around ingested plant fibers. It neutralizes most common poisons, though it's ineffective against some advanced magical venoms and any poison that's been specifically brewed to bypass bezoar resistance, which is possible with the addition of, that will do, Snape said sharply. But the sharpness was different now, not contempt but something closer to alarm. Harry was answering like a potions master, not a first year. One more. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, sir. Also known as aconite. Aconitum napellus. Used in the wolfsbane potion, which suppresses the symptoms of lycanthropy during transformation, and also as a key ingredient in several deadly poisons, including the one Locusta used to assassinate the Emperor Claudius, though that's Muggle history. Hermione's hand was still in the air. The class stared. Malfoy's mouth was slightly open. Snape was very, very still. Well, he said to the class, his voice tight. Why aren't you copying that down? The lesson proceeded. Harry brewed his boil cure potion with quiet competence, not perfectly, not brilliantly, just well. Good enough to earn a grudging nod from Snape but not so good as to raise further questions. When the class ended and students filed out, Harry lingered. He packed his bag slowly, waiting for the room to empty. Ron hesitated at the door, coming. And Harry shook his head. Forgot my quill. Go ahead. Ron left. The door closed. Harry and Snape were alone. The potions master stood behind his desk, not looking at Harry, organizing jars with precise, mechanical movements. The silence stretched. My mother, Harry said quietly. Snape's hand stopped. You knew her. Not just as a classmate, you grew up with her. Spinner's End. She was the first person who told you about magic, and she was the first person who ever looked at you without contempt. You sat together under the tree by the playground and she made a flower open and close in her palm, and you told her she was a witch, and she wasn't afraid. Harry paused. She laughed. Snape turned around slowly. His face was bleached of color. His eyes were black and burning and something in them was very close to breaking. How, he said. The word came out scraped and raw. How do you, it doesn't matter how, Harry said. What matters is that I know. I know what you've sacrificed. I know what you're still sacrificing. And I know why. Snape's wand was in his hand. Harry hadn't seen him draw it, the movement was that fast. The tip trembled, pointed at Harry's chest. What are you? Snape whispered. Harry looked at the wand. He didn't flinch. "I'm Lily's son," he said. "And I'm someone who doesn't intend to waste what she died for." He picked up his bag, walked past Snape's wand without breaking eye contact, and left the dungeon. Behind him, he heard a sound he wasn't meant to hear, a sharp, bitten-off intake of breath that might have been a sob. Harry climbed the dungeon stairs and didn't look back. But he allowed himself a moment of quiet grief for a man who'd been carrying his love like a wound for a decade, and who probably always would. October painted Hogwarts in amber and rust. The trees around the lake turned gold, the air sharpened, and the castle settled into the rhythms of autumn, fires in the common rooms, the smell of pumpkin from the kitchens, the muffled sounds of Quidditch practice drifting up from the pitch. Harry tried out for the Gryffindor team on a whim. He'd never ridden a broom before. Riddle's memories didn't include Quidditch, which Tom had considered beneath him, but his reflexes and spatial awareness were extraordinary, and the moment he kicked off the ground, he understood flying the way he understood breathing. It wasn't learned. It was known. McGonagall watched from her office window as Harry snatched a Remembrall out of thin air in a 50-foot dive and made the whole thing look like an afterthought. She came down to the pitch personally, her expression the particular brand of stern that meant she was suppressing excitement. "Potter. My office. Now." 20 minutes later, Harry was the youngest Seeker in a century and the proud owner of a Nimbus 2000 that McGonagall had purchased with Gryffindor's athletic fund and her own considerable satisfaction. Ron was ecstatic. "First-year Seeker. Do you know how mental that is?" Charlie was good, but even he didn't make the team until second year. Hermione was less impressed. "It seems irresponsible to let a first-year play a sport with a significant injury rate when he hasn't even completed basic flying lessons." "Hermione," Ron said. "He caught a Remembrall in a 60-foot dive." 50, Harry corrected. 50-foot dive, then. "That's not irresponsible, that's brilliant." "Those are not mutually exclusive," Hermione said, but she was smiling. The Quidditch was genuine fun, the first purely joyful physical activity Harry had ever experienced. In the air, with the wind tearing at his robes and the snitch glinting somewhere in the distance, he wasn't the boy with the Horcrux or the stolen library or the chess master's mind. He was just fast and free and alive. But the fun was peripheral. The main game was always running. Harry spent his free hours in the Room of Requirement. He'd found it on his third night at Hogwarts, following Riddle's memory of its location, 7th floor, opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. 3 passes, a clear need, and the door appeared. Inside, the room gave him whatever he asked for, a dueling chamber with practice dummies, a library of advanced texts, a simulation space where he could cast freely without being monitored. He practiced here every night after curfew, using the twins' knowledge of secret passages to avoid Filch and Mrs. Norris. His official wand stayed in his pocket, his U-wand did the work. Spells that would have earned him expulsion and ministry attention if detected flowed from the U-wand in the privacy of the room's impossible space. Advanced defensive magic. Curse-breaking fundamentals. The beginnings of ward construction. Transfiguration techniques that McGonagall wouldn't teach until 6th year. And combat, always combat. Harry drilled spell chains until they were reflexive, learned to cast while moving, while shielding, while being hit. He fought the room's training dummies at increasing difficulty until the sessions left him drenched in sweat and shaking with magical exhaustion. He was preparing for war. An 11-year-old, alone in a magical room at midnight, preparing for a war that most of the wizarding world didn't believe was coming. Some nights, after the training, he just sat. Let the room become quiet. Let himself feel the weight of what he carried. On one of those nights, the room gave him something he hadn't asked for, a window. Just a simple window, looking out over the Hogwarts grounds in moonlight, the lake silver, the forest dark, the sky enormous and full of stars. Harry sat by the window and missed his parents with a loneliness so acute it felt like a physical wound. The fragment stirred behind his scar. Sentiment, it whispered. Weakness. "Shut up, Tom," Harry said tiredly. Halloween. The great hall was decorated with floating pumpkins and live bats and candles that burned with orange flame. The feast was extravagant, every surface covered with food, the students loud and giddy, the sugar-fueled energy of a holiday. Harry sat with Ron and watched the Gryffindor table with the relaxed alertness he'd learned to maintain at all times. Most of the first years were present. Most, but not all. "Where's Hermione?" Harry asked. Ron shifted uncomfortably. "She's, in the girls' bathroom. She's been there since Charms." "Since Charms?" "That was hours ago." "What happened in Charms?" Ron's ears went red. "I might have said something. About her. Not to her, behind her. But she heard. About how she's got no friends and nobody can stand her." Harry went very still. Ron looked at his plate. I know. It was rubbish. I didn't mean it. She corrected my pronunciation in front of everyone and I was embarrassed and I, fix it, Harry said. What? After the feast. Find her and apologize. Actually apologize, not a half-arsed sorry if you were offended. Tell her what you said was wrong and you didn't mean it. Ron opened his mouth to argue, saw Harry's expression, and closed it. Yeah, all right. The doors to the great hall burst open. Professor Quirrell ran in, literally ran, turban askew, robes flapping, his face the color of curdled milk. He staggered to the staff table, grabbed the edge for support, and screamed, "Troll! In the dungeons! Thought you ought to know." Then he fainted. The screaming started immediately. 600 students panicking at once produced a wall of noise that rattled the floating pumpkins. Dumbledore rose, fired a cannon blast from his wand, and barked orders, prefects to escort students to dormitories, staff to follow him to the dungeons. The hall erupted into organized chaos. Students poured toward the exits. Prefects shouted instructions. Harry didn't move. "Ron," he said quietly, under the noise. Ron looked at him. "Hermione doesn't know about the troll. She's in the bathroom." Ron's face went white. Oh, God. They were moving before the thought finished. Harry slipped through the crowd with Ron on his heels, ducking under a prefect's outstretched arm, cutting through a side corridor that the twins had shown him. The second-floor bathroom was 2 turns and a staircase away. Harry ran the route from memory, his mind already calculating, a mountain troll, 12 feet tall, thick-skinned, resistant to most simple hexes, carrying a club that could kill with a single blow. He'd never fought anything. All his training, all his preparation, had been against practice dummies and theoretical opponents. This was real. Something could actually kill him in the next 5 minutes. His hands weren't shaking. He noted this with distant surprise. They heard it before they saw it, the heavy dragging footsteps, the animal grunting, a smell like an open sewer that hit them 20 feet before the visual. Then the troll rounded the corner, and Harry got his first look at a genuine magical threat. It was enormous. 12 feet of gray-green muscle and tiny stupid eyes and a wooden club the size of a tree trunk dragging along the floor. It stood in the corridor outside the girls' bathroom, sniffing the air, confused by the stone walls and echoing sounds. Then it heard something from inside the bathroom, a gasp, a whimper, the sound of Hermione Granger realizing what was standing between her and the exit, and it swung toward the door. Harry's wand was in his hand. Not the holly wand, the yew wand, sliding from its holster into his palm with the smooth speed of 1,000 practice draws. In the time it took Ron to say, "Bloody hell," Harry had already cast. The first spell was a concussive hex, Bombarda, aimed not at the troll but at the floor in front of it. The stone exploded upward in a spray of shrapnel and dust, and the shock wave hit the troll like a wall. It staggered, bellowing, its tiny eyes blinking against the debris. The second spell was precision work. Wingardium Leviosa, but not on the troll. On the club. The 12-foot weapon tore free of the troll's loosened grip, rose 6 feet into the air, and reversed. Harry brought it down on the troll's skull with every ounce of magical force he could channel through the U-wand. The impact was sickening. The club connected with a crack that echoed off the corridor walls, and the troll's eyes crossed and its knees buckled and it went down like a felled tree, hitting the stone floor with a crash that Harry felt through the soles of his shoes. The whole thing had taken 8 seconds. Ron stood frozen in the corridor with his mouth open. Inside the bathroom, something clattered, a stall door swinging. Harry was through the bathroom door before the dust settled. Hermione was pressed against the far wall, her face white, her eyes enormous. She'd been crying, the streaked remnants of tears tracked down her cheeks, but the tears had stopped when the troll arrived and been replaced by a rigid, wide-eyed terror that made her look younger than her 11 years. Harry dropped to one knee in front of her. His wand, the U-wand, he realized, which he shouldn't be holding in front of witnesses, went back into the holster with a flick of his wrist. He pulled the holly wand from his pocket instead. The switch took less than a second. Hermione. Are you hurt? Let me see. His voice was calm, clinical, the voice of someone who had trained himself to manage crisis. He ran a diagnostic charm over her, a 4th-year spell, but it came out instinctively, and the golden light that swept over her body showed no injuries. I'm not, Hermione's voice was shaking. It's down. You're safe. Can you stand? She could. She stood, and Harry kept a hand on her arm until he was sure her legs were steady, and then Ron was there too, pale and wide-eyed. You okay? Ron asked. Listen, I'm sorry. About what I said earlier. About you having no friends. That was, phenomenally stupid. Hermione said, her voice still shaking but with a thread of steel running through it. Yeah. That. It was. I know. Running footsteps. McGonagall swept around the corner with Snape and Quirrell behind her, and the transformation was instantaneous. The corridor went from a private moment to a stage. McGonagall took in the scene, unconscious troll, 3 first-years, broken floor, bathroom stall hanging off its hinges. What on earth is going on here? McGonagall's voice could have cut glass. You could have been killed. Why aren't you in your dormitory? Harry stepped forward. Hermione didn't know about the troll, Professor. She was in the bathroom and missed the announcement. Ron and I came to find her. You came to find, Mr. Potter, do you have any idea how dangerous? Yes, Professor. I do. But leaving her here seemed more dangerous. McGonagall stared at him. Her mouth opened, then closed. Behind her, Snape was looking at the troll with an expression Harry couldn't read, something between suspicion and reluctant evaluation. Quirrell was pressed against the wall, whimpering, but Harry caught the moment when his eyes, not frightened at all, cold and calculating behind the performance, flicked to the back of Snape's legs, where a wound was visible through torn robes. Harry filed that away. Snape had gone to the 3rd-floor corridor tonight, not the dungeons. He'd gone to check on the trapdoor. Which meant Snape suspected Quirrell. Which meant Snape was an ally, whether he knew it or not. 5 points to Gryffindor, McGonagall said finally. For sheer dumb luck. And 5 points from Gryffindor, for sheer dumb recklessness. Now get back to your tower. All 3 of you. They went. In the corridor, walking 3 abreast with the unconscious troll behind them and the Gryffindor tower ahead, something shifted between them. Harry felt it, a click, a settling, the way pieces find their places in a puzzle. Ron, who had come without hesitation when Harry said Hermione was in danger. Hermione, who had nearly died and was already pulling herself together with a determination that was frankly awe-inspiring. Harry, who had fought a troll and won and was trying not to think too hard about how natural it had felt. You took that thing down in about 3 seconds, Ron said. 8. Whatever. You dropped a troll. A mountain troll. You're 11. It was mostly the club, Harry said. Trolls have thick skulls but not thick enough for their own weapons. Hermione looked at him. She'd stopped shaking, and her eyes were dry, and the analytical focus was coming back online. You used a concussive hex. That's not a first-year spell, Harry. It's not hard. It's a third-year spell. At minimum. I read ahead. You also cast a diagnostic charm on me. Fourth-year healing magic. I read very far ahead. Hermione held his gaze for 3 steps, 4, 5. Then she nodded once, slowly, and said, "Thank you. For coming to get me." "Always," Harry said, and meant it in ways he couldn't yet articulate. They climbed through the portrait hole into a common room full of excited, sugar-buzzing Gryffindors who hadn't heard about the bathroom encounter yet, and Ron went immediately to the food table because near-death experiences made him hungry, and Hermione sat down by the fire with a book she wasn't reading, and Harry sat next to her and they didn't talk, and the fire crackled, and outside the tower windows the first stars of November appeared over Hogwarts. November brought Quidditch, cold rain, and Dumbledore. The Quidditch match against Slytherin was Harry's first public test. He flew the Nimbus 2000 like it was an extension of his body, reveling in the speed and freedom, scanning the pitch for the snitch while the game raged below. Malfoy watched from the stands with an expression of sour envy. The Gryffindor stands screamed his name. The broom tried to kill him. It started subtly, a shudder, a hesitation in the turns, the Nimbus fighting his inputs like a horse being spooked. Then it escalated, the broom bucked, rolled, threw itself into a barrel spin that would have launched any normal rider into free fall. Harry clamped his thighs and hung on with physical strength and magical will, his mind racing through possibilities. Not a malfunction. A jinx. Someone was cursing his broom. He scanned the crowd while clinging to a violently convulsing broomstick 100 feet above the ground. Staff section. He found Snape first. The man was staring directly at him, lips moving, eyes unblinking. Textbook jinx behavior. But Harry looked past him and found Quirrell, also staring, also mouthing words, and the scar on Harry's forehead lit up like a live wire. Not Snape. Quirrell. Snape was performing the counter-jinx. Snape was trying to save him. Harry made a decision in the space between one heartbeat and the next. He stopped fighting the broom, reversed his approach entirely, pouring his own magic into the Nimbus, flooding the jinx with enough raw power to overload it. The broom screamed, brooms didn't scream, but this one did, a high thin sound of stressed enchantments, and then stabilized with a jolt that nearly cracked Harry's teeth. He hung in the air for 1 second. 2. The snitch glinted 40 feet below and to the left, hovering near the base of the Slytherin goalposts. Harry dove. Not a careful controlled dive but a full vertical plummet, the Nimbus cutting through the air like a javelin, the ground rushing up, the wind tearing tears from his eyes. He pulled up at the last possible moment, his feet skimming the grass, and his hand closed around the snitch. Gryffindor erupted. Harry landed, held up the struggling golden ball, and grinned. The grin was real. The near-death experience was already being filed away for later analysis. In the staff section, Quirrell had stopped chanting. His face was pleasantly confused, the stammering professor persona firmly in place. But for one unguarded second, his eyes met Harry's across the pitch, and what Harry saw in them was not confusion at all. It was fury. "I know what you are," Harry thought at him, though he didn't use legitimacy, too risky, too detectable. "And I know what's under that turban." The rest of November and December passed in a blur of classes, training, and careful observation. Harry watched Quirrell the way a naturalist watches a predator through glass, cataloging behaviors, tracking patterns, building a complete picture. Quirrell's stammer was inconsistent. It disappeared when he was alone. Harry confirmed this using a listening charm placed on the defense classroom during off hours. Quirrell visited the third-floor corridor at night. Harry tracked this through the portraits, which were far more gossipy than the staff realized. And Quirrell's turban radiated a dark magical signature that Harry could feel through his scar whenever he was within 30 feet, a signature he recognized intimately, because it was the same magic that lived behind his own forehead. Voldemort. Parasitic, weakened, attached to the back of Quirrell's skull like a spiritual leech. Feeding off Quirrell's life force. Driving him toward the Philosopher's Stone, which Dumbledore had hidden in the castle in what Harry suspected was a deliberate trap. Harry could have ended it. He could have walked into Dumbledore's office with the truth: Quirrell is possessed by Voldemort. The stone is what he's after. Here's how to stop him. He didn't. Because Dumbledore already knew. Harry was certain of it. The old man had hired Quirrell knowing what he carried, had placed the stone in the castle as bait, and was using the entire situation as a test of Voldemort's capabilities, of Harry's potential, of whether the prophecy's chosen one would rise to the challenge. Harry was being tested. And he intended to pass. But on his own terms. Christmas at Hogwarts was a revelation. Harry had never had a Christmas. The Dursleys celebrated enthusiastically, trees, lights, presents, turkey, but Harry's role had always been to cook the dinner and watch from the cupboard while Dudley demolished a mountain of gifts. The holiday had always been a reminder of exclusion. Hogwarts was different. The castle transformed. 12 enormous Christmas trees in the Great Hall, decorated with real fairies and icicles that never melted. Suits of armor that sang carols, badly. Snowball fights on the grounds that turned magical. Fred Weasley enchanted a snowball to chase Quirrell's turban around the castle, which Harry found funnier than he should have. Ron went home for the holiday. Hermione went to her parents. Harry stayed, and the nearly empty castle became his kingdom for 2 weeks. On Christmas morning, he woke to presents at the foot of his bed. Presents. For him. He stared at the small pile for a long time before touching it. Hagrid had sent a wooden flute, hand-carved and slightly lopsided. Ron's mother, a woman Harry had never met, had sent a hand-knitted sweater in Gryffindor red with an H on the front, and a box of homemade fudge. Hermione had sent a book, Notable Magical Names of Our Time, with a note that said, "You're already in here. I think you should know what they're saying about you. HGPS. The chapter on you is mostly wrong. We should correct it." And there was one more package. No card, no sender. Just a note in thin, slanting handwriting: "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." Harry unwrapped it and found a cloak, shimmering, fluid, made of material that seemed to be woven from moonlight and water. He knew what it was before he put it on. The invisibility cloak. One of the 3 Deathly Hallows. Riddle had wanted this cloak desperately. He'd searched for the Hallows in his youth, found one, the Resurrection Stone, which he'd turned into a Horcrux without understanding what it truly was, and coveted the others. The knowledge burned in Harry's stolen library: the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, the Cloak of Invisibility. 3 objects of legendary power, united only in a fairy tale. Harry held the cloak and felt its weight, physical and otherwise. Dumbledore had sent this. The handwriting was his. And the message was clear: "I'm giving you a tool, a gift, a gesture of trust. See how you use it. Always testing. Always watching." Harry used it that very night. He draped the cloak over his shoulders and walked through the silent castle like a ghost, his feet soundless on the cold stone. He wasn't going anywhere specific, he just wanted to feel the freedom of it, the intoxicating invisibility, the ability to move through the world unseen and untouchable. But the castle had plans for him. He found the mirror in an unused classroom on the 4th floor. He wasn't looking for it, or maybe he was, because Riddle's memories contained fragmentary references to a magical mirror at Hogwarts that showed the viewer their deepest desire, and Harry's subconscious had been nudging him toward it all evening. The Mirror of Erist. It was tall, ornate, gold-framed, with an inscription carved across the top that Harry read backward without effort, "I show not your face but your heart's desire." It stood alone in the empty classroom, its surface dark and waiting. Harry took off the cloak. He stepped in front of the mirror. He expected to see his parents. Every orphan fantasy he'd ever had, every lonely night in the cupboard, every moment of wondering what James and Lily Potter looked like, it all pointed to one desire: to see them, to know them, to have them back. But the mirror didn't show him his parents. It showed him Harry. Just Harry. Older, maybe 16 or 17, standing in sunlight. No scar. No burning behind his forehead. No fragment whispering in the dark. His face was clear and unmarked and free. And he wasn't alone. There were people around him. He couldn't make out faces, not clearly, but he could feel them. Friends. Family. People who knew him, all of him, every secret and every scar, and chose to stay. The feeling radiating from the mirror's image was warmth, belonging, home, not a place but a state of being. Harry stared at the image for a long time. His throat ached. His eyes burned. The boy in the mirror smiled at him, and it was the smile of someone who had made it through. Who had survived. Harry pressed his hand to the glass. It was cold and smooth and absolutely real, and the boy on the other side pressed back, and for one moment they were the same person standing in different worlds. Then Harry let his hand drop. He stepped back. He picked up the cloak and wrapped it around himself and left the classroom without looking back. He didn't return to the mirror. He understood the danger. Riddle's memories showed him others who had wasted away before the mirror of Erist, trapped by desire, consumed by longing. The mirror was a drug, and Harry had too much to do to become an addict. But the image stayed with him. The boy without the scar. The people who stayed. The sunlight. That was what he was fighting for. February. March. April. The year turned like a wheel, and Harry turned with it, playing his role, building his network, watching Quirrell circle closer and closer to the third-floor corridor. Hagrid, in a moment of catastrophic indiscretion, revealed that the trapdoor was guarded by his three-headed dog Fluffy, and that music put it to sleep. Harry already knew this. Riddle's memories of Hogwarts included references to magical beasts on the grounds, but he let Hagrid tell it, because Hagrid's need to be helpful and included was one of the gentlest things Harry had ever encountered, and he didn't have the heart to take it away. He also learned, from the same conversation, that Hagrid had won a dragon egg from a stranger in a pub who had asked a lot of questions about Fluffy. What did he look like? Harry asked casually. Dunno. Kept his hood up. But he seemed dead interested in the dog. Quirrell. Harry was certain. The possessed professor had extracted the last piece of information he needed to get past the Guardians. The attempt on the stone was imminent. Harry could have gone to Dumbledore. He still chose not to, but for different reasons now. He'd been watching the headmaster all year, watching the way Dumbledore watched him, and he'd come to understand the shape of the test. Dumbledore wanted Harry to go through the trapdoor. Wanted him to face the obstacles, reach the stone, confront whatever waited at the end. It was a trial by fire, designed to measure Harry's courage, resourcefulness, and character. Probably also designed to put Harry in proximity to Voldemort's parasitic wraith, to see what happened when the connection between them was tested. Fine. Harry would take the test. But he'd take it his way. He spent 2 weeks preparing. The room of requirement became his war room, maps of the third-floor corridor based on the Marauder's map, borrowed from the twins under the pretext of a prank, research on each Guardian based on Riddle's knowledge and his own deductions, contingency plans for every scenario he could imagine. "You've been distracted lately," Hermione said one evening in the library. She was watching him over the top of her Transfiguration textbook with that look, the narrowed eyes, the tilted head. "Exams are coming up. You don't study for exams, Harry. You sit down, take them, and get top marks. Whatever you're doing at night when you think no one notices, that's not exam revision. Harry looked at her. She looked back. Neither of them blinked. I'm handling something, he said. I'll tell you about it when I can. Will you? Yes. When? When it's over. Hermione studied him for a moment longer. Then she said, if you need help. When you need help. I'm here. You know that. I know. Good. Because you have a disturbing tendency to act like you're the only person capable of handling things, and while I respect the confidence, I also find it deeply annoying. Harry laughed, a real laugh, startled out of him. Fair point. I'm full of fair points. It's one of my best qualities. She went back to her textbook. Harry went back to his planning. Under the table, their ankles were touching, and neither of them moved away. June. End of term. The pieces were in place. Harry went on a Thursday night because Quirrell would go on a Friday. He'd tracked the pattern, Quirrell's nighttime movements, his increasing agitation, the way his stammer had worsened in public while his private conversations, overheard through Harry's listening charms, had grown more focused and urgent. The voice from the back of his head, Voldemort's voice, raspy and commanding, had been pushing him all week. Tonight, do it tonight, the stone. But Quirrell was cautious. He wanted one more day. Harry would give him no more days. He went alone. He'd considered bringing Ron and Hermione, their abilities were genuine, and having backup was tactically sound. But the risks were too high. Whatever was on the other side of that trapdoor was designed to be dangerous, and Harry wasn't willing to put his friends in a situation where his own strategic choices could get them killed. He would handle this. Then he would explain. The invisibility cloak got him past Filch and Mrs. Norris. The third-floor corridor was dark and silent. The door to Fluffy's room was locked, Alohomora opened it. Fluffy filled the room, 3 heads, each one as big as a dustbin, all of them awake, all of them growling. 6 yellow eyes fixed on the space where Harry stood invisible under the cloak. Harry pulled the wooden flute from his pocket, Hagrid's Christmas gift, fitting for a task involving Hagrid's dog, and played. He wasn't musical. The notes were rough, tuneless. But Fluffy's growling softened. The 3 heads drooped. One by one, the massive eyes closed, and the dog settled onto the floor with a ground-shaking thud, asleep. Harry moved the paw covering the trapdoor, opened the hatch, and dropped into the darkness below. Devil's snare caught him, thick, dark tendrils wrapping around his legs and torso. He relaxed immediately, letting his body go limp. The plant, sensing no struggle, loosened its grip. A burst of conjured sunlight finished the job, and the tendrils recoiled. The key room was next, hundreds of enchanted keys fluttering around a high-ceiling chamber, one old broom hovering by the wall. Harry spotted the correct key in seconds, large, silver, with a bent wing, old-fashioned to match the iron door at the far end. He mounted the broom, chased the key with the easy precision of a seeker, caught it, and landed. The chess room. A full-sized wizard's chess set, the pieces towering over Harry, the board stretching across the entire chamber. Ron would have loved this. Ron would have seen the patterns instantly, would have strategized and sacrificed and won through tactical brilliance. Harry didn't play chess. Harry walked across the board. The white pieces turned toward him. The queen raised her stone sword. Harry met her carved eyes and cast a silent confundus at the enchantment animating the set, not at any individual piece but at the underlying magic that governed the game's rules. The charm slid into the enchantment like a key into a lock, and the pieces hesitated. Their movements became sluggish, confused. The queen lowered her sword. The pawns shuffled aimlessly. Harry walked through. It wasn't elegant. It wasn't brave. It was efficient. The troll room held a second troll, already unconscious, taken out by whoever had been here before Harry setting up the challenges. He stepped past it. Snape's room, a logic puzzle. 7 bottles, a sheet of riddles, flames blocking the exits. Harry read the riddle once, identified the correct bottle immediately, the logic was sound but not complex, and he had riddles pattern recognition skills running in the background, and drank the smallest bottle. The fire parted. He stepped through into the final chamber. The mirror of Eriste stood in the center of the room. It was the same, ornate, gold-framed, waiting. But the room was different, cold, torchlit, and empty. No Quirrell. Harry was ahead of schedule. He walked to the mirror and looked into it. Same image, the older Harry, scarless, surrounded by warmth and belonging. But this time, the Harry in the mirror did something new. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, rough red stone. He held it up, smiled, and put it back. Harry felt weight appear in his own pocket. He reached in and pulled out the Philosopher's Stone. Small. Red. Warm in his palm. The thing that Nicholas Flamel had spent 600 years protecting. The thing that could produce the elixir of life and turn lead to gold. The thing Voldemort needed to return to full power. Harry held it and thought about what it represented. Immortality. The stone could extend life indefinitely, the same goal Voldemort had pursued through Horcruxes, but without the soul-shredding cost. Flamel had achieved through patience and craftsmanship what Riddle had sought through murder. There was a lesson in that. Harry filed it away. He pocketed the stone. He turned to leave. The door opened. Quirrell walked in. Without his turban. The back of his head was visible, and pressed against the back of his skull, like a face pushing through clay, was another face. Chalk white. Red-eyed. Lipless. A face Harry had seen in 1,000 stolen memories, the face of Tom Marvolo Riddle in his final, inhuman form. Voldemort. Quirrell saw Harry and stopped. His expression cycled through surprise, calculation, and a cold readiness. The stammer was gone. The bumbling professor persona was gone. What remained was a competent, ruthless wizard who had been walking through the forbidden forest drinking unicorn blood to keep his master alive. Potter. Quirrell's voice was flat. I didn't expect you. I know, Harry said. The stone. Quirrell's eyes went to Harry's pocket. You have it. I do. Give it to me. Harry tilted his head. He didn't look at Quirrell. He looked past him, at the face on the back of his skull. Hello, Tom, Harry said. The chamber temperature dropped. The torches flickered. Quirrell stiffened as the parasite on the back of his head stirred, and when it spoke, the voice was high, cold, and unmistakable. Let me speak to him, face to face. Master, you're not strong enough, I have strength enough for this. Quirrell reached up and unwound his turban with shaking hands. He turned around slowly, and the face of Lord Voldemort looked at Harry from the back of Quirrell's head with eyes that burned like red coals. Harry Potter, Voldemort said. The voice was a whisper, but it filled the room. The boy who lived. You have something of mine. Several things, actually, Harry said. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. What? Harry let his occlumency slip. Just the outermost layer, not enough to expose his secrets but enough to let the connection between them flare. The scar blazed. The fragment behind his forehead surged toward its master, and Harry felt the Dark Lord's presence crash against his mind like a wave. And in that moment of connection, Harry pushed a single thought outward, an image. A diary with a black cover. A ring set with a black stone. A golden cup. A silver diadem. A locket. A snake. Objects pulsing with fragmented soul light, arranged in a row like evidence. The Horcruxes. He held the image for exactly 2 seconds. Then he slammed his shield shut. The silence that followed was absolute. Voldemort's face had gone rigid, the red eyes wide, the lipless mouth frozen. For the first time in decades, Tom Marvolo Riddle was experiencing genuine, unfiltered shock. "You," the whisper cracked. "How do you? I know everything, Tom," Harry said. He kept his voice level, calm, the voice of someone holding all the cards. "I know what they are. I know where they are. I know how you made them and what it cost you. I know about the diary and the ring and the cup and the locket and the diadem. I know about Nagini. And I know about the one you didn't mean to make." Harry touched his scar. Voldemort's face contorted. Rage and fear and something that might have been awe twisted through his stolen features, and when he spoke, the word came out like a curse. "Impossible. Your soul is in my head, Tom. Has been for 10 years. It talks in its sleep. Kill him." Voldemort screamed, and Quirrell spun, wand raised, face twisted with desperate fury. What followed was not a duel between equals. Quirrell was a competent wizard but not a great one, and his body was failing, months of parasitic possession had drained him, and the unicorn blood that kept him upright was a stopgap, not a cure. Harry was an 11-year-old with the combat training of a Dark Lord and reflexes honed by hundreds of hours in the Room of Requirement. Harry sidestepped Quirrell's first curse, a killing curse, no less, the green bolt splashing harmlessly against the wall, and responded with a chain of 3 spells cast so fast they blurred together. A disarming charm ripped Quirrell's wand from his hand. A binding hex wrapped invisible chains around his torso. A concussive blast threw him backward into the mirror of Eriste, which cracked but didn't shatter. Quirrell hit the floor, bound and wandless. Harry stood over him with the U-wand pointed at his chest. "It's over," Harry said. "It is never over," Voldemort hissed from the back of Quirrell's head. "You cannot kill me, boy. You know that. You know what I've done to ensure my immortality. I will return. I will always return." "I know," Harry said. "That's why I'm not trying to kill you tonight." He channeled magic through the scar connection, not an attack but a pulse, a resonance, using the fragment in his head as a conduit. The magic was his mother's, sacrificial, protective, anathema to everything Voldemort was. It poured through the connection and into Quirrell's possessed body, and Quirrell screamed, a sound that had nothing human in it, the shriek of dark magic being burned away by something pure. Voldemort's wraith tore free. It erupted from Quirrell's skull in a cloud of black smoke and agonized screaming, formless and furious, and it slammed against the chamber's walls and ceiling, looking for purchase, looking for a host. It found Harry. The wraith dove at him, and the connection between them blazed white-hot, and Harry felt the thing that lived behind his scar reach for its master, straining toward reunion, and Harry held it back with everything he had. Every acclimancy wall. Every ounce of will. Every memory of warmth and friendship and belonging that the fragment couldn't touch. The wraith howled. It clawed at Harry's shields, at his mind, at the very fabric of his soul, and for one terrible, eternal second, the world was nothing but darkness and cold and the screaming of a broken spirit. Then something else happened. The connection between Harry and the wraith, the Horcrux link, the bridge between fragment and source, opened wider than it ever had, and through it, Harry felt something that wasn't Voldemort. Something that existed on the other side of the connection, in the space between souls, in the gap that Voldemort had torn when he first split himself apart. It was vast. It was cold. It was empty, not the absence of something but absence itself, given form and hunger. It pressed against the tear in reality like water against a crack in a dam, and for one heartbeat, Harry stared into it and understood what he was seeing. The place beyond the veil. The space between life and death. And something in that space, something formless and ancient and hungry, was pressing through. The wraith fled. Whether it sensed the hollow or simply couldn't breach Harry's defenses, it tore away with a final shriek and vanished through the chamber wall, leaving nothing behind but a burnt smell and a silence so profound it rang. Harry stood alone in the chamber. Quirrell lay motionless on the floor, dead or dying, his body finally giving out. The mirror of Eriste was cracked. The torches were guttering. And the scar on Harry's forehead was bleeding, a thin line of red running down his face. But behind the scar, the fragment was quiet. Exhausted, maybe. Or frightened. Harry wiped the blood from his face. He looked at the cracked mirror. He looked at the stone in his pocket. Then he sat down on the cold stone floor and pressed his back against the wall and shook, not with fear but with the aftershock of adrenaline, of power, of looking into an abyss that hadn't been in any of his plans. The Hollow. That was new. That was terrifying. And that was a problem for another day. Footsteps on the stairs. Running. Someone was coming. Harry slipped the wand back into its holster and pulled the holly wand from his pocket. By the time Dumbledore swept into the chamber, robes billowing, wand blazing with light, Harry was sitting quietly by the wall with his official wand in his hand and the expression of a very tired, very brave little boy. "Professor," he said. "I think Professor Quirrell wasn't feeling well." Dumbledore's eyes swept the scene, Quirrell's body, the cracked mirror, the fading traces of dark magic in the air, and Harry, small, bloodied, calm. "So it would seem," the headmaster said softly. Harry woke in the hospital wing. Bright sunlight, white sheets, the smell of healing potions. Every surface within arm's reach was covered in sweets and cards and gifts from what appeared to be the entire student body. He lay still for a moment, taking inventory. His body was sore but intact. His scar throbbed but was quiet, the fragment subdued, withdrawn, licking its wounds in the deep chambers of Harry's mindscape. The stone was gone from his pocket, which meant Dumbledore had taken it. A chair scraped. Harry turned his head and found the headmaster sitting beside his bed, dressed in robes of midnight blue, his half-moon spectacles reflecting the window light. "Harry," Dumbledore said warmly. "How are you feeling?" "Like I fought a Dark Lord and won," Harry said, allowing a small smile. "Or at least drew." Dumbledore chuckled. "A fair assessment. Professor Quirrell did not survive the encounter, I'm afraid. The parasitic presence that had been sustaining him also appears to have fled." "Voldemort," Harry said, watching carefully. Dumbledore didn't flinch at the name. "Yes. Lord Voldemort. Or what remains of him." He paused, choosing his next words with the precision of a man who had been choosing words carefully for a very long time. "I wonder, Harry, if you might tell me what happened in that chamber." Harry had prepared for this. The story he told was true, mostly. He described finding the mirror, obtaining the stone, encountering Quirrell, seeing Voldemort's face. He described the confrontation in broad strokes, emphasizing his fear, his desperation, the protective magic that had burned Quirrell. What he left out, the wand. The Horcrux knowledge. The deliberate provocation. The Hollow. "Extraordinary," Dumbledore murmured when he finished. "The protection your mother left in your blood, it seems it extends beyond merely surviving the killing curse. Quirrell could not touch you without suffering." "Why?" Harry asked, though he knew. "Because your mother died to save you, Harry. Love like that, love that manifests as sacrifice, leaves a mark. Not a scar." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "A shield." They sat in comfortable silence for a moment. Then Harry said, very carefully, "Professor. The stone should be destroyed." Dumbledore's twinkle dimmed, just slightly. He studied Harry for a long moment. "It already has been, my boy. Nicholas and I have discussed the matter. The stone has been destroyed. Nicholas has enough elixir to set his affairs in order, and then he will die." Harry nodded. 600 years of life, ending by choice. There was dignity in that, the willingness to accept death when the time came, rather than clinging to life through increasingly desperate means. Flamel understood something Voldemort never would. "I have one more question," Dumbledore said. "If you'll indulge an old man." Of course, sir. How did you know to go through the trapdoor? The obstacles were designed to be a challenge, but they were also designed to be secret. Only the staff knew about the stone's protections. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. The old man's gaze was gentle, penetrating, and very, very patient. I noticed things, Harry said. The three-headed dog. Quirrell's behavior. Hagrid's comments about Nicholas Flamel. I put pieces together. Indeed. Dumbledore smiled. You remind me of your parents. Both of them. Your mother's intelligence and your father's courage. The compliment was genuine. Harry could feel it. But underneath the warmth, there was something else, a probe, a question, a whisper of doubt. Dumbledore suspected that Harry's explanation was incomplete. But he couldn't prove it, and pushing harder would risk the relationship he was carefully building. They understood each other. And they didn't trust each other. The chess match had begun. Thank you, Professor, Harry said, smiling. For everything. Rest, Harry. Your friends are most anxious to see you. Dumbledore left. Harry lay back on his pillows and stared at the ceiling. Quirrell was dead. The stone was destroyed. Voldemort's wraith was loose in the world, weakened and furious. And somewhere beyond the fabric of reality, something vast and hungry was pressing against the tears a broken soul had made. Harry had a year to prepare for whatever came next. He intended to use every second. The door burst open and Ron came in first, followed by Hermione, and behind them Neville carrying a get-well card, and behind him the Weasley twins arguing about whether it was appropriate to bring dung bombs to a hospital visit. You absolute lunatic, Hermione said, sitting on the edge of his bed with an expression that was equal parts fury and relief. You went alone. After everything I said about asking for help, you went alone. I was handling something, Harry said. You were handling a troll on Halloween and a Dark Lord last night. There is a difference between handling things and having a death wish, Harry Potter. She's been practicing that speech since yesterday, Ron confided. There are footnotes. There are not footnotes. There are definitely footnotes. Harry looked at his friends, at Ron's easy grin and Hermione's blazing eyes and Neville's shy wave and the twins' irrepressible energy, and the warmth that spread through his chest was exactly what the mirror of Eriste had shown him. Not his parents. Not the past. This. Them. Now. He was still smiling when Madame Pomfrey chased everyone out and forced him to drink a sleeping draught, and the last thing he thought before the potion pulled him under was, 1 down, 6 to go. The Horcrux count ticked in his mind like a clock counting toward an hour he couldn't yet see. The end-of-year feast was a golden blur. Gryffindor won the House Cup, boosted by last-minute points from Dumbledore that Harry suspected were awarded less for merit than for narrative, and the hall erupted in red and gold. Harry sat with his friends and ate and laughed and cheered, and it was real, all of it, the joy and the camaraderie and the sense of belonging. But underneath, in the quiet spaces behind his shields, he was planning. Summer at the Dursleys. He'd use the compulsion to keep the peace, the abandoned warehouse to keep training, and the Mindscape library to keep learning. He'd begin serious research into Horcrux removal and the entity he'd glimpsed through the connection. He'd access the Potter family vault and study the grimoires. He'd prepare. Because Voldemort was out there, formless and furious, searching for a way back to power. And the Horcruxes, 6 of them, not counting the fragment in Harry's head, were scattered across Britain, each one an anchor holding the Dark Lord to the world of the living. And behind the Horcruxes, behind Voldemort, behind the whole sordid war that was coming whether anyone believed it or not, something else was stirring. The hollow. The void. The absence that pressed against the tears in reality and hungered for entry. Harry had faced Voldemort and won. But Voldemort was human, broken, twisted, diminished, but human. The hollow was something else entirely. The Hogwarts Express carried them back to London on a June morning warm with summer. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione and watched the countryside roll past and felt the bittersweet ache of leaving home. "Write to us," Hermione said at King's Cross, hugging him fiercely. "Promise." "Every week." "Every week," Harry said. Ron shook his hand, then pulled him into an awkward one-armed hug that was better than any handshake. "Mum says you're welcome at ours anytime." "She means it." "I know she does." Harry walked through the barrier alone. Vernon's car was waiting, engine running, the man's face visible through the windshield like a storm cloud. Harry got in. He buckled his seatbelt. He looked out the window at the world of muggles and commuters and ordinary people going about their ordinary lives, and he carried his secrets like stones in his pockets, heavy and sharp and necessary. Behind his scar, the fragment stirred. "You think you've won something," it whispered. "No," Harry thought. "I think I've started something." The car pulled into traffic. London fell away behind them. And Harry Potter, 11 years old, Gryffindor, Seeker, Horcrux, Thief of Souls, went back to the cupboard under the stairs to prepare for war. Chapter 3, The Heir of Two Bloods. The summer between first and second year was the longest of Harry's life, and the busiest. He returned to Privet Drive and fell into the old rhythms, cupboard, chores, Dursleys, but the rhythms were different now because Harry was different. The compulsion work he'd laid on Vernon and Petunia the previous summer had settled into something stable, almost self-sustaining, a gentle background hum in their minds that translated to "ignore the boy, let him be, don't think about it too hard." They didn't hit him. They didn't lock the cupboard. They barely looked at him. Dudley, who had always been more resistant to subtle magic, sheer thickness of skull, Harry theorized, still gave him the occasional shove in passing. But even Dudley had noticed that something about his cousin had changed, and the primitive survival instinct buried under all that pudding told him to steer clear. Harry had the house to himself most days. Vernon at work, Petunia at her garden club, Dudley terrorizing the neighborhood. He ate properly, cooked his own meals in the kitchen, took what he wanted from the fridge, sat at the table like a person. Small things. Revolutionary things. The nights belonged to the warehouse. He'd reinforced the wards over the summer, layering muggle-repelling charms with notice-me-not enchantments and a modified Fidelius variation that was technically beyond Newt level but which Riddle's memories provided in crystalline detail. The warehouse was invisible, inaudible, and unfindable to anyone who wasn't Harry Potter. Inside, he trained. Combat drills with the U-wand. Spell chains that mixed offensive and defensive magic in fluid sequences. Apparition theory, he couldn't practice the actual spell yet, his magical core wasn't mature enough, but the theoretical framework was there. Ward construction. Curse breaking. Healing magic that went beyond diagnostics into actual tissue repair. And the Potter grimoires. He'd retrieved them from the family vault during a carefully planned trip to Diagon Alley in July, traveling by night bus under a glamour that changed his hair color and hid his scar. The vault had given him more than grimoires. There were goblin-forged artifacts, a set of dueling bracers that enhanced shield magic, and a family ring that hummed with protective enchantments when he slipped it on. But the grimoires were the real treasure. The Potter family had specialized in two branches of magic for centuries, protective enchantments and combat transfiguration. The protective work was extraordinary, ward schemes that drew power from blood, from love, from the intent of the caster, creating shields that were as much emotional as magical. Harry recognized the foundation of his mother's sacrifice in these pages. Lily Potter hadn't invented the magic that saved Harry's life. She'd perfected it, drawing on a family tradition that went back generations, pouring everything, love, will, life itself, into a single moment of protection. The combat transfiguration was different. Where the protective magic was warm, the combat work was cold and precise, techniques for reshaping the battlefield mid-duel, turning stone to water to acid to fire in fluid chains, transmuting the air itself into barriers or weapons. James Potter's notes were in every margin, and his handwriting was nothing like Harry had imagined. It was loose, untidy, occasionally interrupted by doodled antlers or small cartoons of a rat, a dog, and a werewolf. The Marauders. Harry's father and his friends. One of them a traitor. One of them in prison for a crime he didn't commit. One of them living as a monster, alone and afraid. Harry added Sirius Black and Remus Lupin to his mental list of things to fix. But first, the Horcruxes. He spent July mapping them. 7 fragments, 7 anchors, 7 pieces of Tom Riddle's shattered soul holding him to the world. Harry had the locations of most of them from Riddle's memories, the diary, currently in Lucius Malfoy's possession, hidden in a secret compartment under the drawing room floor at Malfoy Manor. The ring, in the ruins of the Gaunt family shack, near Little Hangleton, protected by powerful curses and a compulsion enchantment that would drive the finder to put it on. The locket, originally hidden in a sea cave, but Riddle's memories ended before its retrieval by Regulus Black. Harry's research suggested it might be at number 12, Grimmauld Place, the Black family home. The cup, in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. One of the most secure locations in the wizarding world. The diadem, hidden in the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts, buried in the Room of Hidden Things behind centuries of accumulated junk. Nagini, not yet a Horcrux, as far as Harry could tell. That would come later, after Voldemort's return to a body. And the fragment in Harry's scar. 7 targets. 2 he could reach easily, the diadem was at Hogwarts, and the diary would be in place soon if Lucius Malfoy followed the pattern Harry expected. 2 required significant preparation, the ring and the locket. 2 were nearly impossible, the cup in Gringotts and Nagini, who was with Voldemort's wraith. And 1 was in his own skull. He needed a weapon first. Something that could destroy a Horcrux. Basilisk venom was the obvious choice. A basilisk's venom was one of the few substances destructive enough to damage a Horcrux beyond magical repair. It destroyed so thoroughly that even the soul fragment couldn't survive. And there was a basilisk under Hogwarts, sleeping in the Chamber of Secrets, waiting for the heir of Slytherin to call it forth. Harry was, through the fragment in his scar, functionally the heir of Slytherin. He could open the chamber. He could command the snake. The plan took shape over the summer, assembling itself piece by piece like a puzzle solving itself. He would intercept the diary before it could do harm. He would enter the chamber and deal with the basilisk. He would use the venom to destroy the diary, and he would preserve enough venom for the other Horcruxes. It was a good plan. Clean, efficient, achievable. It went sideways almost immediately. The house elf appeared in Harry's bedroom on a Tuesday evening in late July. Harry had graduated from the cupboard to Dudley's second bedroom, not through any generosity on the Dursleys' part but through a quiet rearrangement of Vernon's priorities via compulsion. The room was small, cluttered with Dudley's broken toys, but it had a door that locked from the inside and a window that opened, and to Harry it was a palace. He was reading a Potter grimoire on bloodward theory when the air in the center of the room cracked and a small figure materialized on top of Dudley's broken television. The creature was barely 2 feet tall, with enormous green eyes, bat-like ears, and a pillowcase for clothing. It stood on the television trembling like a leaf in a gale, its spindly fingers twisted together, its expression a complicated mixture of terror, determination, and awe. "Harry Potter," the creature said, its voice a thin, reedy whisper. "Such an honor it is." Harry closed the grimoire calmly. He knew what this was, house elf, one of the magical servitor species bound to old wizarding families. Riddle's memories contained extensive knowledge of house elf magic, which was different from wizard magic in fundamental ways, wandless, instinctive, capable of bypassing most wards. "Hello," Harry said. "What's your name?" The elf's enormous eyes went wider. It was, Harry realized, shocked at being asked. "Dobby, sir." "Just Dobby." "Dobby the house elf." "It's nice to meet you, Dobby. Would you like to sit down?" Dobby burst into tears. The sobbing was spectacular, full body, racking, accompanied by a stream of snot and the occasional self-flagellating slap to his own ears. Harry waited patiently. He'd learned from Riddle's memories that house elves were often treated as furniture by their owners, and that simple courtesy could shatter them. Dobby has never been asked to sit down by a wizard, never been spoken to as an equal. "You're a guest in my room," Harry said. "Guest sit." Dobby sat on the floor, because he apparently couldn't process the concept of using a chair, but he sat, and the crying subsided to hiccuping sniffles. "Now," Harry said gently. "Why are you here, Dobby?" The story came out in fragments, interrupted by fresh bouts of crying and self-punishment. Dobby served a wizarding family, he couldn't say which one, the binding magic prevented it, but Harry didn't need him to say it. A house elf this terrified, this abused, with access to information about threats to Harry Potter. The Malfoys. There is a plot, Harry Potter. A plot to make terrible things happen at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year. Harry Potter must not go back to school. Harry leaned forward. "What kind of terrible things?" "Dobby cannot say, sir. Dobby has already said too much." He grabbed his ears and pulled, hard. "Bad Dobby, bad," Harry caught his wrists. "Gently, carefully, the way you'd handle something fragile. Don't hurt yourself. Please. I'm not going to make you tell me anything you can't." Dobby froze. His enormous eyes locked onto Harry's hands, the hands that were holding his wrists without squeezing, without hurting. The hands of a wizard who was touching him as if he mattered. "Harry Potter is as great as Dobby has heard," the elf whispered. "As noble. As kind." "I'm working on the kind part," Harry said honestly. "Dobby, I appreciate the warning. I really do. But I have to go back to Hogwarts. There are people there who need me, and things I need to do. But the danger, I know about the danger. More than you think." Harry paused, choosing his words carefully. "Your family has something, don't they? Something dangerous. Something they're planning to use at Hogwarts." Dobby's face went through 17 emotions in 2 seconds. "Dobby cannot, Dobby is not permitted, you don't have to confirm it. Just nod if I'm right." The tiniest nod. So small it could have been a tremor. "I'll handle it," Harry said. "I promise. And Dobby, when this is over, I'm going to help you. I'm going to free you from whoever owns you." Dobby stared at him. The enormous green eyes filled with tears again, but different tears, not grief or fear but something raw and blazing desperate. Harry Potter would do that? For Dobby. For Dobby. Personally. The elf vanished with a crack, leaving behind a faint shimmer of magic and the echo of a sob that might have been gratitude. Harry sat on his bed and thought about Lucius Malfoy's diary. The plan hadn't changed: intercept it before it could do damage. But Dobby's visit confirmed the timeline. Malfoy would plant the diary this year, probably on a student, probably at the start of term. Harry needed to be ready. September 1st. King's Cross Station. The familiar rush of the platform, the scarlet engine, the chaos of families saying goodbye. Harry found Ron and Hermione in their usual compartment. The reunion was warm. Hermione had written every week as promised, long letters full of questions about magical theory that Harry answered carefully, revealing enough to keep the conversation brilliant and not enough to raise alarms. Ron's letters had been shorter, cheerful, full of Quidditch scores and complaints about Percy. "Good summer?" Ron asked, already unwrapping a sandwich. "Productive," Harry said. "That's a weird answer." "It's a Harry answer," Hermione said, settling into the seat across from Harry with her book bag, which appeared to contain approximately 40 pounds of reading material. "He's being mysterious again." "I'm not mysterious. I'm private. Those are the same thing when you do them." Harry conceded the point with a half-smile. Through the compartment window, he watched the platform. Families hugging, students loading trunks, the controlled chaos of departure. His eyes found the Malfoys, Lucius, tall and pale and immaculate, speaking to Draco in low tones. Narcissa stood slightly behind, her beautiful face carefully blank. And in Lucius's hand, held casually, almost carelessly, like something he might drop, a black leather diary. Harry watched as Lucius spoke to Draco. Watched Draco nod and take the diary and slip it into his bag. Watched the slight curl of satisfaction on Lucius's lips. Not a student. His own son. Lucius Malfoy was using his own child as a weapon. The plan adjusted instantly. Harry had expected Lucius to plant the diary on an unsuspecting student, slip it into someone's cauldron at Flourish and Blots, perhaps. Instead, Draco would carry it into Hogwarts. Which meant Harry needed to get it away from Draco before the diary could get its hooks into anyone. He had an idea. It wasn't elegant. But it would work. The sorting, the feast, the first week of classes, familiar rhythms, second verse. Harry settled back into the Hogwarts routine with the ease of someone returning to a well-practiced game. Classes were still too slow, but he'd perfected the art of appearing challenged while solving problems in his sleep. His friendships deepened, Ron's loyalty had crystallized over the summer into something unshakable, and Hermione had returned from her holiday with a new intensity, as if she'd spent the entire break preparing to be better at everything. The new defense against the dark arts professor was Gilderoy Lockhart, and he was spectacular in all the wrong ways. Handsome, vain, radiantly incompetent, the man couldn't cast a proper shield charm but could deliver a 40-minute lecture on the precise shade of lilac in his award-winning smile. His classes were theater, not education, and Harry sat through them with the specific patience of someone who has studied real combat magic and is watching a clown perform surgery. Hermione, to Harry's private amusement, had initially been starstruck by Lockhart's books. This lasted exactly one class. He released Cornish pixies and then couldn't control them, she told Harry afterward, her voice vibrating with the particular fury of someone who has been disappointed by an authority figure. He set them loose and hid behind his desk. His books are lies. All of them. I checked, the timelines don't even work. He claims to have been in 2 different countries on the same date in 3 separate books. You cross-referenced his travel claims? Obviously. Harry grinned. And people say I'm the one with trust issues. Your trust issues are warranted. My investigation was scholarly. Harry dealt with the diary problem in the second week of term. He waited for a Quidditch practice. Draco had made the Slytherin team, bought his way on with new Nimbus 2001 brooms for the whole squad, and while the Slytherins were on the pitch, Harry used the invisibility cloak and a disillusionment charm to enter the Slytherin dormitory. It was a calculated risk. The Slytherin common room was in the dungeons, behind a wall that required a password. Harry didn't have the password, but he had Riddle's knowledge of the castle's architecture and a secondary entrance through the plumbing system that Riddle himself had used 60 years ago. The passage was narrow, damp, and thoroughly unpleasant, but it deposited Harry in a storage room adjacent to the common room, and from there the dormitory was 30 seconds away. Draco's trunk was under his bed. The diary was wrapped in a silk handkerchief, tucked between a stack of dress robes and a framed photograph of the Malfoy family looking expensive and unhappy. Harry took the diary and replaced it with a transfigured copy, identical in appearance, but blank. Ordinary. If Draco checked, he'd see a diary. If he wrote in it, nothing would answer. Harry left the way he came, the real diary burning against his chest like a hot coal. Back in the room of requirement, he sat cross-legged on the floor and held the diary in both hands and felt it. It pulsed. The fragment in his scar recognized its sibling instantly. Harry felt the Horcrux in his head surge toward the one in his hands, straining against his occlumency shields like a dog on a leash. The diary was warm, almost alive, and it radiated a magnetic pull that went beyond the physical, a whisper at the edges of his consciousness, velvet smooth and seductive. Open me, the diary said. Not in words. In feeling. In instinct. Right in me. Talk to me. I understand you. I'm the only one who understands. Harry held the diary and stared at it and felt the pull and understood exactly what it was designed to do. This was Tom Riddle at 16, charming, brilliant, a predator who wore empathy like a mask. The diary was engineered to find lonely, vulnerable people and give them what they craved: attention, validation, a confidant who never judged. It would draw out their secrets, feed on their emotional energy, and slowly, inch by inch, possess them. He could drain it. The same way he'd drain the fragment in his scar, open the connection, reverse the flow, steal every memory and piece of knowledge the diary contained. More power. More information. More of Tom Riddle's arsenal. The temptation was a physical thing. Harry felt it in his chest, in his hands, in the part of his brain that had been shaped by 3 years of nightly raids on Riddle's library. Take it. You've earned it. You need every advantage you can get. The fragment behind his scar whispered its agreement. Yes. Take it. We deserve it. Harry sat with the diary in his hands for 7 hours. He sat through the afternoon, through dinner, which he skipped, through the evening, through the descent into night. The room of requirement was silent around him. The diary pulsed in his grip. The fragment whispered. At 2 in the morning, Harry put the diary down on the stone floor and looked at it. No, he said. He said it out loud because he needed to hear it. Because the fragment was not the only voice in his head urging him to consume, and some of those voices were his own, and he needed the word to exist in the real world, not just in his thoughts. He was not going to drain the diary. He was not going to absorb another piece of Tom Riddle's soul. The fragment in his scar was already more than enough, a constant pressure, a constant temptation, a darkness that never quite went away. Adding more would be insanity. It would be crossing a line that he would never be able to uncross. This was the line. This was where Harry Potter stopped being a thief and started being something else. He would destroy it. Properly. With basilisk venom. Which meant it was time to visit the Chamber of Secrets. Harry went down on a Friday night. The entrance was in the second-floor girls' bathroom, Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, named for the ghost of the girl who had died when Tom Riddle first opened the chamber 50 years ago. The irony was not lost on Harry. He was about to use Riddle's legacy to undo Riddle's work. Myrtle was floating near the ceiling when he arrived, translucent and perpetually 14, her expression set to its default mode of theatrical misery. "Oh," she said, peering down at him. "You again. The boy who's too polite. Nobody comes to visit me." "I'm visiting you now," Harry said. Myrtle's spectral face brightened marginally. "Really? You want to talk?" "Nobody ever wants to talk. They just come in here to cry or break things or, I need to use the sink, actually. But I'd love to talk afterward." Myrtle looked offended, then curious, then suspicious, then, when Harry walked to the specific sink that had never worked and examined the tiny serpent etched into the copper tap, terrified. "That sink," she whispered. "That's the one. That's where, that's how you died," Harry said gently. "I know. I'm sorry, Myrtle. What happened to you was wrong. And I'm going to make sure it doesn't happen to anyone else." Myrtle stared at him with wide, ghostly eyes. Then she nodded, once, and drifted to the far corner of the bathroom, watching from a safe distance. Harry looked at the serpent on the tap. He reached for the Parseltongue, the snake language that lived in his throat like a second voice, a gift from the fragment, from the connection, from the night Voldemort had accidentally made him something more than human. "Open," he said, and the word came out in a hiss that made the air shiver. The sink shuddered. The taps began to move, the sink separating and sinking into the floor, and a large pipe was revealed, wide enough for a person, descending into absolute darkness. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Harry cast a cushioning charm on himself and dropped in. The slide was long, dark, and coated with slime. It wound through the castle's foundations like a throat, and at the bottom Harry landed in a tunnel that stretched forward into blackness. The air was cold and damp and smelled like wet stone and something older, the musk of an ancient serpent, undisturbed for decades. He lit his wand, the U-wand, because down here there was no one to see, and walked forward. The tunnel was lined with carved serpents. Their stone eyes seemed to follow him. Water dripped from the ceiling in irregular rhythms. Harry's footsteps echoed, multiplied, returned to him as ghostly repetitions. He found the vault door, a massive circular seal carved with intertwined serpents, their emerald eyes glittering in his wand light. Another Parseltongue command, and the serpents writhed, separated, and the door swung open. The Chamber of Secrets. It was enormous. Cathedral vast, with towering pillars carved with more serpents rising to a ceiling lost in shadow. Green light filtered from somewhere, bioluminescent moss, Harry thought, or enchanted stone, giving the space an underwater quality. A long channel of dark water ran down the center, flanked by walkways of worn stone. At the far end, a massive stone face stared down from the wall, Salazar Slytherin himself, bearded and severe, mouth closed. Harry walked the length of the chamber. His footsteps were very loud in the silence. The fragment behind his scar was vibrating with recognition. This place was home to the piece of riddle that lived in Harry's head. It knew every stone, every shadow, every carved serpent. It had been here before, through Riddle's eyes, and it wanted to be here again. Harry stopped before the stone face. He looked up at Slytherin's carved mouth and felt the basilisk behind it, not with his eyes but with the Parseltongue sense, the reptilian awareness that the fragment had given him. Something massive and ancient was coiled in the space behind the statue, sleeping the deep sleep of centuries, waiting for a worthy heir to call it forth. This was the most dangerous moment. A basilisk's gaze was instant death. Even indirect eye contact through a reflection or a ghost could petrify. Harry had exactly one advantage, Parseltongue authority. Riddle had commanded this basilisk through the diary's influence, using the voice of Slytherin's heir. Harry carried that same authority, arguably more of it, since the fragment in his head was a direct piece of Slytherin's last descendant. But authority was not control. The basilisk was a thinking creature, old beyond reckoning, and it had its own will. Harry closed his eyes. He would not open them again until it was safe. "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four," he said in Parseltongue. The statue's mouth opened. Stone ground against stone, and Harry heard it, the vast dry rustle of scales against rock, the deep hiss of breath through a body the size of a locomotive. The basilisk was emerging. He felt it more than heard it, the displacement of air, the vibration through the stone floor, the presence of something immense settling in front of him. The basilisk's breath washed over him, warm, dry, smelling of dust and death in deep places. "Who calls?" The voice was a hiss deeper than thought, resonant with centuries of power. "Who dares wake the servant of Slytherin?" "I am the heir," Harry said, eyes still closed. "I carry the blood right. I carry the tongue." "You are small," the basilisk observed. "And young." The last heir was young too, when he first came. But he smelled different. He smelled of ambition and murder. "You smell of." A long, evaluating hiss. "Conflict. You are two things at once." "I am," Harry acknowledged. "I carry a piece of the last heir inside me. But I am not him." "No," the basilisk agreed. "You are not. He commanded me to hunt. To kill the mudbloods, the unworthy. I obeyed because the binding demanded it. But I was not made for hunting children." Harry felt something shift in the conversation, a crack in the ancient creature's obedience, a weariness that went bone deep. "How long have you been here?" Harry asked. "Since the founder placed me." 1,000 years, give or take a century. I have slept and woken and slept again. The air comes, commands, leaves. I sleep. I am tired, young speaker. I'm not here to command you to hunt, Harry said. I'm here to ask something of you. And then I'm here to release you. Silence. The basilisk's breath stopped. Even the dripping water seemed to pause. Release? You've served for 1,000 years. No creature should be bound forever. I need your venom, not much, a few drops, enough to destroy certain dark objects. In exchange, I'll break the binding enchantment. You can sleep in the deep tunnels under the lake. No more commands. No more hunting. Just rest. The silence stretched. Harry stood blind, his eyes shut tight, his heart pounding, aware that he was negotiating with a creature that could kill him with a glance. The last air promised nothing, the basilisk said finally. He took. He commanded. He never asked. A sound that might have been laughter, if serpents could laugh. You are strange, young speaker. Strange and dangerous. I accept your terms. The venom extraction was delicate work. The basilisk lowered its massive head, Harry felt the displaced air, the heat of the creature's body, and opened its mouth. Harry worked by touch, using a conjured vial and a careful hand, drawing venom from one of the hollow fangs. The liquid was thick, warm, and radiated a magical potency that made his skin tingle. He filled 3 vials. Sealed them with preservation charms. Tucked them into his bag. Then he spoke the words that broke the binding, a Parseltongue phrase embedded in the chamber's own enchantments, which Riddle had known but never used, because why would you free a weapon? The basilisk shuddered. The vast body shifted, coiled, and Harry felt the ancient creature turn away from him, heading toward the deep tunnels that ran beneath the lake. Moving slowly, like an old man finally allowed to sit down. Rest well, Harry said. Hunt well, young speaker, the basilisk replied. Whatever you are hunting, I hope you catch it. The sound of scales on stone receded into silence. The chamber was empty. Harry opened his eyes. The green light shimmered on the dark water. The stone face of Slytherin stared down at him, mouth still open, the chamber behind it empty for the first time in a millennium. He pulled the diary from his bag. He uncorked one of the vials. He held the diary over the venom and hesitated, not from doubt but from respect. This was a piece of a human soul, however twisted. It had once been part of a boy in an orphanage who'd been alone and afraid and had chosen power over connection. It was tragic, in its way. Harry poured the venom onto the diary. The book screamed. The sound was not physical, it was psychic, a shriek that ripped through the chamber and through Harry's mind, the fragment in his scar howling in sympathetic agony. Ink erupted from the diary like black blood, pooling on the stone floor. The pages curled and blackened. A face appeared in the ink, young, handsome, twisted with fury and terror, and then dissolved. The diary burned. The scream faded. The fragment in Harry's scar went silent with a snap, like a string cut. 1 Horcrux down. 5 to go. Harry stood in the Chamber of Secrets, 12 years old, holding a smoking ruin that had once been a piece of the darkest wizard alive, and allowed himself exactly 3 seconds of triumph before the world reminded him that nothing was ever simple. The hollow came. Not fully, not yet, but Harry felt it. At the moment the diary died, something shifted in the fabric of the chamber. The green light dimmed. The shadows deepened. And in the far corner, behind the last pillar, the darkness moved in a way that had nothing to do with the flickering light. Harry turned toward it. His wand came up instinctively. The patch of darkness was small, no larger than a fist, but it was wrong. It wasn't shadow. It was absence. A hole in reality where color and light and substance had been removed, leaving nothing behind. Not black, black was a color. This was the lack of color. The lack of anything. It pulsed. Once. Twice. Then it faded, receding into the stone like water soaking into sand. Harry stared at the spot where it had been. His breath was shallow. His scar ached with a dull, unfamiliar pain, not the sharp burn of the fragment but something deeper, more fundamental. He'd felt this before. In the chamber beneath Hogwarts, when Voldemort's wraith had fled and the connection between them had torn open. The hollow. The void beyond the veil. Destroying the diary had widened the tear. Harry packed his things, left the chamber, sealed the entrance, and walked back to Gryffindor Tower in the dark, and with every step he felt the weight of a new fear settling onto his shoulders like a cloak made of cold. He was doing the right thing. Destroying the Horcruxes was necessary, it was the only way to make Voldemort mortal, the only way to end the war permanently. But every Horcrux destroyed was a plug removed from a hole in reality, and the thing on the other side was pressing closer. How do you fight an absence? He didn't sleep that night. He sat in the common room by the dying fire and wrote in his journal until the ink ran dry, and when the sun came up, he still didn't have an answer. The rest of second year proceeded without the catastrophe that Lucius Malfoy had planned. No Chamber of Secrets opening, no students petrified, no monster loose in the corridors. Draco checked his diary, found it blank and inert, and presumably told his father, who presumably seethed in the privacy of Malfoy Manor. But Lucius Malfoy was not a man who accepted failure gracefully. The political attack came in March. Harry was eating breakfast in the Great Hall when a Gringotts owl arrived with a formal notice. Lucius Malfoy had filed a challenge to Harry's heritage claim with the Wisingamoth, arguing that a 12-year-old orphan raised by Muggles was unfit to hold the Potter seat and that the claim should be held in abeyance until Harry's majority. The challenge was technically legal. It was also transparently vindictive. Malfoy couldn't prove anything about the diary, but he could make Harry's life difficult through bureaucratic warfare. The filing was thick, precise, and backed by 3 ancient and noble houses who owed the Malfoys favors. Harry read it over his eggs and felt the old familiar coldness settle in. The strategic part of his mind, the part that thought like Tom Riddle, that saw people as pieces on a board, began calculating angles, alliances, countermoves. He caught himself. Stopped. Breathed. He would fight this. But he would fight it as Harry Potter, not as Tom Riddle wearing Harry's face. "What's that?" Hermione asked, reaching for the parchment. Harry handed it over. She read it in 30 seconds, her expression cycling through confusion, understanding, and outrage. "He can't do this. You're the last Potter. The heritage provisions are explicit, last heir claims supersede age requirements. He can challenge the interpretation. That's what this filing does. It argues that the age exception applies to management of the estate but not to the Wisingamoth seat. It's legally thin, but if he gets enough votes, interpretation doesn't matter." Hermione stared at him. "How do you know wizarding parliamentary procedure?" "I read ahead." "Harry. Very far ahead." Ron leaned over. "What's Malfoy done now?" "His father is trying to take Harry's family seat on the Wisingamoth," Hermione said, her voice carrying the particular edge of someone who had identified an injustice and was preparing to destroy it. "Can he do that?" "He shouldn't be able to." "But the Wisingamoth is, Harry, is the Wisingamoth really as corrupt as political structures of Wizarding Britain suggests?" "Worse," Harry said. The book was published by a ministry-approved press. He spent the rest of the day composing letters to Gringotts, requesting a formal genealogical confirmation of his claim. To Augusta Longbottom, who held the Longbottom seat and was famously incorruptible and who had, according to Riddle's political intelligence, a personal grudge against the Malfoys dating back to the First War. To Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, who had a reputation for fairness and a dead brother courtesy of Death Eaters. He also wrote to Sirius Black. Not to Azkaban, that would be intercepted. But to the Gringotts account linked to the Black family vault, which was managed by the same goblin clan that handled the Potter accounts. The letter was simple: I know you're innocent. I know about Peter. I have a plan. Hold on. Whether Sirius would receive it was uncertain. Whether it would give a dying man hope was worth the risk. The Wisingamoth hearing was scheduled for April. Harry attended in person, escorted by Professor McGonagall, his head of house and Hogwarts representative, and flanked by a Gringotts advocate. The chamber was impressive, a high-ceilinged room deep in the Ministry of Magic, filled with tiered seats arranged in a semicircle, each seat occupied by a witch or wizard in plum-colored robes. The Wisingamoth was part legislature, part judiciary, and entirely political, a body of 50 members, most of them from old families, most of them entangled in alliances and obligations that went back generations. Lucius Malfoy sat in the front row, immaculate in black, his silver blonde hair perfectly arranged. He looked at Harry the way a cat looks at a mouse it's already decided to eat. Harry looked back with polite interest and took his seat. The hearing was procedural. Malfoy's advocate presented the challenge, citing precedents and procedural arguments with the dry precision of a man who'd been paid extremely well to be thorough. The argument was simple: Harry Potter was a minor, raised outside wizarding culture, with no knowledge of political traditions or responsibilities. Allowing him to hold a Wisingamoth seat was irresponsible and potentially dangerous. Harry listened. When Malfoy's advocate finished, the chief warlock, Dumbledore, who had recused himself from direct intervention but was presiding, asked if the respondent wished to speak. Harry stood. He was 12. He was short for his age, thin, wearing robes that were good quality but not ostentatious. He looked, to anyone in the gallery, like exactly what Malfoy was describing, a child out of his depth. "Members of the Wisingamoth," Harry said. His voice was clear and carried without effort. "I thank Lord Malfoy for his concern for my fitness to serve. It's gratifying to know that a man with his particular history takes such interest in the welfare of orphan children." A ripple through the chamber. Malfoy's expression tightened. The heritage claim of the ancient and noble House of Potter was filed in accordance with Section 12 of the Inheritance Act of 1342, which explicitly states that in the case of a sole surviving heir, the claims supersede standard age restrictions. This provision has been invoked 17 times in the history of this body, and on none of those occasions was the claim challenged on the grounds Lord Malfoy now presents. He paused. "Let that land. Lord Malfoy argues that I lack knowledge of wizarding political traditions. I would respectfully submit that knowledge is demonstrable." Harry turned to face the full chamber. "I am prepared to answer any question this body sees fit to ask regarding wizarding law, Wisingamoth procedure, or the historical responsibilities of an ancient and noble house. Any question. From any member." Silence. Augusta Longbottom, sitting ramrod straight in the third row, asked the first question. It was about the Statute of Secrecy's enforcement provisions, technical, specific, the kind of thing a first-year law student would struggle with. Harry answered it perfectly. He cited the relevant statute, the amendment history, and the enforcement precedent from 1876. Amelia Bones asked about the legal framework governing house alliances. Harry answered. A wizard Harry didn't recognize asked about the procedures for calling a formal censure vote. Harry answered, and corrected a minor error in the question itself, and did it politely enough that the wizard nodded rather than taking offense. 12 questions. 12 answers. Each one precise, each one sourced, each one delivered with the quiet confidence of someone who knew exactly what he was talking about. The chamber was very quiet when he finished. Malfoy's face had gone from smug to stiff to something that was carefully, dangerously blank. He'd expected to steamroll an orphan child. Instead, the orphan child had just delivered a master class in wizarding law. "The challenge is denied," Dumbledore said mildly, and the gavel came down. Harry walked out of the Wisingamoth chamber and found Augusta Longbottom waiting in the corridor. She was tall, formidable, wearing a hat topped with a stuffed vulture that somehow enhanced rather than diminished her authority. "Potter," she said, looking down at him with an expression that was 1 part suspicion and 3 parts grudging respect. "That was either the most impressive display I've seen from a 12-year-old or the most alarming. I haven't decided which. I hope you'll give me the benefit of the doubt, Lady Longbottom." "I'm considering it." She paused. "Your grandmother was a friend of mine. Eleanor Potter." She had the same look, pleasant surface, steel underneath. Another pause. "Come to tea sometime. Bring my grandson. The boy needs better influences than his uncle." "I'd be honored." She nodded once, sharply, and swept away. Harry watched her go and added the Longbottom alliance to his mental board. Then he turned and found Amelia Bones standing where Augusta had been. "Madam Bones." "Mr. Potter." She had a square jaw, a monocle, and eyes that missed absolutely nothing. "Walk with me." They walked. The ministry corridors were busy with after-hours foot traffic, witches and wizards hurrying between departments. Bones kept her voice low. "You don't learn that level of legal knowledge from reading ahead, Mr. Potter. I've been in this system for 30 years and I know people who couldn't answer those questions as well as you just did. I've had good teachers." She didn't believe him. She also didn't push. "I'm going to be watching you, Mr. Potter. That's not a threat, it's professional interest. I think you might be either a remarkable asset or a significant problem, and I'd like to determine which before it matters." "Fair enough, Madam Bones. I hope I'll prove to be the former." "So do I." She stopped walking. "One more thing. The name Sirius Black, does it mean anything to you?" Harry's heart rate didn't change. His expression didn't shift. "He was my parents' friend. He was convicted of betraying them and murdering 13 people. He's in Azkaban." "Yes," Bones said. "He is. Without a trial." The words hung in the air between them. "I've been reviewing old files," Bones said carefully. "Certain irregularities have come to my attention. Nothing actionable yet. But I thought you should know that not everyone in this ministry is comfortable with the way that case was handled." She walked away. Harry stood in the corridor and felt something tight in his chest loosen, just slightly. An ally in the DMLE. An ally on the Wisingamoth. Malfoy checked. The pieces were moving. The confrontation with Dumbledore came 2 weeks later. Harry had been expecting it. The Wisingamoth performance had been too polished, too knowing for a 12-year-old, and Dumbledore, who had been watching Harry with increasing attention all year, was not going to let it pass without investigation. The summons came via McGonagall. "The headmaster would like a word, Mr. Potter." Her expression suggested she had opinions about why, but she kept them behind her lips. Harry climbed the spiral staircase to the headmaster's office and found Dumbledore waiting behind his desk, surrounded by silver instruments that clicked and whirred, with Fawkes the Phoenix perched on his shoulder. The office was warm, cluttered, and disarming, everything about it designed to make visitors feel comfortable and slightly off balance. "Sit down, Harry," Dumbledore said. "Lemon drop?" "No, thank you, sir. I find they help with difficult conversations." "Is this going to be a difficult conversation?" "I rather suspect it might be." Harry sat. Dumbledore studied him over the tops of his half-moon spectacles. The twinkle was still there, but dimmer than usual, like a star seen through cloud cover. "You were remarkable at the Wisingamoth," Dumbledore began. "Truly remarkable. I have been a member of that body for over 60 years, and I cannot recall a more impressive display from someone your age." He paused. "Which is precisely what concerns me." Harry waited. "You are 12 years old, Harry. Raised by Muggles. You entered the wizarding world 14 months ago. And yet you navigated a political hearing with the skill of someone who has spent decades in that chamber. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. How? I prepared. Preparation explains competence, Harry. It does not explain mastery. Silence. The instruments clicked. Fawkes ruffled his feathers. Harry made a decision. Not the full truth, never the full truth, but a partial truth, enough to satisfy Dumbledore's suspicion without revealing the depth of what Harry carried. My scar, Harry said. Dumbledore went very still. The connection to Voldemort, it's not just a scar, is it, Professor? It's a link. And sometimes, through that link, I get impressions. Knowledge. Fragments of things Voldemort knows or knew. It started when I was young, I didn't understand it then. I understand it better now. Dumbledore's face was unreadable. But behind the calm exterior, Harry could feel the old man's mind working, rapidly, brilliantly, running through implications and possibilities. What sort of impressions? Dumbledore asked carefully. Magical knowledge. History. Languages. Political information. It's not complete, more like a library with gaps. And it's not constant. It comes in waves, usually when I'm sleeping or meditating. You've told no one about this? I'm telling you. Dumbledore sat back. His expression shifted, calculation giving way to something more complex. Concern, yes. But also guilt. Harry watched it surface and knew why. Dumbledore had placed Harry with the Dursleys knowing about the connection, knowing what the scar might mean, and he'd done nothing to help or monitor or protect. Harry, Dumbledore said quietly. Do you know what you are? The question was careful, probing, aimed at a specific truth that Dumbledore suspected but didn't want to speak aloud. Harry met it head-on. I know what I am, Professor. His voice was steady. Calm. Absolute. I know what this scar contains. I know why you put me with the Dursleys, and I know what you thought would have to happen eventually. He paused. Let the weight of the words build. I am telling you now. I am not your sacrifice. The silence that followed was the loudest thing Harry had ever heard. Dumbledore's face, the ancient, genial, carefully composed mask of the greatest wizard alive, cracked. Just for a moment. Just enough for Harry to see what was underneath, not anger, not calculation, but shock. And behind the shock, rising like a tide, something that might have been shame. Harry, I don't need you to explain, Harry said. I don't need you to apologize. I need you to understand that I am not a piece on your board. I am not a weapon to be aimed and fired. I am a person, and I will not die for a plan I didn't choose. Dumbledore stared at him. The twinkle was gone entirely. What remained was an old man looking at a child who had just dismantled his most closely held assumption. You are quite right, Dumbledore said finally. His voice was rough. You are quite right, and I have been, he stopped. Started again. I owe you more than an apology. I owe you honesty. And I have not given it. No, Harry agreed. You haven't. Then let me begin. Dumbledore took a breath. There is a prophecy. It concerns you and Voldemort, and it was made before your birth. I will share it with you, in full, when you are ready. But the essence is this, you are the one with the power to defeat him. Not because of destiny, but because of choice, yours and his. He chose to mark you as his equal, and in doing so, he created the very weapon he feared most. I know, Harry said. Dumbledore blinked. You know about the prophecy? Fragments. Through the connection. I know enough. Another silence. Dumbledore seemed to age 10 years in the space between heartbeats. I have spent 12 years preparing for the possibility of your death, Dumbledore said, and the words came out like they cost him something vital. I have built plans and contingencies around a reality in which you would have to sacrifice yourself to destroy the piece of Voldemort that lives within you. I told myself it was necessary. That the greater good demanded it. He paused. I was wrong to make that plan without your knowledge. Without your consent. I was wrong. Harry looked at the old man, at the grief and guilt and genuine remorse written across his ancient face, and felt something complicated move through his chest. Anger, yes. But also pity. Dumbledore had been fighting this war for decades, had watched friends and students die, had borne the weight of the wizarding world on shoulders that were strong but not infinite. The plan to sacrifice Harry had been monstrous. It had also been made by a man who was drowning. I forgive you, Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes closed. A single tear ran down into his silver beard. But I'm going to do this my way, Harry continued. I'm going to deal with the Horcruxes, yes, I know about all of them, and I'm going to find a way to remove the one in my scar without dying. If you want to help, I welcome it. If you want to manipulate me, I'll know, and I'll shut you out. Dumbledore opened his eyes. Horcruxes. You said Horcruxes. Plural. 7. He made 7. The color drained from Dumbledore's face. 7. Dear God. I've already destroyed one. Dumbledore stared. Which one? The diary. It belonged to Lucius Malfoy. The old man's mouth opened, closed, opened again. For perhaps the first time in living memory, Albus Dumbledore was at a complete loss for words. Harry stood. I'll keep you informed, Professor. When I choose to. And I'd appreciate the same courtesy. He walked to the door. Harry. He turned. Dumbledore was standing now, one hand on his desk, looking at Harry with an expression that was no longer the mask of the genial headmaster or the strategist's calculation or the guilty architect of a sacrificial plan. It was something simpler, rawer, more human, a very old man looking at a very young one with something like hope. You are extraordinary, Dumbledore said. I'm trying to be good, Harry said. That's harder. He left the office and walked down the spiral stairs and didn't stop until he reached the room of requirement, where he sat in the dark for an hour and shook, because standing in front of Albus Dumbledore and refusing to be a sacrifice was, in its own way, harder than fighting a troll or facing a wraith or staring into the void. But he'd done it. He'd drawn the line. And Dumbledore, to his credit, had respected it. The chess game wasn't over. But the rules had changed. Third year came with a train ride, a storm, and the Dementors. Harry felt them before the train stopped. A cold that went deeper than temperature, a psychic frost that seeped through his occlumency shields and touched the raw emotional core underneath. The lights flickered. The windows frosted. And in the corridor outside the compartment, something moved that was neither alive nor dead but something between, something hungry. Hermione grabbed Harry's arm. Ron went white. Neville, sitting in the corner, made a small, terrified sound. The compartment door slid open. The Dementor filled the doorway. It was tall, robed in darkness, its hood covering whatever passed for a face. Where it stood, the air crystallized. The glass of the window nearest to it cracked. And it pulled, Harry felt it, the suction, the gravity of despair, drawing out his warmth, his hope, his reasons for living. The fragment in his scar screamed. Not in words, in raw, animal terror. The Dementor wasn't just affecting Harry's emotions. It was affecting the Horcrux. The piece of Voldemort's soul was a concentration of dark magic and fragmented consciousness, and the Dementor was drawn to it like a moth to a flame. Harry's vision went gray. Sounds faded. In the growing silence, he heard a woman screaming, his mother, the memory of the night she died, dragged to the surface by the Dementor's presence. Not Harry. Please not Harry. Take me instead. He reached for his wand. His hands were shaking. The screaming was so loud. A man stood from the seat in the corner, a man Harry hadn't noticed, thin, scarred, wearing patched robes, who had been sleeping when they boarded. The man raised his wand and spoke a word, and white light erupted from the wand's tip and coalesced into a shining form that drove the Dementor back, away, gone. The cold receded. The lights flickered back on. The screaming stopped. Harry blinked. His face was wet, tears or condensation, he wasn't sure. The man in the patched robes was looking at him with an expression of concern and something else, recognition, deep and painful. "Eat this," the man said, pressing a piece of chocolate into Harry's hand. "It helps." "Who are you?" Harry asked, though he already knew. "Professor Lupin. Remus Lupin. I'll be your new defense against the dark arts teacher." His smile was thin and sad and genuine. "And you are the spitting image of your father. Remus Lupin. Werewolf. Marauder. The last of his father's true friends." Harry ate the chocolate and felt the warmth return, and he looked at Remus Lupin and saw the scars, not just the visible ones, the pale lines across his face and hands, but the deeper ones, the ones that lived in his amber eyes, loneliness, grief, the bone-deep exhaustion of a man who had lost everyone and kept living anyway. "You knew my dad," Harry said. "I did." Lupin's voice was careful, controlled, layered with emotions he wasn't letting surface. "We were friends. Close friends." Harry nodded. He wanted to say more, wanted to say "I know about the map, about the animagi, about Peter, about everything," but this wasn't the time. Not yet. The plan for Sirius was still in motion. Lupin's role in it was coming. For now, Harry just said, "I'd like to hear about him sometime. If you're willing." Lupin's careful composure cracked, just slightly. "I'd like that very much, Harry." The Dementors stayed. Stationed around Hogwarts by order of the Ministry, searching for Sirius Black, the escaped prisoner who was, according to every newspaper and official statement, a mass murderer coming to kill Harry Potter. Harry knew the truth. Sirius was coming for Peter Pettigrew, who was alive, who was hiding in the form of a rat, who was sleeping in Ron Weasley's pocket at this very moment. The knowledge was acid in his throat. Every time he looked at Ron, loyal, trusting, oblivious Ron, and saw Scabbers perched on his shoulder, Harry had to clamp down on the urge to rip the rat away and break his neck. Peter Pettigrew, who had betrayed James and Lily Potter. Peter Pettigrew, who had framed Sirius and sent him to 12 years in hell. Peter Pettigrew, who was sleeping 3 feet from Harry every night in the Gryffindor dormitory. Patience. Strategy. The plan required timing. While he waited, he learned the Patronus charm. Lupin offered to teach him privately, a generous offer from a man who saw his best friend's son struggling against the Dementors and couldn't stand to watch. Harry accepted, not because he needed the instruction but because he needed the relationship. Their sessions were held in an empty classroom after hours. Lupin conjured a boggart, which took the form of a Dementor, and Harry practiced against it, learning through controlled repetition. The first successful Patronus was a milestone. Harry had the theory cold, he'd studied it from the fragment he'd found in Riddle's stolen collection years ago. But the practical execution required something Riddle had never understood, genuine happiness. Not the memory of pleasure or triumph or domination. Real joy. The kind that came from connection, from being known and loved and present. Harry closed his eyes and thought of Hermione. Not a specific moment, or rather, all the moments at once. Her hand in his on the train. Her voice in the library, arguing about spell theory with the intensity of someone who treated knowledge as sacred. Her laughter, rare and sudden and warm, like sunlight breaking through clouds. The way she looked at him when she thought he wasn't watching, with an expression of fierce, tender, complicated attention that made his chest feel too small for what was inside it. Expecto Patronum. The stag erupted from his wand. It wasn't tentative or formless. It was blazing, a full corporeal Patronus, silver white, enormous, antlers catching the light like a crown. It filled the classroom with radiance, and the Boggart Dementor recoiled, shrinking, fleeing to the far corner. Lupin stared. The chocolate he'd been holding fell from his hand. "Prongs," he whispered. Harry's heart stopped. "What?" Lupin was looking at the stag with an expression of such raw, devastating loss that Harry had to look away. "Your father," Lupin said, his voice breaking. "His animagus form. He was a stag. We called him Prongs." Harry looked at his Patronus, his father's form, summoned by a memory of love, and felt something resolve inside him. The stag turned its silver head, met Harry's eyes with a gaze that was not quite intelligent but not quite empty, and then dissolved into mist. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said quietly. "Remus," Lupin corrected, wiping his eyes with a swift, embarrassed motion. "Please. Call me Remus." Harry moved on Pettigrew in November. The timing was critical. Sirius was in the area, Harry could feel it, through the connection to the Black family magic that the Potter ring gave him access to, a faint awareness of allied bloodlines. The escaped prisoner was close, probably hiding in the Forbidden Forest, watching, waiting, planning his own move against the rat. Harry needed to get there first. Not to protect Pettigrew but to control the narrative. If Sirius attacked Pettigrew in public, it would be perceived as the actions of a madman. If Harry delivered Pettigrew to the authorities in a controlled, verifiable manner, Sirius would be exonerated without ever having to raise his wand. He planned it for a Wednesday afternoon when Ron was at Quidditch practice. He sat in the common room with Hermione, who was writing an essay on arithmancy, and waited until the dormitory was empty. "I need to do something," he told Hermione. "It's going to look strange. I need you to trust me." She put down her quill. "How strange?" "I need to steal Ron's rat." Hermione blinked. "Scabbers? He's not a rat." The silence that followed was loaded. Hermione's expression went through its familiar cycle, confusion, analysis, realization, but this time it stopped on something Harry hadn't seen before, cold fury. "An animagus," she said. "Scabbers is an unregistered animagus. Peter Pettigrew. He faked his death 12 years ago and has been hiding in plain sight ever since. Pettigrew. The one who betrayed my parents." "Yes." Hermione stood up. "I'm coming with you." "Hermione, I am coming with you, Harry Potter." "Don't argue." He didn't argue. They found Scabbers asleep on Ron's bed. Harry hit the rat with a stunning spell before it could wake. The flash of red light illuminated the dormitory, catching Neville's Remembrall and making it glow, and then cast the animagus reversal spell. The transformation was grotesque. The rat swelled, elongated, limbs extending, fur receding. In 10 seconds, a small, balding, watery-eyed man lay unconscious on Ron's bed, one hand missing a finger. Peter Pettigrew. Hermione made a sound, not a scream, more of a sharp inhalation, and her wand came up instinctively. Harry cast a binding spell and then a second stunner for good measure. "We need to get him to Amelia Bones," Harry said. "Directly. No intermediaries. The Ministry is compromised. Fudge will bury this if he can. Bones won't." He sent Hedwig with an emergency message, wrapped Pettigrew in ropes and a body bind, and levitated the unconscious man out of the dormitory under the invisibility cloak while Hermione kept watch. They stored Pettigrew in the room of requirement under so many restraining spells that a troll couldn't have broken free, and waited. Bones arrived at Hogwarts within 2 hours, accompanied by 2 Aurors and a look of grim anticipation. Harry met her at the gates and led her to the room of requirement. When she saw Pettigrew, alive, breathing, identifiable through magical fingerprinting and a quick Veritasrum dose that Bones administered with practiced efficiency, her face went through an expression that Harry would remember for the rest of his life. Not surprise. Not shock. Vindication. "I knew it," she said quietly. I knew that case was wrong. The Veritaserum interrogation took 40 minutes. Pettigrew, unable to lie, spilled everything, the switch of secret keepers, Sirius's innocence, the faked death, 12 years as a rat. He sobbed through most of it. Harry watched without sympathy. Bones was thorough. She documented everything. She called in a second Auror as witness. She prepared a formal arrest warrant for Pettigrew and a formal motion for emergency review of Sirius Black's case. This is going to be a political earthquake, Mr. Potter, she said, sealing the documentation. Good, Harry said. It should be. You understand that Fudge will try to suppress this. I understand that you won't let him. Bones looked at him. Something in her expression shifted, the professional wariness giving way to something more personal. No, she said. I won't. The trial of Peter Pettigrew was held 3 weeks later. The trial of Sirius Black, or rather, the acknowledgement that no trial had ever been held, followed immediately after. Harry testified. Under Veritaserum, at his own request, to eliminate any question of manipulation. The Wisingamoth watched as a 13-year-old boy confirmed the identity of the man who had betrayed his parents and did so with a composure that made several members visibly uncomfortable. Hermione sat in the gallery. Ron, who had been told about Scabbers and had gone through a cycle of disbelief, horror, guilt, and rage that lasted 3 days, sat beside her, looking like he might be sick. Malfoy was in the chamber. His face was perfectly neutral, but Harry could see the calculations running behind his grey eyes. A Pettigrew revelation implicated the entire handling of the First War's aftermath, which implicated the Ministry establishment, which implicated the people Malfoy had spent a decade cultivating. Pettigrew was sentenced to Azkaban. The vote was unanimous. Sirius Black was declared innocent. The vote was 47-3. The 3 dissenting votes came from Death Eater families. Harry memorized the names. Sirius arrived at Hogwarts on a Thursday afternoon in December. He came through the front gates, escorted by Aurors, looking like a man who had crawled out of his own grave. He was thin, horrifyingly thin, the kind of thin that came from 12 years of Dementor proximity and Azkaban rations. His hair was long and matted. His robes were borrowed and didn't fit. His eyes were sunken and haunted. But when he saw Harry standing in the entrance hall, those eyes came alive. Harry. His voice cracked on the name. Harry. Harry had prepared for this. He'd been preparing for months, strategizing the exoneration, planning the legal approach, managing the political fallout. He'd thought about what he would say, how he would act, what the optimal approach would be. All of that went out the window the moment Sirius said his name. Harry crossed the entrance hall at a run. Not a walk, not a measured approach, a run, the desperate, graceless sprint of a child who has been alone for too long and finally sees someone who wants him. He hit Sirius at full speed and Sirius caught him, staggering under the impact, wrapping skeletal arms around Harry's body and holding on with a fierceness that made his bones creak. I've got you, Sirius said. His voice was wrecked. I've got you, pup. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. Harry broke. Not the controlled, strategic, armored Harry who navigated Dumbledore and Malfoy and Voldemort's legacy. Not the chess master or the warrior or the prodigy. Just Harry, a 13-year-old boy who had never been held by someone who loved him unconditionally, who had never heard someone say I've got you and meant it with their whole being. He cried. He cried in a way he hadn't since the cupboard, since the first time his magic had surged and the library had opened and he'd realized what he was. Ugly, racking sobs that shook his whole body, pressed against the bony chest of a man who smelled like Azkaban and looked like death and held him like he was the most precious thing in the world. Sirius cried too. They stood in the entrance hall of Hogwarts, 2 broken people holding each other together, and the handful of students who witnessed it had the grace to look away. One of them didn't look away. Hermione stood at the top of the staircase, watching, and the tears running down her face were silent and steady, and she didn't wipe them away. The rest of third year was the closest thing to happiness Harry had ever known. Sirius took up residence in Hogsmeade, in a cottage that Dumbledore helped arrange. He was fragile, the Dementors had done deep damage, and the process of rebuilding a life after 12 years of hell was slow and painful. But he had a purpose now, and that purpose was Harry. They met every Hogsmeade weekend and sometimes during the week, when Dumbledore looked the other way. Sirius talked about James and Lily, stories that made Harry laugh and ache in equal measure. James's Quidditch obsession. Lily's temper. The Marauders map, which Sirius confirmed, and which Fred and George eventually surrendered to Harry with exaggerated ceremony. The pranks, the adventures, the bonds of friendship that had survived everything except betrayal. "Your dad would be so proud of you," Sirius said one evening, watching Harry from across the cottage kitchen with an expression of fierce, protective love. "So bloody proud. And my mum? Lily would have grounded you for half the things I've heard you've done. And then she would have helped you plan the next one." Harry laughed. The sound surprised him, it was lighter than he expected, freer, younger. In Sirius's presence, the weight he carried shifted. It didn't disappear. But it was shared. Remus Lupin and Sirius reunited with a complicated, emotional collision that Harry witnessed from a respectful distance. There were tears. There was shouting. There was the raw, ugly process of two broken men trying to rebuild a friendship that had been shattered by betrayal and imprisonment and 12 years of grief. They got there. Not immediately, not easily, but by spring, Sirius and Remus were sitting together in the cottage kitchen arguing about Quidditch and finishing each other's sentences, and Harry watched them and felt the shape of his life shift to accommodate something new, family. Hermione was part of that shape. Their relationship had been evolving all year, the intellectual partnership deepening into something warmer, more personal, more frightening. Harry found himself seeking her out not just for conversation but for presence. He liked being near her. He liked the way she hummed when she was reading and didn't know anyone could hear. He liked the way she argued, fiercely, honestly, without malice. And he was terrified of what that meant, because caring about someone gave the universe a weapon against you, and Harry's universe was more dangerous than most. The moment came during exams. They were studying in the library, Hermione's natural habitat, and it was late, and the library was empty, and the candlelight caught her hair in a way that was objectively distracting. "You're staring," she said without looking up from her arithmancy notes. "Sorry." "Don't be sorry. Just tell me why." Harry considered deflecting. He was good at deflecting. He'd built his entire personality around strategic deflection. "Instead," he said, "because you're the most remarkable person I've ever met, and sometimes when I look at you, I forget about everything else." Hermione's quill stopped moving. She looked up. Her expression was, he'd never seen it before. Open. Unguarded. Vulnerable in a way that Hermione Granger almost never allowed herself to be. "Harry. You don't have to say anything. I wanted you to know. For someone so brilliant at strategic communication, you have remarkably poor timing." "I know. We're in the middle of an arithmancy revision." "I know. And I'm going to ace it regardless." "I know." She put down her quill. She reached across the table and took his hand. Her fingers were ink-stained and slightly cold and they fit against his perfectly. "I know everything else can wait," she said quietly. "I know there's a war coming and Horcruxes and political maneuvering and all the 100 things you carry that you think I don't notice. But this, you and me, this doesn't wait. This is the thing I'm sure about." Harry looked at their intertwined hands and felt the fragment behind his scar go very, very still. Not fighting. Not whispering. Just, watching. "I'm sure about you too," he said. They sat in the library holding hands while the candles burned down, and outside the windows the summer twilight stretched golden across the grounds, and it was quiet, and it was enough. The Dementors attacked on the last day of term. Harry was walking by the lake with Hermione and Ron when the cold came, sudden, savage, the temperature plummeting 30 degrees in seconds. The sky went gray. The water went black. And from the far shore, gliding across the surface of the lake like nightmares given form, came the Dementors. Dozens of them. A swarm. They shouldn't have been this close. They shouldn't have left their posts. But Dementors were barely controllable even by the Ministry, and something had drawn them, the concentrated despair and dark magic that Harry carried, perhaps, the fragment in his scar acting like a beacon. Ron stumbled. Hermione raised her wand. Harry stepped in front of them both. Expecto Patronum. The stag exploded from his wand with a force that cracked the air. It was larger than before, larger than should have been possible, a silver giant that charged the Dementor swarm with antlers lowered and hooves flashing. The memory behind it was not a single moment but a mosaic, Sirius's arms around him. Hermione's hand in his. Ron's laugh. The feeling of not being alone. The Patronus hit the swarm and detonated. Silver light erupted in every direction, washing over the lake, the grounds, the castle itself. Students at windows saw it. Professors on the battlements saw it. Dumbledore, standing at his office window, saw it. 100 Dementors scattered. Fled. The silver stag pursued them to the boundary of the grounds and stood there, blazing, a sentinel of light against the encroaching dark. Harry lowered his wand. His hand was steady. Bloody hell, Ron said. Hermione just took his hand and held it. That summer, Harry went to the Gaunt Shack. He shouldn't have gone alone. He knew he shouldn't have gone alone. Hermione would have been furious, Sirius would have been terrified, and Dumbledore, who Harry was now in cautious communication with, would have forbidden it. But the ring was one of the most dangerous Horcruxes, protected by curses that Voldemort had layered with decades of paranoid genius, and Harry would not risk anyone else's life on his ability to navigate them. The shack was in a clearing near Little Hangleton, barely visible under decades of overgrowth. It had been a miserable place even before Voldemort's family had descended into madness and squalor, a one-room hovel with a sagging roof, the door nailed shut, the windows dark. Harry dismantled the outer ward systematically. There were 4 layers, a muggle-repelling charm, a notice-me-not, a lethal curse triggered by physical contact with the door, and a compulsion field that radiated from the ring itself, singing to anyone who approached, "Pick me up. Put me on. I can bring them back. I can show you what you've lost." The compulsion was the most dangerous part. Not because of its magical power but because of its emotional precision. The ring held the resurrection stone, one of the Deathly Hallows, capable of summoning shades of the dead. And the compulsion keyed into the deepest grief of whoever approached, promising reunion, promising closure, promising the one thing that every bereaved person wanted most. For Harry, it promised his parents. He felt it the moment he crossed the threshold. The pull, warm, gentle, irresistible. Put the ring on. See them again. James and Lily, waiting for you, wanting to talk to you, wanting to tell you they love you. Harry's hands trembled. His jaw clenched. The fragment in his scar purred with satisfaction, because the compulsion and the Horcrux were working together, the fragment amplifying the ring's call from inside Harry's own mind. He knelt beside the floorboard where the ring was hidden. He could see it through the gap, the black stone, the gold band, the peveril crest. So small. So harmless looking. His hand reached for it. His hand stopped. No. Harry pulled a pair of dragon-hide gloves from his bag, purchased at a specialty shop in Diagon Alley, warded against curse transfer. He put them on. He used a levitation charm to lift the ring from its hiding place, keeping it suspended in the air without touching it. The compulsion screamed at him. The fragment screamed at him. Every part of Harry's emotional core screamed at him to pick it up, put it on, see his parents one more time. He poured basilisk venom over the ring. The scream that tore through the shack was different from the diary's death. This one was deeper, older, rawer. The fragment of soul in the ring was one of the earliest, made when Riddle was still young, still capable of feeling something approximating loss. The resurrection stone cracked. The gold band blackened. Something that might have been a ghost, a shadow echo of Tom Riddle at 20, flickered in the air and dissolved. The ring died. The compulsion died with it. Harry sat on the dirty floor of the gaunt shack and took off his gloves and looked at his hands. They were shaking. His right hand ached, a deep, grinding pain in the bones, and when he pulled back his sleeve, he saw the black veins. Thin lines of darkness creeping up from his wrist toward his elbow, pulsing faintly. The curse had gotten through. Not the killing curse, the gloves had blocked the worst of it, but a secondary infection, a dark magic residue that was eating into his tissue. Harry swore. He applied every healing charm he knew, every countercurse from Riddle's library. The black veins slowed their advance, stopped, but didn't recede. The tissue damage was deep, structural, the kind of curse that accumulated over time and killed you slowly if left untreated. He needed help. He needed Snape. Snape was the best practical dark arts specialist he knew, and Snape's skills with curse damage were legendary. But going to Snape meant explaining where the injury came from, which meant explaining about the Horcruxes, which meant, Harry gritted his teeth and healed what he could and bandaged the rest and promised himself he'd deal with it properly at Hogwarts. The black veins were hidden by his sleeve. The pain was manageable. He'd survived worse. But the cost was noted. This was what it took to destroy a Horcrux, not just magical power but physical price. Blood and pain and the willingness to walk into danger alone and accept the consequences. 3 Horcruxes destroyed, diary, ring, and the one in his scar still to be dealt with. The locket, the cup, the diadem remained. Plus Nagini, when the time came. The score was 3-5, and the hollow was getting worse. On the train home from 3rd year, the patch of absence appeared again. Harry was sitting with Ron and Hermione, watching the countryside blur past, when the temperature in the compartment dropped and a section of the window went dark. Not frosted, dark. The color drained from a fist-sized patch of glass, leaving behind the same terrifying nothing Harry had seen in the Chamber of Secrets. It lasted 3 seconds. Then it faded. Neither Ron nor Hermione noticed. They were arguing about whether divination was a legitimate discipline, Ron pro, Hermione violently con, and the patch had been on Harry's side of the window. But Harry noticed. And he understood. Every Horcrux he destroyed widened the tears. The diary had produced a small manifestation in the chamber. The ring had produced, what? Harry reached out with his scar sense, the awareness the fragment gave him of magical disturbances, and felt it, a wrongness near Little Hangleton, a place where reality was thin and getting thinner. The Horcruxes were anchors. Not just for Voldemort, for reality itself. When Riddle had split his soul, he'd torn holes in the fabric between life and death, and the Horcrux fragments had settled into those holes like corks in bottles. Removing the corks didn't close the holes. It opened them. And something on the other side was pushing through. Harry stared out the window at the normal, sunlit world, green fields, blue sky, the simple beauty of an English summer, and felt the weight of a problem he hadn't anticipated pressing down on him with the slow, relentless force of gravity. He could stop. Leave the remaining Horcruxes intact. Keep Voldemort immortal but keep reality sealed. It would be safer, for everyone, for the world, for the fundamental structure of existence. But Voldemort would return. He was already out there, a wraith searching for a body, and when he found one, the war would restart and people would die. People Harry loved. People who didn't deserve what was coming. Destroy the Horcruxes and risk the hollow. Leave them and guarantee Voldemort's return. Harry Potter was 13 years old, and the fate of reality was sitting on his shoulders like a crown of thorns. Hermione's hand found his. She'd stopped arguing with Ron and was looking at Harry with that expression, the fierce, tender, complicated attention that saw through every mask he wore. "What is it?" she asked. "I'll tell you soon," he said. "I promise." "That's your answer for everything." "I know. I'm working on it." She squeezed his hand. He squeezed back. The train carried them south through the golden afternoon, and Harry watched the world go by and held on to Hermione's hand and planned, and behind his scar the fragment watched and whispered and waited, and somewhere beyond the veil, in the space between life and death, the hollow pressed against the thinning walls of reality and hungered. The sun set over Hogwarts far behind them, painting the sky in red and gold. Harry didn't look back. Chapter 4, The Dark Lord's Return. The letter from Sirius arrived on a Tuesday morning in August, carried by a large black owl that looked like it had been through a fight and won. Harry was sitting at the kitchen table at Privet Drive, his table now, for all practical purposes, since the Dursleys had retreated into a careful, compulsion-assisted indifference that left him the run of the house. He opened the letter with his breakfast tea still steaming and read it twice. "Harry, something's happening. I don't have details yet, my contacts in the ministry are being cagey, but there's movement in the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Big event being planned at Hogwarts this year. Tournament of some kind. Dumbledore's involved. So is Fudge, which means it's political. Also, Bertha Jorkins is missing. She was a ministry employee, went on holiday to Albania and never came back. Albania, Harry. Where the Wraith was last sighted. Be careful. Be smarter than everyone else, which I know isn't hard for you, but I'm saying it anyway because I'm your godfather and it's my job. Love, Padfoot. P.S. Mooney says to do your homework. I say to ignore Mooney." Harry set down the letter and stared at the kitchen wall and felt the pieces click into place with the cold mechanical precision of a lock opening. Albania. Bertha Jorkins. A tournament at Hogwarts. He reached into the stolen library, the mental architecture he'd built from Riddle's memories, organized and indexed over 5 years of nightly raids, and pulled the relevant threads. Bertha Jorkins had been a gossip and a minor ministry functionary. Easily captured, easily broken. If Voldemort's wraith had taken her, he would have extracted everything she knew, ministry secrets, Hogwarts security, the identities and locations of former Death Eaters. And a tournament. An international magical tournament, held at Hogwarts, with competitors from multiple schools. The perfect cover for infiltration. The perfect mechanism for isolating a target. Harry closed his eyes and saw it, the whole plan, laid out like a blueprint. Voldemort would place an agent at Hogwarts, someone disguised, someone trusted, who would ensure Harry's name entered the tournament. The tournament would provide opportunities for the agent to manipulate events, to guide Harry toward a predetermined endpoint. And at the end, a portkey. A trap. A ritual. The ritual to resurrect Lord Voldemort. Harry had seen it in Riddle's memories, the theoretical framework for a dark resurrection ritual that required 3 components: bone of the father, flesh of the servant, blood of the enemy. Voldemort had designed it decades ago, a contingency plan for the contingency plan, a last resort for the worst-case scenario of disembodiment. And Harry's blood was the key ingredient. He sat with this knowledge for a long time. The tea went cold. The morning light shifted across the kitchen floor. Outside, a car started, a dog barked, the ordinary world continued its ordinary business. Harry could prevent this. He could go to Dumbledore immediately, reveal the plan, expose the agent before they ever reached Hogwarts. It would be the safe choice. The smart choice. The choice that any rational person would make. Harry was rational. But he was also strategic. And the strategic calculus was devastating in its clarity. Voldemort as a wraith could not be permanently destroyed. He had no body to kill, no form to attack. He could be driven off, weakened, delayed, but as long as he existed, he would keep trying. Keep possessing hosts. Keep hunting for a way back. The war would never end. It would just pause, and resume, and pause, and resume, for years, for decades, until Voldemort finally succeeded or Harry grew old and slow and made a mistake. But if Voldemort had a body, a real, physical body, then that body could be killed. The Horcruxes were the first problem. Harry was working on them. 3 destroyed, 4 remaining. When the last one fell, Voldemort would be mortal, and a mortal body could be ended. The logic was terrible. The logic was inescapable. Harry needed Voldemort to come back. He needed the resurrection to succeed, not because he wanted it, not because he welcomed it, but because a war against a ghost was unwinnable and a war against a man was not. He needed Voldemort in a body so that body could be destroyed. He was going to let the darkest wizard in history return to full power so that he could kill him properly. Harry looked at his hands, the right one still bearing faint traces of the black veining from the gaunt ring curse, healed but not forgotten, and felt the weight of what he was deciding settle onto him like a second skin. This was the kind of calculation Tom Riddle would make. The cold, strategic evaluation of human suffering as an acceptable cost. The willingness to let people be hurt so that a larger objective could be achieved. Harry hated it. He hated that he was capable of it. He hated that it was the right call. He picked up a quill and wrote back to Sirius. Padfoot, thank you for the warning. I'll be careful. I love you too. Harry P.S. I did my homework. Tell Mooney. The Hogwarts Express on September 1st was buzzing with rumors. A tournament. An international event. Delegations from foreign schools. The details were sketchy, the ministry was being coy, but the excitement was palpable. Students talked about glory and eternal fame with the casual enthusiasm of people who had never been in actual danger. Harry sat in a compartment with Ron, Hermione, and Neville, who had grown 3 inches over the summer and carried himself with a quiet confidence that was new and hard-won, and listened to the chatter and said little. He was running scenarios. The agent would be someone in a position of authority. A teacher, most likely. They'd need access to the tournament's mechanisms, to Harry specifically, and to the castle's defenses. The obvious disguise would be Polyjuice Potion, which could perfectly replicate another person's appearance for an hour at a time. But maintaining a Polyjuice disguise for an entire school year required an enormous supply of the potion and the captive original to harvest hair from. Riddle's memories provided the candidate, Bartemius Crouch Jr. Death Eater. Fanatic. Supposedly dead in Azkaban, but Riddle's intelligence, fragmentary, from before the fall, suggested the boy's father had arranged something. A switch. A deception. Crouch Jr., disguised as someone on the Hogwarts staff. Harry would need to identify who. The answer came at the welcoming feast, when Dumbledore introduced the new defense against the dark arts professor, Alastor Mad-Eyed Moody. The real Moody was a legendary Auror, paranoid, battle-scarred, brilliant. The man who walked to the staff table had the appearance right, the magical eye spinning in its socket, the wooden leg clunking on the stone floor, the face a landscape of scars and missing pieces. But Harry's scar prickled when the man passed the Gryffindor table. Not the sharp burn of Voldemort's direct presence, subtler than that. A resonance. The dark mark, hidden under the sleeve, pulsing faintly with residual dark magic that Harry's Horcrux sense could detect at close range. Not Moody. Crouch Jr. in Moody's skin. Harry met the imposter's mismatched eyes across the great hall and smiled politely and felt the game lock into its final configuration. Dumbledore announced the Triwizard Tournament after the feast. The Goblet of Fire would select one champion from each of 3 schools, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. An age line would prevent anyone under 17 from entering. The tournament was dangerous, the tasks were secret, and the prize was eternal glory and 1,000 galleons. Harry watched the announcement from the Gryffindor table and counted the days until his name would come out of the goblet despite the age line. In the meantime, he had work to do. He resumed his nightly training sessions in the room of requirement with renewed intensity. Combat magic, defensive wards, emergency medical procedures. He brewed potions in the room's provided laboratory, healing drafts, pepper-up potions, and a particularly nasty concoction from Riddle's collection that could dissolve magical bindings on contact. He crafted emergency port keys, illegal, technically, but Harry's technical illegality was a long and growing list, keyed to Hogwarts gates, to Sirius's cottage, to a safe house he'd set up in London. He also studied the resurrection ritual in exhaustive detail. He needed to understand every step, every vulnerability, every moment where intervention was possible. The ritual had 3 phases: the gathering of ingredients, the invocation, and the manifestation. The first 2 were the most dangerous for Harry. He would be restrained, probably bleeding, definitely in pain. The third was the moment of greatest vulnerability for Voldemort. The newborn body would be weak, disoriented, adjusting to physical existence after years as a wraith. That was when Harry would strike. Not to kill, not yet, not while Horcruxes remained, but to wound. To demonstrate that the boy who lived was not the helpless child Voldemort expected. To put fear into a man who feared nothing except death. And to survive. That was the primary objective. Survive and return with intelligence. He fed the imposter false information throughout October. In defense against the dark arts class, which Crouch Jr. taught with disturbing competence, drawing on the real Moody's expertise with an accuracy that suggested extensive interrogation, Harry performed well but not brilliantly. He answered questions with the slightly above-average fluency of a talented student, not the Dark Lord-level mastery he actually possessed. He let the imposter see a boy who was gifted but beatable. Brave but impulsive. Powerful but unfocused. It was the hardest performance of his life. Every class, every interaction, every carefully calibrated display of talent, was a lie told with precision, and the effort of maintaining it left Harry drained in ways that combat training never did. Hermione noticed. She always noticed. "You're holding back in defense," she said one evening in the library. They were sitting in their usual spot, a table in the back corner, screened by bookshelves, close enough to touch. "You do it in other classes too, but defense is the worst. You flinch before you answer questions, like you're editing yourself in real time." "I don't flinch." "You do. It's subtle, most people wouldn't catch it." "But I'm not most people." Harry looked at her. The library candlelight caught the amber in her brown eyes and made them glow. She was watching him with that expression, the one that said, "I see you, all of you, and I'm not going anywhere." "I'm being careful," he said. "You're being paranoid. Those aren't mutually exclusive." Hermione put down her quill. "Harry. Whatever is coming this year, and something is coming, I can feel it. You've been coiling tighter every week since September, you don't have to face it alone. We've talked about this." "I know." "Do you?" "Because you keep saying I know and then doing everything by yourself anyway." She was right. She was always right about this particular thing, and it was maddening, and it was also exactly what he needed, someone who wouldn't let him retreat into his own fortress. After the third task, Harry said, "Whatever happens, and something is going to happen, you're right about that, after it's over, I'll tell you everything. The whole truth. All of it." Hermione held his gaze. "You've said that before. This time I mean it. You meant it before too. The difference is that this time, I'm going to hold you to it." She picked up her quill and went back to her essay, and Harry watched her write for a moment, the precise, efficient movement of her hand, the way she bit her lower lip when she was concentrating, and felt the familiar warmth expand in his chest. He was going to tell her everything. The Horcrux in his scar, the stolen library, the fragment that whispered in the dark, the plan to let Voldemort rise so Voldemort could fall. All of it. Because she deserved to know, and because carrying it alone was killing him in ways that had nothing to do with magic. But first, he had a tournament to survive. The Goblet of Fire selected its champions on Halloween night. Victor Krum for Durmstrang. The Bulgarian seeker stood and walked to the champion's chamber with the controlled, economical movement of a professional athlete. His face was impassive, but his dark eyes were sharp. Fleur Delacour for Beauxbatons. She rose from her seat like a flame standing up, silver blonde hair, luminous skin, the effortless grace of someone with Vila blood. The Beauxbatons contingent erupted in applause, half the male students in the hall looked dazed. Cedric Diggory for Hogwarts. Tall, handsome, genuinely kind, Cedric stood to thunderous cheering from the Hufflepuff table and walked to the chamber with the slightly embarrassed smile of someone who hadn't expected to be chosen and was determined to be worthy of it. 3 champions. 3 schools. The tournament was set. The goblet's flames turned red again. Harry watched the 4th piece of parchment spiral out of the fire and felt nothing, no surprise, no fear, just the grim confirmation of a plan he'd anticipated for months. Dumbledore caught it, read it, and his voice was flat with something that was not quite shock. Harry Potter. The hall went silent. Then it erupted. Harry stood, ignoring the noise, the outrage from Hufflepuff, the confusion from the other schools, the sharp looks from the staff table, and walked to the champion's chamber. The argument that followed was predictable. Maxime and Karkaroff accused Hogwarts of cheating. Crouch Jr., in his moody disguise, argued with suspicious vehemence that Harry must compete, binding magical contract, no choice, rules were rules. Dumbledore's eyes found Harry's across the room, searching for answers. Harry gave him the slightest shake of his head. Not here. Not now. Later, in Dumbledore's office, with the door sealed and the silver instruments whirring, "You expected this," Dumbledore said. "Not a question." "Yes." "The agent. Moody isn't Moody. He's Barty Crouch Jr., using Polyjuice Potion. The real Moody is probably imprisoned somewhere in the castle, a trunk, maybe. Crouch keeps him alive to harvest hair for the potion." Dumbledore's face was very still. "You're certain?" "My scar reacts to the dark mark. His pulses every time I'm within 10 feet. And you didn't tell me. I needed to know the shape of the plan before I could counter it. Exposing Crouch now stops this attempt but doesn't stop Voldemort. He'll try again. Different method, different agent, different year. The war continues. And if the plan proceeds?" Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. "If the plan proceeds, Voldemort gets a body. A body we can fight. A body we can kill, once the remaining Horcruxes are dealt with." The silence that followed was the kind that changes the temperature of a room. "You intend to let him return," Dumbledore said. "I intend to end this war. Permanently. Not postpone it. Harry." Dumbledore's voice was careful, the way you speak to someone standing near a cliff edge. "The cost, I know the cost. People will die. People will suffer. And I will carry that for the rest of my life." Harry's voice didn't waver. "But people are dying now. Bertha Jorkins is dead. The Wraith is killing to survive. And every year that passes, Voldemort gets closer to returning on his own terms, in his own way, at a time of his choosing. I'd rather force the confrontation on my terms than wait for his." Dumbledore stared at him for a long time. The instruments clicked and whirred. Fawkes ruffled his feathers and sang a single, clear note that hung in the air like a question. "You are," Dumbledore said finally, "the most terrifying 14-year-old I have ever met." "I'll take that as a compliment." It was not entirely intended as one. Dumbledore sighed. "Very well. We proceed. But I will not be a passive observer, Harry. I will prepare. The Order of the Phoenix will be reactivated. Alliances will be secured. When Voldemort returns, he will not find an unprepared world. That's all I'm asking. And Crouch Jr.? Let him play his role. He needs to believe his cover is intact or the plan collapses. After the tournament, we take him. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I will trust your judgment in this, Harry. But I want you to understand, I am trusting your judgment with my eyes open. If I disagree, I will say so. I'd expect nothing less, Professor. Harry left the office and walked through the dark corridors of Hogwarts and felt the weight of what he'd just done pressing on him like water at the bottom of the ocean. He was 14 years old, and he'd just convinced the most powerful wizard alive to let the most dangerous wizard alive come back from the dead. If he was wrong, if his calculations were off by even a fraction, people would die because of his decision. Harry climbed the stairs to Gryffindor Tower and didn't sleep that night. He stared at the canopy of his four-poster bed and listened to Ron's snoring and Neville's soft breathing and the wind against the tower windows, and he made himself feel the weight. Not to punish himself. To remember why it mattered. To remember that every piece on the board was a person, and every move had consequences that could not be taken back. The first task was dragons. Harry learned this 3 days before the event, through a combination of Hagrid's enthusiastic indiscretion and Charlie Weasley's presence in the Forbidden Forest with a team of Romanian dragon handlers. For nesting mothers, each guarding a clutch of eggs, each one a breed chosen for maximum lethality. Harry drew the Hungarian Horntail, the most dangerous of the four. Of course he did. The strategy he chose was unconventional. The other champions would fight their dragons, dodging fire, using speed, deploying diversionary tactics. Harry had a different approach. He walked into the arena on the day of the first task wearing standard champion's robes and carrying his holly wand. The crowd, packed into stands that surrounded the rocky enclosure, erupted in noise. The judges sat in their elevated box, Dumbledore, Maxime, Karkaroff, Crouch Sr., whose son was sitting somewhere in the stands in Moody's Skin, and Ludo Bagman. The Horntail was magnificent and terrible. 50 feet of black-scaled fury, crouched over her golden eggs, eyes like molten lava, tail spiked with foot-long bronze spines. She saw Harry and screamed, a sound that rattled the stands and sent several audience members scrambling for cover. Harry stopped 30 feet from the dragon. He raised both hands, palms out, empty, the universal posture of I am not a threat. The crowd murmured in confusion. Then he spoke. Not Parseltongue, dragons weren't snakes. But Riddle's research into magical creatures had included an obscure branch of draconic communication, not a language exactly, but a set of vocal patterns and magical resonances that dragons could interpret. Calming frequencies. Submission signals. The magical equivalent of speaking softly to a spooked horse. Harry's voice dropped into a register that was barely human, a low, thrumming vocalization that vibrated in the chest rather than the throat. He laced it with magic, pouring intent into the sound. I am not here for your children. I am not here to fight. I am not a threat to your clutch. The Horntail's fury paused. Her massive head swung toward Harry, nostrils flaring. The fire in her throat dimmed, not extinguished, but banked, like coals waiting for a breath. Harry took a step forward. Then another. The crowd was dead silent. He kept speaking, the low, resonant tones rolling across the arena, wrapping around the dragon like a blanket. The Horntail's wings folded slowly. Her tail lowered. The murderous focus in her eyes shifted to something else, not trust, not exactly, but a wary recognition. This small creature was not prey. This small creature was speaking in the old way, the way that the first dragon keepers had spoken, before wizards forgot how to listen. Harry reached the clutch. He knelt slowly, kept his movements smooth and deliberate. The golden egg was nested among the real eggs, larger, shinier, obviously artificial. He picked it up with one hand. The Horntail watched him. Her breath was hot on the back of his neck. One snap of those jaws and he was dead. Harry stood, turned, and walked away. Slowly. Steadily. The golden egg tucked under his arm. The arena was silent for 3 full seconds after he crossed the safety line. Then it detonated. The crowd's roar was a physical force, students screaming, stamping, the stands shaking. The Weasley twins were standing on their seats bellowing. Hagrid was openly weeping. McGonagall had both hands pressed to her mouth. In the judge's box, Dumbledore smiled. Karkaroff looked ill. Bagman looked like he'd just witnessed the greatest sporting event of his career. Crouch Sr.'s expression was unreadable. And in the stands, wearing Moody's face, Barty Crouch Jr. was staring at Harry with a calculation that had nothing to do with the score. Harry's marks were nearly perfect. Only Karkaroff scored low, a petty 5 out of 10 that drew boos from the crowd. Afterward, in the champion's tent, Cedric Diggory shook Harry's hand with genuine admiration. "How did you do that?" "The sound, what was that?" "Old magic," Harry said. "Most people have forgotten it. Most people don't walk up to a horntail with empty hands." Cedric shook his head, grinning. "You're either the bravest person I've ever met or the maddest. Can't it be both?" Cedric laughed. Harry looked at him, the open, handsome face, the easy warmth, the uncomplicated decency, and felt a fierce protective impulse rise in his chest. In another timeline, Cedric Diggory died in a graveyard. Not in this one. Victor Krum found Harry outside the tent, after the crowds had dispersed. The Bulgarian was built like a fortress, broad-shouldered, heavy-browed, with the quiet intensity of someone who had been the best at what he did since childhood. He stopped in front of Harry and studied him with dark, evaluating eyes. "You did not fight the dragon," Krum said. His accent was thick but his English was precise. "No." "Why?" "She was protecting her children. Fighting her seemed wrong." Krum processed this. Then he nodded once, sharply. "This is a good reason. Most wizards would not think this way. Most wizards are idiots." The ghost of a smile crossed Krum's stoic face. "This is also true." They shook hands. The grip was firm on both sides, the mutual recognition of people who understood that strength wasn't about dominance but about knowing when not to use it. November and December brought the second task's mystery and the Yule Ball's complications, and Harry navigated both with the dual awareness that had become his default state, present in the moment, planning for the endgame. The golden egg, when opened, screamed. Harry took it to the prefect's bathroom on Cedric's tip and listened to it underwater, where the merpeople's song resolved into clarity. "Come seek us where our voices sound, we've taken what you'll sorely miss." They would take someone. Someone Harry valued. And he would have an hour to retrieve them from the bottom of the Black Lake. The magical preparation was straightforward, a bubblehead charm for breathing, warming enchantments for the cold, a suite of defensive spells for whatever guardians the merpeople deployed. Harry had Riddle's knowledge of aquatic magic and his own extensive combat training. The lake itself held no terrors. The question was who they would take. Harry knew the answer before the task was announced. They would take Hermione. He found Dumbledore in his office the evening before the second task and made one thing very clear. She will not be harmed. Not a scratch. Not a moment of genuine fear. Whatever enchantment you use to hold them underwater, it will be safe, reversible, and monitored. If anything goes wrong, anything, I will hold you personally responsible. Dumbledore, to his credit, did not bristle. The hostages will be in an enchanted sleep, Harry. They will feel nothing. They will remember nothing. It is perfectly safe. I want your word. You have it. Then we're fine. The second task itself was a set piece. Harry dove into the Black Lake, cut through the dark water with the efficiency of a torpedo, reached the merpeople's village in 20 minutes, and found 4 figures floating in enchanted sleep, tethered to a stone pillar. Hermione. Ron. A young girl who had to be Fleur's sister. Cho Chang. Harry cut Hermione free first. Then Gabrielle, because Fleur was nowhere in sight and the girl was 8 years old and Harry was not leaving an 8-year-old at the bottom of a lake regardless of the rules. He surfaced with both of them in under 30 minutes. Hermione woke gasping and shivering, and Harry wrapped her in warming charms and his own cloak and held her until the shaking stopped. Fleur Delacour was waiting on the dock, soaking wet, face white with panic. The Grindylows had driven her back before she could reach the village. When Harry surfaced with Gabrielle, Fleur made a sound that wasn't quite a scream and wasn't quite a sob, and she pulled her sister out of the water and held her with a fierceness that was almost violent. Then she turned to Harry. "You saved her," Fleur said. Her voice was shaking. The Vila composure was gone, replaced by something raw and human and desperate. "You didn't Ave to, she wasn't yours to save, she's a kid," Harry said simply. "Of course I saved her." Fleur stared at him for 3 heartbeats. Then she kissed him on both cheeks, firm, deliberate, the French gesture of deep gratitude, and said, "I will not forget this, Harry Potter. Whatever you need. Whenever you need it. I am yours." The debt was genuine. Harry could feel it, not a magical binding, but a personal one, forged in the specific fire of a sister's love and a stranger's kindness. Fleur Delacour would fight for him. Die for him, if it came to that. He hoped it wouldn't come to that. The Yule Ball was announced in December, and the Hogwarts student body immediately descended into a state of romantic chaos that made the Triwizard Tournament look simple by comparison. Harry knew who he wanted to ask. He'd known for months. The difficulty was not the question but the asking, the vulnerability of it, the exposure. Harry Potter, who had faced Voldemort's wraith and a basilisk and a Hungarian horntail without flinching, found himself standing outside the library on a Thursday evening with sweating palms and a heartbeat that wouldn't settle. Hermione was inside. He could see her through the glass panel in the door, bent over a book, quill moving, hair escaping from its tie in the way it always did by evening. She looked comfortable. Absorbed. Beautiful in the specific way that came from being entirely herself. Harry pushed the door open and walked to her table and sat down and said, "Go to the ball with me." Hermione looked up. Was that a question or a command? A request. A strong request. Possibly a plea, depending on how this conversation goes. Her mouth twitched. "Why me?" "Because you're the person I want beside me. At the ball. At the ball. And everywhere else. Generally. As a rule." Harry took a breath. He was usually articulate. He was usually in control. This was neither. "I don't want to go with anyone else. I'm not sure I want to go at all. But if you're there, I think it might actually be good." Hermione put down her quill. She looked at him for a long moment, the evaluating look, the one that catalogued and analyzed and drew conclusions. Then something shifted in her expression, and the analysis fell away, and what was left was just Hermione, looking at just Harry, with an openness that made his chest hurt. "Yes," she said. "Yes. Yes, I'll go with you." Was that unclear? Harry grinned. He couldn't help it, the grin broke across his face with a force that was almost embarrassing, wide and unguarded and thoroughly undignified. "Clear," he said. "Very clear. Good. Now sit down and help me with this arithmancy problem. The runic coefficient in the third equation is wrong and it's driving me mad." He sat down. He helped with the arithmancy. Under the table, their knees touched, and neither of them moved away. The ball itself was a transformation. The great hall was unrecognizable, silver frost on every surface, enchanted snow drifting from the ceiling, 1,000 candles floating in constellations overhead. The house tables had been replaced by smaller round ones draped in white, and a stage at the far end hosted the Weird Sisters, who were tuning up with the casual energy of a band that had played 1,000 gigs and intended to make this one memorable. Harry waited at the foot of the marble staircase in dress robes, black, well-cut, simple. Ron stood next to him in maroon robes that were clearly second-hand, looking uncomfortable but game. Neville was there too, standing very straight, waiting for Ginny Weasley with the determined expression of someone who had asked a girl to a dance and was still slightly amazed that she'd said yes. Hermione came down the stairs and the world rearranged itself. She was wearing blue, periwinkle, specifically, a shade that shouldn't have worked with her coloring but did, spectacularly. Her hair was different, sleek, styled, framing her face in a way that made her features sharper and warmer at the same time. She was wearing a little makeup, which she never did, and it wasn't the makeup that made her beautiful but the way she carried herself, straight-backed, confident, the brilliance that she usually channeled into books now radiating outward like heat. But that wasn't what hit Harry. What hit him was her expression when she saw him. The way her face opened, the slight catch of breath, the softening around her eyes, the smile that started small and kept growing. She looked at him the way he'd seen her look at a particularly elegant proof or a perfectly constructed argument, with the delight of someone encountering something that made the world make more sense. "You look," Harry started. "Don't say beautiful," Hermione interrupted, reaching the bottom of the stairs. "Everyone's going to say beautiful. Say something specific." Harry looked at her. Really looked. "You look like the answer to a question I didn't know I was asking," he said. Hermione's composure cracked. She laughed, a real laugh, surprised and warm, and her hand found his, and they walked into the ball together with their fingers intertwined and the entire great hall watching. They danced. Harry was not a good dancer, Riddle's memories didn't include ballroom training, and Harry's physical education had been limited to running from Dudley and combat drills in a warehouse. But Hermione led with the same no-nonsense competence she brought to everything, and within 2 songs Harry had found the rhythm. "You're thinking," Hermione said, her hand on his shoulder. "I can feel you thinking. I'm always thinking. Usually. But right now you're thinking about something specific, and it's making you tense, and it's ruining the waltz." Harry looked at her face, close, in the candlelight, her eyes warm and dark and knowing, and made a decision. "After the 3rd task," he said. "I promised I'd tell you everything. You did. I need you to be prepared for that. It's significant. What I'm going to tell you will change the way you see me. Maybe the way you feel about me." Hermione's hand tightened on his. "Harry. I have watched you fight a troll, outmaneuver the Wisingamoth, free an innocent man from Azkaban, and walk up to a dragon with your bare hands. Whatever you're hiding, I assure you, my opinion of you is robust enough to handle it. This is different. I know. I've known for a long time that you're carrying something enormous. I've chosen not to push. But I need you to understand, nothing you tell me is going to make me leave. You can't know that." "Yes, I can. Because I've already decided." The waltz ended. They stood on the dance floor, surrounded by swirling couples and enchanted snow, and Harry felt the fortress he'd built around himself, the fortress of secrets and strategy and careful, calculated distance, develop its first real crack. "Okay," he said. "Okay what?" "Okay, I believe you." They left the ball early. Not because it wasn't wonderful, it was, but because the castle was quieter outside the hall, and they needed quiet for what came next. Not the full confession, that was for after the 3rd task, as promised, but something smaller, more immediate. They found a balcony overlooking the snow-covered grounds. The night was clear and cold, the stars enormous, the forbidden forest a dark border at the edge of the silver landscape. Their breath made clouds in the air. "I know you're hiding something about Moody," Hermione said, leaning against the stone railing. "I've watched you watch him. You're not afraid of him, you're managing him. There's a difference." Harry said nothing. "I know you expected your name to come out of the goblet. You weren't surprised. You were ready. You had your strategy for the dragon worked out before the task was even announced. Still nothing. And I know you're planning something for the 3rd task. Something dangerous. Something you think you have to do alone. She turned to face him. Am I wrong? No, Harry said. You're not wrong. Then let me help. I can't. Not this time. What's coming? He stopped. The words tangled in his throat. It's what? Harry looked at the sky. The stars were very bright and very far away. Something terrible is going to happen at the end of the third task, he said. And I'm going to let it happen. Because the alternative is worse. But I can't explain why yet, and I know that's not fair, and I know you're going to be angry when you understand, and she kissed him. It wasn't planned. It wasn't smooth. She leaned forward and pressed her mouth to his in a motion that was half determination and half desperation, and Harry's thoughts went blank, completely, absolutely blank, the stolen library silent, the fragment stunned into stillness, every calculation and strategy and plan washed away by the simple, overwhelming reality of Hermione Granger's lips on his. He kissed her back. His hand came up to cup her face, cold skin, warm breath, the faint scent of the perfume she'd put on for the ball. The kiss was tentative and real and slightly clumsy, and it was the most honest thing Harry had done in years. When they pulled apart, Hermione's eyes were bright, not with tears but with something fiercer. Whatever happens, she said. Whatever you've planned. I'm here. Afterward. During. Before. I'm here. I know, Harry said. And this time, he truly did. The third task was a maze. Hedges 20 feet high, enchanted to shift and close, filled with magical obstacles, boggarts, blast-ended scroots, a sphinx, a patch of golden mist that turned the world upside down. The champions entered based on their cumulative scores, Harry and Cedric first, then Krum, then Fleur. Harry moved through the maze with focused efficiency. The obstacles were nothing, he dismantled them with spells he'd been practicing for years, his wand worked precise, his movements economical. He saved his energy. He'd need it for what was waiting at the center. He found Krum first, or rather, found Krum attacking Cedric. The Imperius Curse. The Bulgarian's eyes were glazed, his movements puppet jerky, his wand aimed at Cedric's back. Harry hit him with a stunner before the curse could land. Cedric spun around, wand raised, face tight with shock. Was he, Imperiused? Not his fault. Someone's controlling him. Harry knelt, checked Krum's pulse, sent red sparks to alert the patrol. He'll be fine. Someone inside the maze. Someone outside it. Harry straightened. Cedric, listen to me. We're getting close to the center. There's a cup, the Triwizard Cup. It's the goal. I know. When we get there, I need you to let me touch it first. Or we touch it together. But, Harry hesitated. The word stuck. When we land, wherever we land, you stay behind me. No matter what you see. No matter what happens. Promise me. Cedric's handsome face creased with confusion. Land? What do you mean, land? The cup is a portkey. It's not going to take us back to the stadium. It's going to take us somewhere else. Somewhere dangerous. How do you know, Cedric? Promise me. The Hufflepuff studied Harry for a long moment. They'd become friends over the course of the tournament, not close friends, not the way Harry was with Ron and Hermione, but the genuine, respectful connection of two people who had faced the same challenges and recognized each other's worth. Cedric trusted Harry. Not blindly, he was too smart for that, but with the considered trust of someone who had watched Harry navigate an impossible year with integrity. I promise, Cedric said. They reached the center together. The cup sat on a pedestal at the intersection of 4 hedge corridors, glowing blue-white in the darkness. It was beautiful and terrible, and Harry could feel the portkey enchantment radiating from it like heat. Together? Cedric said. Together. They reached for the cup. Harry's hand closed around one handle, Cedric's around the other. The hook behind the naval sensation was immediate, the world blurred, spun, compressed, and they were torn from the maze and flung through space. They landed hard. Harry's feet hit earth, not stone, not floor, but actual earth, soft and damp. He rolled with the impact, came up in a crouch, wand drawn. Cedric stumbled beside him, still disoriented from the portkey. Harry grabbed him and shoved him behind a large headstone before Cedric could process what was happening. Stay down. The graveyard. Harry recognized it instantly, from Riddle's memories, from the fragments of the resurrection plan, from the months of preparation. They were in Little Hangleton, in the churchyard where Tom Riddle Sr. was buried. Headstones rose around them like crooked teeth. A yew tree stood sentinel by the church wall. And at the far end of the graveyard, beside a massive stone cauldron that hadn't been there before, a figure waited. Small. Hunched. Carrying something in his arms that looked like a bundle of rags. Peter Pettigrew. Escaped from Azkaban, or rather, never delivered to Azkaban at all. Harry felt a surge of rage so intense it nearly blinded him. Bones had sent Pettigrew to Azkaban. Someone had intercepted the transfer. Someone in the Ministry. The corruption went deeper than Harry had mapped. Pettigrew saw them. His watery eyes went wide. "Kill the spare," said the thing in his arms. The voice was high, cold, barely human. Pettigrew raised a wand, not his own, something borrowed, and pointed it at Cedric's position behind the headstone. Harry moved. The shield charm he cast was not a standard Protego. It was Potter family magic, a blood-ward shield, powered by intent and sacrifice and the fierce, primal drive to protect someone you've chosen to protect. It erupted from Harry's wand in a dome of golden light that surrounded Cedric's headstone like a fortress wall. The killing curse, green, horrible, the color of Harry's worst memories, hit the shield and shattered. Not deflected. Not absorbed. Destroyed. Pettigrew staggered back. The thing in his arms hissed. "Down, Cedric." Harry shouted. "Stay down, stay behind the shield, do not move." He turned to face Pettigrew and the bundle and the cauldron, and the cold strategic part of his mind, the part that had planned this, expected this, allowed this, took over. Pettigrew moved fast, for a coward. Ropes erupted from his wand and caught Harry around the torso, binding him to the headstone of Tom Riddle Sr. The stone was cold against Harry's back. The ropes were tight. His wand was still in his hand, Pettigrew hadn't taken it, the fool, the amateur, but his arms were pinned. The ritual began. Pettigrew dropped the bundle into the cauldron. The liquid inside, potion, dark and viscous, began to bubble. The thing in the rags sank beneath the surface with a sound like a gasp. "Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son." The grave at Harry's feet cracked. A fine white dust rose from the earth and drifted into the cauldron. The liquid turned white-hot. "Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master." Pettigrew raised a silver knife with his remaining hand. His face was a mask of terror and devotion. He cut off his own hand. The scream that tore from his throat was animal, raw, the sound of a man destroying himself for a cause he was too afraid to question. The hand fell into the cauldron. The liquid turned red. Harry watched. His stomach turned. His jaw was set. "Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe." Pettigrew came at him with the knife. Harry could have stopped him, a wandless blast, a burst of accidental magic, a dozen techniques from the stolen library. He didn't. He let Pettigrew cut his arm, a shallow slice, controlled, just enough to draw blood. The pain was sharp and clean and Harry used it as an anchor, focusing his mind, preparing for what came next. The blood dripped from the knife into the cauldron. The liquid turned blinding white. The cauldron erupted. A figure rose from the fire and liquid and magic, tall, bone-white, serpentine. Red eyes opened in a face that was not quite human. Thin lips drew back from teeth that were too sharp. Long, pale fingers flexed, testing the air. Lord Voldemort stood in the graveyard of his father's bones and drew his first breath in 13 years. He was naked, pale, terrible. Pettigrew, cradling the stump of his wrist, crawled forward and draped a robe over the Dark Lord's shoulders with trembling, bloody hands. Voldemort ignored him the way you ignore furniture. "My wand, Wormtail." Pettigrew held it out. Voldemort took it, 13.5 inches, Phoenix Feathercore, and pointed it at the sky. A jet of dark light erupted upward and exploded into the dark mark, skull and serpent, blazing green against the night sky. The summons. The Death Eaters would come. Voldemort turned to Harry. The red eyes found him, bound, bleeding, 14 years old, looking back without fear. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. His voice was high and cold and filled the graveyard like a bell. "The boy who lived. You are standing on my father's grave. How fitting." "Hello, Tom," Harry said. For the second time, the name landed like a blow. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. The lipless mouth thinned. "You are brave," Voldemort said. "Foolish. But brave. We shall see how long that lasts." The Death Eaters arrived. They apparat in, cracks of displaced air, dark robes, silver masks, forming a circle around the cauldron and the headstone. Harry counted them, 20, 25, 30. The inner circle. The faithful. Some had waited 13 years for this moment. Others had denied their master and would pay for it. Voldemort addressed them. The monologue was long, self-indulgent, the speech of a man who had been bodiless for over a decade and finally had a mouth again. He talked about loyalty and betrayal. He talked about his plans. He talked about the boy who had destroyed him, the boy who was tied to a headstone 20 feet away, bleeding from the arm, watching with an expression that several Death Eaters found deeply unsettling. "And now," Voldemort said, turning back to Harry with the theatrical satisfaction of a man who had rehearsed this in his head for 13 years, "we duel." Pettigrew cut the ropes. Harry's arms came free. He rolled his shoulders, shifted his grip on the holly wand, and faced the darkest wizard in history across 20 feet of graveyard dirt. "Surely you have been taught to bow, Harry," Voldemort said, mockery dripping from every word. "Dumbledore would want you to show manners. Bow to death, Harry." Harry didn't bow. He raised his wand. And attacked. The duel that followed was not what anyone expected. The Death Eaters expected theater, their master toying with a child, humiliating him, demonstrating dominance before the kill. What they got was a war. Harry's first spell was a chain of 3, disarming charm, blasting curse, transfiguration attack, cast so fast they left his wand as a continuous stream of light. Voldemort blocked the first 2 with a contemptuous flick. The third, a headstone transfigured into a stone wolf that launched itself at Voldemort's throat, forced the Dark Lord to dodge. The Death Eaters murmured. "A child shouldn't be able to cast like that." Voldemort's counterattack was savage, a whip of black fire that carved a trench in the earth, followed by a curse that Harry didn't recognize but felt. It tried to boil his blood inside his veins, and he shattered it with a shield charm layered with Lily Potter's protective magic. They traded spells. Harry fought with everything, Riddle's dark magic arsenal, Potter family combat transfiguration, his own innovations. He conjured barriers and weaponized them. He used the terrain, headstones as shields, earth as ammunition, the yew tree's branches as animated constraints. He fought like a Dark Lord because he'd been trained by one, and he fought like a Potter because he'd inherited a legacy of protection and sacrifice that turned every shield into a weapon. But Voldemort was stronger. Not smarter, Harry's strategic mind was at least Voldemort's equal, and his versatility was greater. But the raw magical power of a fully restored Dark Lord in a body designed for war was simply, brutally more than a 14-year-old could match. Harry was faster. Voldemort was harder. Harry's spells were precise. Voldemort's were devastating. Harry took a cutting curse to the shoulder that opened a 6-inch gash. He took a bludgeoning hex to the ribs that cracked at least 2. He took a curse he couldn't identify that made his vision swim and his legs buckle. He didn't stop. He couldn't stop. Every spell he cast bought seconds, and seconds were what he needed. Impressive, Voldemort hissed, circling, his red eyes bright with something that might have been surprise. You fight with my techniques. My spells. You have been studying, little Potter. You have no idea, Harry said through gritted teeth, and hit Voldemort with a Potter family curse that turned the air itself into a binding agent. It held the Dark Lord for half a second, long enough for Harry to cast a healing charm on his own shoulder, not enough to repair but enough to stop the bleeding. Who taught you? Voldemort demanded, tearing free of the air binding with a snarl. Dumbledore doesn't know these techniques. These are mine. How do you know my magic? Harry grinned. It was a feral, bloody, exhausted grin. Your soul is in my head, Tom. Has been for 13 years. I've read every page of your book. I know every spell you've ever cast and every secret you've ever kept. The graveyard went silent. The Death Eaters froze. Voldemort went very, very still. Impossible, the Dark Lord whispered. And yet. Voldemort screamed, not words, just rage, pure and incandescent, and threw the killing curse. Not as a dual spell but as an execution, a bolt of green death aimed at Harry's chest with the full force of a Dark Lord's fury behind it. Harry raised his wand. Expelliarmus. The spells met. The twin cores connected, Holly and you, Phoenix Feather brothers, bound by the same bird's tears, and the golden web erupted between them. Harry felt the connection lock into place, felt his wand vibrating in his hand, felt the bridge of light that linked him to Voldemort across 20 feet of graveyard. The web expanded. Golden thread spun between them, forming a dome of light that enclosed both duelers and pushed the Death Eaters back. Inside the dome, the air hummed with magic so old it predated wands, predated schools, predated civilization. Beads of light formed on the golden thread, the junction point between their spells. Harry pushed. Voldemort pushed. The bead slid toward Harry. Harry gritted his teeth and pushed harder and the bead reversed, inching toward Voldemort's wand. The bead touched Voldemort's wand. The wand screamed. And ghosts began to emerge. First, an old man. The Muggle caretaker of the Riddle House, killed months ago. He drifted out of Voldemort's wand like smoke, translucent, confused. Then, Bertha Jorkins. Her spectral form was damaged, the marks of Voldemort's interrogation visible even in death. Then, others. Echoes of the wand's kills, rising in reverse order, filling the golden dome with the faint, shimmering presences of Voldemort's victims. Then, Lily Potter. She emerged from the wand's tip and turned to Harry, and she was exactly as he'd seen her in the memories, red hair, green eyes, a face of fierce, protective love. She was a ghost. An echo. A shadow of a shadow. She was his mother. Your father's coming, she said, her voice distant and warm. Hold on, Harry. James Potter emerged. Glasses, messy hair, a grin that was reckless and kind and heartbreaking. When the connection breaks, run, James said. We'll hold him. We'll give you time. Harry's eyes burned. His throat closed. The golden web trembled in his grip. I love you, Lily said. We're so proud of you. And then the web was disrupted. Not by Harry. Not by Voldemort. By something else, something that pressed through the connection from the other side, from the space between the two wands, from the tear in reality that the Horcrux link had worn thin over 14 years. The hollow emerged. It was bigger this time. Not a fist-sized patch of absence but a shape, vaguely humanoid, 7 feet tall, made of nothing. Where it stood, color drained from the world. The grass went gray. The headstones lost their texture. The golden web dimmed. Sound warped, the hum of magic became a flatline, the ghosts' voices became echoes of echoes. The hollow reached for the connection between Harry and Voldemort with appendages that weren't hands and a hunger that wasn't physical. It wanted in. It wanted through. The tear between life and death was wider here, in this graveyard where a man had just been resurrected from nothing, where the boundary between existing and not existing had been deliberately violated. Voldemort saw it. His red eyes went wide, wider than Harry had ever seen them, and in those eyes Harry saw something he had never expected to see on Lord Voldemort's face. Fear. Not the calculated awareness of a threat. Not the strategic assessment of danger. Fear. Primal, bone deep, the terror of something that could not be controlled or negotiated with or dominated. The terror of something that was fundamentally, absolutely beyond his comprehension. Lord Voldemort, who had spent his entire life conquering death, was staring at what waited on the other side, and for the first time, he understood that death was not the worst thing in the universe. The connection shattered. Voldemort staggered backward, breaking the web by sheer desperate force. The golden dome collapsed. The ghosts dissipated. The hollow flickered, reached once more toward the closing tear, and then receded, pulling back through the gap as the priori incantatem effect died. The graveyard was silent. The Death Eaters stood frozen, unable to process what they'd just witnessed. Voldemort was hunched, breathing hard, his new body shaking with an emotion he had no practice managing. Harry moved. He threw himself sideways, hit the ground rolling, came up running. Cedric was still behind the headstone, behind the golden shield that Harry's magic had maintained throughout the entire duel. Cedric. The cup. Cedric didn't hesitate. He scrambled to his feet, caught the Triwizard Cup that Harry summoned with a desperate accio, and Harry slammed into him at full speed, grabbing the cup and Cedric at the same time. The portkey activated. The graveyard spun away. Voldemort's scream of rage was cut off mid-note. They landed in the stadium. Cedric first, then Harry on top of him, both of them crashing onto the grass in front of the stands in a tangle of limbs and blood and gasping breath. The crowd erupted, not in cheers but in confused alarm, because the two champions had reappeared covered in wounds and dirt and the expressions of people who had just been to war. Harry rolled off Cedric and lay on his back on the grass and stared at the sky and breathed. Cedric was alive. They were back. The plan had worked. The cost announced itself in waves, the gash on his shoulder, the cracked ribs, the cut on his arm, the bone-deep magical exhaustion that came from dueling Lord Voldemort. Harry catalogued each injury with clinical detachment and filed them under acceptable losses. Then the crowd surged forward and Hermione was there, running, pushing through the crowd, dropping to her knees beside him on the grass, and the clinical detachment crumbled. Harry. Harry, look at me. I'm okay. You are not okay. You're bleeding from 3 places and your ribs are, Hermione. I'm alive. Cedric's alive. We're okay. She looked at him. Her face was white, her eyes blazing, and her hands, pressing against his shoulder wound, applying pressure with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd been reading medical texts since she was 13, were shaking. What happened? She whispered. Everything I planned for, Harry said. And some things I didn't. The aftermath was controlled chaos. Madame Pomfrey descended on Harry and Cedric with the fury of a Medowitch who had been told the tournament was safe. Dumbledore was there within seconds, his face grave, his eyes asking questions his mouth wasn't forming. Moody, crouched junior in Moody's skin, tried to pull Harry away from the crowd, and Harry let him, because this was the final piece. Crouch Jr. took Harry to his office. He locked the door. He leaned forward with Moody's scarred face, his magical eyes spinning wildly, and said, "Tell me what happened. Tell me everything." Harry told him a carefully edited version. And while he talked, he watched Crouch Jr.'s expression cycle through satisfaction, excitement, and triumph, the unmistakable response of a man whose plan had succeeded. Voldemort was back. The Master had returned. The faithful servant had delivered. The door blasted open. Dumbledore stood in the corridor with McGonagall and Snape. 3 wands, all aimed at Crouch Jr.'s chest. "It's over, Barty," Dumbledore said. The arrest was swift. Crouch Jr. fought, viciously, desperately, with the wild energy of a fanatic facing exposure, but 3-on-1 against Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape was no fight at all. They bound him, confiscated his wand, and when the polyjuice wore off 40 minutes later, the face that emerged was young, hollow-eyed, marked with the particular madness of Azkaban and obsession. The real Moody was found in the false bottom of Crouch Jr.'s trunk, alive but weakened, and whisked to the hospital wing swearing vengeance in language that made McGonagall's lips thin. Veritaserum confirmed everything. The plan, the goblet, the portkey, Voldemort's resurrection. Fudge was summoned. He arrived flustered, pompous, and aggressively resistant to the truth. He who must not be named returned. Preposterous. The boy is clearly confused, traumatized. "I will not have the ministry destabilized by the fantasies of a minister," Harry said. He was sitting in a chair in Dumbledore's office, bandaged, bruised, and radiating a quiet authority that made Fudge's bluster falter. "I fought him. I have the wounds to prove it. You have Barty Crouch Jr. in custody, confessing under Veritaserum to orchestrating the entire tournament at Voldemort's command. What part of this is a fantasy? Now see here, you have 2 choices." Harry's voice was level. Calm. Absolute. Accept the truth and prepare. Or deny it and be unprepared when Voldemort comes for your ministry. The first option saves lives. The second one ends your career and possibly your life. Choose. Fudge sputtered. Dumbledore watched. Snape stood in the corner with an expression of grim satisfaction. Fudge chose denial. Harry had expected it. The Minister of Magic left the office blathering about investigations and reviews and due process, and Harry watched him go and wrote off the ministry as a useful ally. "He'll suppress it," Harry said to Dumbledore. "Yes," the headmaster agreed. "He will. Then we work around him. The Order of the Phoenix will be reactivated tonight. I have already sent word." "Good. And Professor, the Hollow?" Dumbledore's expression shifted. "You saw it again. In the graveyard. It manifested during the Priori Incantatem effect. It was larger this time. More defined. It tried to come through. The tears are widening. Every Horcrux I destroy makes it worse. The fragments are plugging the holes Voldemort made when he split his soul. Remove the plug. And the void presses through." Dumbledore closed his eyes. "I have been researching this independently. The Department of Mysteries has records, fragmentary, incomplete, of similar phenomena throughout history. Whenever the boundary between life and death is sufficiently damaged, something leaks. They call it the Hollow. The absence beyond the veil. Can it be stopped? It can be sealed. In theory. But the sealing requires," he stopped. "Requires what?" "Sacrifice," Dumbledore said quietly. "A life freely given, to mend what was torn. The same principle that saved you as an infant, the magic of willingly laying down one's life to protect others. It is the only force powerful enough to heal the boundary between worlds." Harry stared at him. "You're talking about someone dying. I am talking about someone choosing to die. There is a difference. A critical one." The office was silent. The instruments clicked. Fawkes sang a single, mournful note. "It doesn't have to be today," Dumbledore said. "Or tomorrow. The tears are widening, but slowly. We have time." "How much time?" "Enough. I hope." Harry left the office and walked through the dark corridors of Hogwarts toward the hospital wing, where Hermione was waiting for him. His body ached. His mind ached. The scar on his forehead throbbed with the distant awareness of Voldemort's rage. The Dark Lord was alive, embodied, furious, and the connection between them was stronger than ever. But underneath the rage, Harry had felt something else in the graveyard. Voldemort's fear. The Dark Lord had seen the Hollow, had seen what waited beyond the boundary he'd spent his life trying to cheat, and for one moment, the man who feared nothing had been afraid. That fear was a weapon. Harry filed it away. The hospital wing was quiet. Late night. The other patients were sleeping. Madame Pomfrey had retreated to her office after extracting promises from Harry that he would stay in bed until morning. Harry was not in bed. He was sitting in a chair by the window, looking out at the dark grounds, when Hermione slipped through the door. She was wearing her dressing gown, her hair loose, her face scrubbed of the evening's panic and replaced by something calmer, more resolute. She crossed the room and sat in the chair beside him, and for a long moment they just sat together in the dark, looking out at the stars. "I'm ready," she said. Harry took a breath. Then he told her everything. The Horcrux. The scar. The fragment of Tom Riddle's soul that had lived in his skull since he was 15 months old. The accidental discovery at age 8. The stolen library. The years of nightly raids on Riddle's memories, absorbing spells and knowledge and the darkest magic in the world. The fragment that whispered in the dark. The secondary wand. The training. The plans. He told her about the Horcruxes, all 7, their locations, the ones he'd already destroyed. The diary in the Chamber of Secrets. The ring at the Gaunt Shack. The cost, the black veins on his right hand, the hollow manifestations, the terrible equation of destroying anchors and widening tears. He told her about the decision to let Voldemort return. The cold, strategic calculus. The weight of it. The certainty that people would die because of his choice, and the greater certainty that more people would die if he didn't make it. He told her about the Hollow. The void beyond the veil. The entity, if it could be called an entity, that pressed against the tears in reality. The growing threat that made Voldemort look small. He told her about the fragment's temptations. The whispered offers of power. The constant, grinding pressure of a dark presence in his own mind. The lines he'd drawn and the lines he'd almost crossed. He told her about the ritual he was developing, the theoretical framework for extracting the Horcrux from his own scar without dying. Lily Potter's sacrificial magic, combined with his own will, combined with 7 years of intimate knowledge of the fragment's mechanics. It was untested. It might kill him. It might be worse than death. He held nothing back. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter opened every door and showed someone the whole house, the bright rooms and the dark ones, the beautiful architecture and the rotting foundations, the boy who wanted to be good and the weapon he'd made himself become. It took 2 hours. When he finished, the hospital wing was very quiet. Hermione hadn't interrupted. Not once. She'd listened with the focused intensity she brought to everything, her expression cycling through shock, horror, grief, anger, fear, and finally a fierce, blazing determination that burned so bright it seemed to light the dark room. When Harry's voice trailed into silence, she was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "You've been carrying this since you were 8. Yes. Alone. Yes. That is," her voice cracked. She stopped. Started again. "That is the bravest and most infuriating thing I have ever heard. You were a child, Harry. A child in a cupboard, with a piece of a monster in your head, and you figured out how to fight it by yourself, and you never told anyone, and you she was crying. Hermione Granger, who had faced trolls and political hearings and dementors without flinching, was crying, not delicately, not prettily, but with the full-body intensity of someone whose emotional defenses had been completely overwhelmed. Harry reached for her. She grabbed his hand, both hands, and held on with a grip that was almost painful. "Don't you dare die," she said, her voice fierce through the tears. "Don't you dare sacrifice yourself. Not for a prophecy. Not for a plan. Not for anyone. You find another way. You always find another way. I'm going to try. You're going to succeed. Because I am going to help you. And Ron is going to help you. And we are going to figure this out, the Horcruxes, the Hollow, the Fragment, all of it, together. Do you understand me? Together." Harry looked at her, tears on her face, fury in her eyes, both hands wrapped around his like she could anchor him to the world by sheer force of will, and felt something fundamental shift inside him. The fortress crumbled. Not slowly, not piece by piece, but all at once, the walls he'd built at age 8, the defenses he'd layered over years, the isolation that had kept him safe and alone and slowly, silently dying inside. It all came down, and what was left was just Harry. Scarred and tired and 14 and finally, completely, not alone. "Together," he said. She pulled him into a hug. He held her. They stayed like that for a long time, in the dark hospital wing, while outside the windows the stars turned slowly overhead and the castle settled around them like a hand closing gently around something precious. When they finally pulled apart, Hermione wiped her eyes with her sleeve and said, in a voice that was steady and clear and utterly Hermione, "Right. We need a plan. The remaining Horcruxes, the locket, the cup, the diadem. What's our timeline?" Harry laughed. It was a real laugh, surprised, warm, the laugh of someone who had just discovered that being known was not the end of the world but the beginning of something else. "I love you," he said. The words came out before he could think about them, before the strategic mind could evaluate and edit, before the fragment could whisper its contempt. They were raw and true and completely unplanned. Hermione's face went through 5 expressions in 2 seconds. Then she smiled, not the analytical smile or the determined smile but something softer, something that was just for him. "I know," she said. "I love you too. Obviously. Now, the timeline. The diadem is the easiest. It's in the room of requirement. I can get it tomorrow." "Good. The locket?" "Grimmauld Place. Sirius's family home. It's complicated, the house has defenses." "The cup?" "Gringotts. The Lestrange vault. That's significantly more complicated." "Yes. And the fragment in your scar? That's the hardest one. But I have a theory. I've been working on it for 5 years." Hermione's eyes sharpened. "Tell me the theory." He told her. The extraction ritual. The combination of sacrificial magic and soul mechanics and raw willpower. The risks. The unknowns. Hermione listened, asked 17 questions, identified 3 flaws in his logic, proposed 2 solutions he hadn't considered, and within 40 minutes had restructured the theoretical framework into something more robust than anything Harry had managed in 5 years of solo work. "Your understanding of the sacrificial magic component is incomplete," she said, scribbling notes on a piece of parchment she'd conjured. "You're treating your mother's protection as a static shield. It's not, it's a living enchantment, sustained by the blood connection to Petunia. Which means it can be channeled. Not just passively, as a defense, but actively, as a surgical tool. If we can direct the sacrificial energy specifically at the fragment, we can separate it without destroying the host," Harry finished, staring at her notes. "Hermione, that's obvious, once you stop trying to solve everything by yourself." He kissed her. She kissed him back. The parchment fell to the floor. When they separated, she picked up the parchment, smoothed it out, and said, "We'll need to test this. Carefully. Incrementally. And we need more data on the sacrificial magic, the Potter grimoires, anything from the Hogwarts library, and I want to talk to Dumbledore about the theoretical foundations." "You want to talk to Dumbledore about Horcrux removal?" "I want to talk to Dumbledore about love-based magic. He doesn't need to know why. I'll be circumspect." "You don't know how to be circumspect." "I am extremely circumspect. I am the definition of circumspect." "Hermione, you once corrected a professor in front of the entire class about the mating habits of grabhorns. That was accuracy, not a lack of circumspection. There's a difference." Harry grinned. The weight on his shoulders hadn't disappeared, the Horcruxes were still out there, Voldemort was still alive, the Hollow was still pressing through the tears in reality. But the weight had shifted. It was distributed now. Shared. Carried by two instead of one. Outside the window, the eastern sky was beginning to lighten. Dawn was coming. A new day, a new phase of the war, a new chapter in a story that had started in a cupboard under the stairs and was heading towards something that Harry couldn't yet see. But he wasn't alone anymore. And that changed everything. Hermione leaned against his shoulder, still scribbling notes, her hair tickling his chin. "We should sleep," she said, not moving. "Probably. We won't, though." "Probably not." "Then tell me about the Hollow. Everything you know. I want to understand what we're dealing with." Harry told her. And in the telling, in the sharing, in the simple act of speaking his fears aloud to someone who listened without flinching, the fears became smaller. Not gone. Not defeated. But smaller. Manageable. The size of a problem rather than the size of the world. The sun rose over Hogwarts. The hospital wing filled with golden light. Hermione's notes covered 3 feet of parchment. And Harry Potter, scarred and battered and loved, watched the dawn and planned for the war to come. Behind his scar, the fragment was silent. Not sleeping. Not fighting. Listening. Somewhere in the world, Lord Voldemort sat in a dark room and felt his new body and burned with rage and with something else, the memory of the void, the absence, the hollow, that he could not forget no matter how hard he tried. And in the space between life and death, patient as stone, the hollow pressed against the thinning walls of reality and waited for the next seal to break. Chapter 5, The Lightning Throne. The Ministry fell on a Tuesday in January. Harry heard about it from Sirius, who arrived at Hogwarts at 2 in the morning with blood on his robes and a wild look in his grey eyes. He came through the flue in Dumbledore's office, stumbling, catching himself on the desk. "It's done," Sirius said. "Scrimgeour's dead. Thickness is under the Imperius. The atrium is full of Death Eaters wearing Ministry badges. It's over." Dumbledore stood behind his desk, already in traveling robes, already calculating. "How long ago?" 3 hours. Maybe 4. "I barely got out, Remus pulled me through the Floo network before they shut it down." Sirius looked at Harry, who was standing by the door in a dressing gown and bare feet, wand in hand, the scar on his forehead burning with Voldemort's distant triumph. "Harry. You need to." "I know," Harry said. "It's starting." He'd expected this. Not the timing. Voldemort had moved faster than Harry's models predicted, which meant the Dark Lord's intelligence network was better than anticipated, but the event itself. The Ministry was always going to fall. The rot ran too deep, the corruption too widespread, the institutional resistance too feeble. Fudge's year of denial had given Voldemort time to place his people, and Scrimgeour's brief, combative tenure had been too little too late. The question had never been whether the Ministry would fall. The question was what happened next. "The Order?" Harry asked. "Scattered. Most of them got out, Tonks sent the alarm early. But we've lost safe houses. We've lost communication channels. We've lost," Sirius's voice caught. "We've lost Emmeline Vance. She stayed behind to cover the evacuation from the DMLE. Harry closed his eyes. Emmeline Vance. He hadn't known her well, a brief introduction at Grimmauld Place, a handshake, a kind face. Now she was dead because the ministry had fallen 3 months ahead of schedule. The weight settled. He carried it. Hogwarts? Harry said. Still secure, Dumbledore replied. The wards will hold against anything short of a full military assault, and Voldemort cannot afford that, not yet. He needs to consolidate political control before he can move openly against the school. How long do we have? Months. Perhaps until the end of the school year. Perhaps less. Harry nodded. Then we use every day. He looked at Sirius, at the blood on his godfather's robes and the fear in his eyes, and felt the fierce protective love that had become the foundation of everything he was building. Get cleaned up, Harry said. Eat something. Then find Remus and get me a list of everyone who made it out. We're going to need all of them. Sirius stared at him. Then he laughed, a short, sharp sound that was more exhaustion than humor. When did you become the one giving orders? When everyone else stopped having a plan. The Horcrux campaign accelerated. Harry had 3 targets remaining, the locket, the cup, and the diadem. Plus the fragment in his own scar, but that was last. The extraction ritual needed more preparation, and Hermione's revised theoretical framework was still being tested. The diadem was first. The easiest target, the one Harry could reach without leaving the castle. He went on a Tuesday afternoon, skipping history of magic. Professor Binns wouldn't notice if Harry transformed into a hippopotamus in the middle of class, let alone if he simply left. Hermione came with him, because she'd made it extremely clear that the era of Harry doing things alone was over, and Ron came because Ron always came. The room of requirement opened on Harry's third pass. I need the place where everything is hidden, and the door appeared. Inside, a cathedral of junk. Centuries of accumulated objects piled in towering stacks that stretched beyond sight, broken furniture, old textbooks, banned artifacts, discarded potions, a stuffed troll, 10,000 things that generations of Hogwarts students had hidden and forgotten. Harry navigated the maze of junk with the confidence of someone who knew exactly where to look. Riddle's memory of hiding the diadem was crystal clear, on top of a cabinet, beside a chipped bust of an ugly old warlock, near a collection of tarnished tiaras. He found it in 7 minutes. Ravenclaw's diadem, beautiful, ancient, a circlet of silver set with a sapphire that pulsed with the familiar sickly energy of a Horcrux. Harry felt the fragment in his scar reaching for it, straining against his shields. Don't touch it, Harry told Ron, who was leaning in with curiosity. The compulsion effect is significant. What kind of compulsion? It promises wisdom. Infinite knowledge. The answer to every question you've ever had. Harry smiled thinly. Trust me, it's not worth the price. He'd brought basilisk venom. The last of his 3 vials from the chamber. He poured it over the diadem with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd done this before, and the Horcrux died screaming, the same psychic shriek, the same eruption of dark energy, the same momentary flash of Tom Riddle's face in the smoke before it dissolved. The hollow pulsed. Harry felt it, a ripple in reality, a patch of wrongness in the far corner of the room where shadow deepened into something that wasn't shadow. It lasted 2 seconds, then faded. Did you feel that? Hermione asked, her wand raised. Yes. That's it. Just yes. It's getting worse. Every Horcrux we destroy widens the tears. I told you. You told me in theory. Experiencing it is different. Hermione's face was pale but her voice was steady. How much worse will it get? I don't know. That's what scares me. Ron looked between them. He didn't understand the hollow the way they did, the theoretical framework was beyond his interest, if not his intelligence, but he understood that his friends were frightened, and that was enough. So we do it faster, Ron said. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can deal with the other thing. What's next? Harry looked at him with a rush of gratitude so intense it nearly derailed his composure. Ron Weasley, who didn't understand cosmic-level threats or soul mechanics or the mathematics of reality tearing, but who understood loyalty with a purity that would put angels to shame. The locket, Harry said. Grimmauld Place. Number 12, Grimmauld Place was everything Harry expected and nothing like he'd imagined. The Black family townhouse was a monument to aristocratic decay, dark, dusty, dripping with dark magic, every surface covered in serpent motifs and pure-blood iconography. The portrait of Sirius's mother screamed obscenities at them when they entered. The house-elf creature lurked in the shadows with an expression of venomous resentment. Harry had been here before, briefly, during the summer, when the Order had used it as headquarters. But this visit was different. This visit was about the locket. He found Creature in the kitchen, crouched beside the boiler, muttering to himself about blood traders and mudbloods. The elf was ancient, filthy, and consumed by a bitterness that went beyond simple prejudice. It was grief, Harry realized. Grief for a family that had destroyed itself, for a house that had fallen, for a young master who had died trying to do the right thing. Regulus Black. Sirius's younger brother. Death Eater turned traitor, who had stolen Voldemort's locket Horcrux and left a fake in its place, and who had died in the process. Harry knelt on the kitchen floor so that he was at eye level with the elf. Creature flinched, the instinctive recoil of a creature that expected cruelty from every interaction. Creature, Harry said gently. I know about Regulus. The elf went still. I know what he did. I know why he did it. And I know he gave you a locket and asked you to destroy it. Creature's enormous eyes filled with tears, not the dramatic floods of Dobby's weeping but small, painful tears that seemed to cost the old elf something fundamental. Master Regulus, he whispered. Master Regulus gave Creature an order. Creature has tried. Creature has tried. But the locket, Creature cannot destroy it. Nothing Creature does, I can destroy it, Harry said. That's why I'm here. I can finish what Regulus started. The silence that followed was immense. Creature stared at Harry with an expression that cycled through suspicion, hope, disbelief, and back to suspicion. Creature has the locket. Creature has kept it safe. For Master Regulus. Always for Master Regulus. Will you bring it to me? So I can destroy it. So Regulus's last wish can be fulfilled. The elf disappeared and reappeared in under a second, holding a heavy gold locket with an ornate S on its face. Slytherin's locket. The Horcrux pulsed in Creature's hands, and Harry could feel it across the room, the malevolent intelligence, the magnetic pull, the whispered promises. Harry took it. The metal was warm in his hands, almost alive. Hermione stepped forward with the sword of Gryffindor. They'd retrieved it from Dumbledore's office the previous week. The sword was goblin-made, infused with the properties of anything that strengthened it, and Harry had fed it basilisk venom during second year. It was now one of the most potent Horcrux-destroying weapons in existence, and Dumbledore had surrendered it without argument. Harry set the locket on the stone floor of the Black family kitchen. He looked at it. The fragment in his scar writhed. Open it, Harry said in Parseltongue. The locket clicked. The gold halves separated. And from inside, a cloud of dark smoke erupted, not physical smoke but psychic projection, the Horcrux's defense mechanism, designed to attack the weaknesses of whoever tried to destroy it. The smoke coalesced into images. Harry saw himself, a dark version, eyes cold, power absolute, the king of a world remade in Voldemort's image. He saw Hermione, turning away, disgust on her face. You're not Harry. You're him. You've always been him. He saw Ron, dead on the ground, a casualty of Harry's strategic calculations. He saw Dumbledore, nodding sadly, you were always meant to be the sacrifice. The images hit hard. They were designed to hit hard. The locket had months of proximity to human emotions to draw on, and it wielded Harry's fears like scalpels. Harry. Hermione's voice, sharp, real, cutting through the projections. It's not real. None of it is real. Harry brought the sword down. The blade cleaved the locket in half with a sound like a thunderclap. The smoke screamed, a wail that rattled the kitchen windows and made Creature clap his hands over his ears, and then dissolved. The locket fragments fell to the floor, inert, dead, empty. Creature stared at the destroyed locket. His thin lips trembled. His enormous eyes welled up again. "It is done," the elf whispered. "Master Regulus's wish. It is done." "It's done," Harry confirmed. Creature looked at Harry for a long, measuring moment. Then the ancient elf straightened, as much as his hunched frame allowed, and said, in a voice that was smaller than before but somehow clearer, "What does Master Harry require?" Harry blinked. "I'm not your master, Creature. Master Harry is head of the House of Black, through Master Sirius. Creature serves the head of house." The elf paused. "And Master Harry has fulfilled Master Regulus's last wish." Creature. Creature is grateful. It was, Harry suspected, the first time in decades that Creature had used that word and meant it. "I could use a cup of tea," Harry said. Creature made tea. It was, against all expectations, excellent. Gringotts was the hardest. The Lestrange vault was buried in the deepest levels of the Goblin Bank, protected by enchantments, curses, a dragon, and the institutional paranoia of a species that took security as a religious obligation. Breaking in was technically impossible. Harry intended to do it anyway. The plan was Hermione's. She'd spent 2 weeks working on it, filling notebooks with diagrams and contingencies and spell chains, cross-referencing Riddle's knowledge of Gringotts security systems with current intelligence from Dobby, who could bypass goblin wards because house elf magic operated on a fundamentally different frequency, and Bill Weasley, who was a professional curse breaker and had been cautiously brought into the conspiracy by a very nervous Ron. "Polyjuice," Hermione said, laying out the plan on the table in the room of requirement. "I become Bellatrix Lestrange. Ron provides backup under a glamour. Harry uses the invisibility cloak. We walk in through the front door. And the goblins? Confundus charm on the teller. Dobby handles the cart ride, he can mask our presence from the internal detection systems. The dragon is the variable." "The dragon is always the variable," Harry said. "I've researched Ukrainian ironbellies. They're conditioned through pain, trained to expect punishment when they hear a specific sound. Clankers. We'll need to bring some." The heist went wrong in exactly the ways they'd anticipated and several ways they hadn't. The polyjuice worked. Hermione made a convincingly terrifying Bellatrix. She'd studied the woman's mannerisms from pensive memories and newspaper photographs, and the cold, imperious sneer she adopted was so accurate that Harry felt a chill. The Confundus charm on the goblin teller worked. The cart ride to the deep vaults worked. The vault itself was the problem. Everything inside was cursed with the Gemino and Flagranti enchantments, touching anything caused it to multiply and burn. The cup was visible on a high shelf, gleaming gold among a mountain of cursed treasure. Harry used careful levitation to retrieve it, hovering the cup over the burning, multiplying masses of fake treasure while Hermione maintained a cooling charm on the air around them and Ron stood at the vault door keeping watch. Then the alarm went off. The goblins had seen through the Confundus. Or the internal detection systems had caught something Dobby had missed. Or some other variable had failed. The specifics didn't matter, what mattered was that the vault was sealing, the cart was gone, and between them and the surface was approximately half a mile of stone, a dragon, and an increasingly hostile goblin security force. "The dragon," Harry said. "You're joking," Ron said. "I'm not. We ride the dragon out. Harry, that's our only option." They rode the dragon out. The Ukrainian ironbelly, half-blind and conditioned to cower, responded to freedom the way any imprisoned creature would, with a desperate, roaring, wall-smashing lunge toward the light. Harry, Hermione, and Ron clung to its back as it tore through the upper levels of Gringotts, crashed through the marble lobby, and erupted from the bank's facade in an explosion of stone and screaming goblins. They flew over Diagon Alley on the back of a dragon. Below them, witches and wizards scattered. Above them, the sky was enormous and blue and free. Hermione was laughing. Actually laughing, the wild, slightly hysterical laughter of someone who has just survived the impossible. Her hair streamed behind her, Bellatrix's face melting back to Hermione's as the polyjuice wore off, and she was laughing, and she was beautiful, and Harry wanted to live in this moment forever. Ron was not laughing. Ron was clinging to a spine on the dragon's back with both hands and an expression of rigid, comprehensive terror. When I said yes to this plan, he shouted over the wind, I did not agree to the dragon part. There was always a dragon part, Hermione shouted back. There was not. It was in the contingency appendix. Nobody reads the appendix, Hermione. The dragon carried them north. They jumped off over a lake, a controlled fall, cushioned by charms, and swam to shore with the cup and their lives in a story that would be told in the wizarding world for generations. On the shore, soaking wet, bruised, alive, Harry destroyed the cup with the sword of Gryffindor. The Horcrux screamed and died. The hollow pulsed, stronger this time, a full 5 seconds of reality distortion that drained the color from the lake and made the trees look flat, like paintings. Hermione grabbed Harry's arm. Ron grabbed the other. They held him between them while the wave of wrongness passed, and when reality reasserted itself, all three of them were shaking. That's getting worse, Ron said quietly. Yes, Harry said. It is. 5 Horcruxes destroyed. 1 remained, besides the fragment in Harry's scar, Nagini, the snake, which was with Voldemort at all times and could not be reached without a direct assault. And the hollow was pressing closer with every seal they broke. Dumbledore went to the Department of Mysteries on a Thursday night in March without telling anyone. Harry found out 3 hours later, when the headmaster's Patronus appeared in the room of requirement, a silver phoenix, already fading, its voice thin and distant. Harry. I have gone to the Veil Chamber. The largest tear is here. I can feel it, the hollow is pressing through. I have developed a ritual that can seal it, but the cost, the Patronus flickered. I should have told you. I should have discussed this. Forgive an old man his failings. The ritual requires a life freely given. I have lived long enough. The Patronus dissolved. Harry ran. He apparat, sighed along with Hermione, who had been working beside him and refused to be left behind, directly to the ministry atrium. The building was empty, fallen, dark. Death Eater patrols roamed the upper levels, but the Department of Mysteries was deep underground, and Voldemort's forces hadn't bothered to secure it. There was nothing there they wanted. Nothing except the boundary between life and death. They descended through the rotating chamber, through the Hall of Prophecies, through doors that opened to Harry's touch. The fragment in his scar was, ironically, a universal key in the Department of Mysteries, and into the Veil Chamber. The room was circular, tiered, a stone amphitheater descending to a raised dais in the center. On the dais stood the veil, an ancient stone arch draped with a tattered black curtain that rippled without wind. The veil had always been a window between worlds, a thin point in the boundary between life and death. Now it was more than thin. It was open. The hollow poured through. Not completely, not yet, but the chamber was saturated with it. Color had drained from the stone walls, leaving them gray and featureless. The torches burned with a light that cast no warmth. Sound was muffled, distorted, as if heard through water. And the air itself felt wrong, not cold exactly, but absent, as if the concept of temperature had been removed. Dumbledore stood before the veil. He was casting, his wand arm extended, his voice chanting in a language Harry didn't recognize, something older than Latin, older than Norse, something that predated wizardry itself. Golden light poured from his wand and into the veil, and where the light touched the tattered curtain, the fabric seemed to thicken, to solidify, to become real again. He was sealing the tear. He was pouring his life into it. He was dying. "Professor." Harry's voice echoed through the empty chamber. He vaulted the stone tiers, taking them 3 at a time, Hermione behind him. Dumbledore didn't turn. His chanting continued, steady, measured, each word costing him something visible, his skin going gray, his posture slumping, his silver hair dulling. The golden light from his wand was dimming as the life that powered it drained away. "Professor, stop. There has to be another way, there is not." Dumbledore's voice was calm. Tired. Peaceful. "I have researched this for months, Harry. The sacrifice must be willing. The life must be freely given. And it must be given by someone whose love is strong enough to mend what hatred tore." He paused in his chanting, just for a moment, and turned his head slightly. His eyes found Harry's. The twinkle was gone. What remained was something better, something clear and honest and unafraid. "I was wrong to plan your death," Dumbledore said. "You have already become more than I imagined. More than I deserved." Harry's eyes burned. "I forgive you." Dumbledore smiled. The smile was real, not the genial mask of the headmaster, not the calculated warmth of the strategist, but the genuine, exhausted, grateful smile of a very old man who had carried the weight of the world for too long and was finally setting it down. "That," Dumbledore said, "is the difference between you and Tom. It always was." He turned back to the veil. The chanting resumed. The golden light blazed, brighter now, fed by the last reserves of a life that had spanned over a century and a half, a life of mistakes and brilliance, of love and manipulation, of terrible choices made in the name of a greater good that was sometimes good and sometimes only greater. The tear sealed. The veil's curtain solidified, became opaque, became real. The Hollow's presence in the chamber receded, not gone, not completely, but pushed back, contained, the largest breach closed by the sacrifice of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Dumbledore's wand fell from his fingers. The Elder Wand, Harry recognized it, the deathly Hallow, the most powerful wand in existence, clattered on the stone dais and rolled to Harry's feet. Harry caught Dumbledore as he fell. The old man weighed nothing. He was already more absence than presence, his body failing as the magic that had sustained it for so long drained away. Harry held him, knelt on the cold stone of the veiled chamber, cradling the headmaster's head, Hermione standing behind them with tears running silently down her face. "The other tears," Dumbledore whispered. His voice was fading. "Smaller. You can seal them. Together. When the time comes. Not with death, with life. With the magic that Tom never understood." "Love," Harry said. "Love." Dumbledore's eyes were closing. "Your mother knew. She always knew." A final breath. "Take the wand, Harry. It chose you, the moment you forgave me." Albus Dumbledore died in Harry Potter's arms on the floor of the Department of Mysteries, and the veil behind them hung still and silent and whole for the first time in decades. Harry held him for a long time. Then he laid the old man gently on the stone, crossed his arms over his chest, and stood. The Elder Wand lay at his feet. He picked it up. It felt like lightning in his hand, raw power, barely contained, eager and alive in a way that no wand had ever felt. The Holly Wand was his companion. The Yew Wand was his weapon. The Elder Wand was something else entirely, a force of nature, waiting to be directed. "Harry," Hermione said softly. He looked at her. His face was wet. His eyes were dry. "We need to go," he said. "There's still work to do." They left the Department of Mysteries carrying the body of the greatest wizard of the age, and the Ministry was still dark and fallen around them, and the war was still raging, and the Hollow was still out there, pressing against the remaining tiers. But the largest breach was sealed. Dumbledore's sacrifice had bought them time. Harry intended to use every second. The Order gathered at Hogwarts. With the Ministry fallen and Grimmauld Place compromised, the castle became the last stronghold, the only place with wards strong enough to resist Voldemort's forces and a population large enough to defend them. McGonagall took over as acting headmistress with the grim efficiency of a woman who had been preparing for this moment for 30 years without knowing it. Dumbledore's death changed things. The wizarding world had relied on the old man as a symbol, the one wizard Voldemort feared, the immovable object against the irresistible force. Without him, the resistance teetered. People lost hope. People fled. People surrendered. Harry couldn't let that stand. He called a meeting. Not of the Order, of everyone. The Great Hall, 2 days after Dumbledore's death, every student who had stayed and every adult who could fight. He stood at the head table where Dumbledore had stood for decades and looked out at the sea of frightened, grieving faces and spoke. He didn't give a speech. Harry Potter was not a speech giver. He told them the truth. Dumbledore is dead. He died protecting us, protecting all of us, in ways I can't explain yet but will someday. He was the greatest wizard I've ever known, and he was flawed, and he loved this school and everyone in it more than he loved his own life. He proved that at the end. Silence. Tears. McGonagall's chin trembling. Voldemort thinks this is over. He thinks that without Dumbledore, we'll fold. He thinks fear is stronger than love, that power is stronger than connection, that his army of broken, terrified followers can crush a castle full of people who chose to stay and fight. Harry looked at them, at Ron, steady and pale and ready, at Hermione, blazing with determination, at Neville, standing straight with the sword of Gryffindor at his hip, at Sirius and Remus, shoulder to shoulder, at the Weasley twins, serious for once, at Snape, dark-eyed and grim in the shadows. He's wrong, Harry said. He's always been wrong about that. And we're going to prove it. The hall was quiet for a moment. Then someone started clapping. Neville, Harry realized, Neville Longbottom, who had been afraid of his own shadow 4 years ago and who now stood in the front row with tears on his face and his hands coming together in a steady, defiant rhythm. Others joined. The clapping swelled, became thunder, became a sound that filled the great hall and echoed off the enchanted ceiling and rolled through the corridors of a castle that had stood for 1,000 years and intended to stand for 1,000 more. Harry stepped down from the head table and started preparing for war. Snape came to him that night. Harry was in the room of requirement, reviewing defensive ward schemes, when the door opened and Severus Snape stepped through in his black robes with his sallow face and his complicated eyes. Potter. Professor. They looked at each other. 5 years of history between them, the potions class confrontation, the whispered truths about Lily, the slow evolution from antagonism to wary respect to something that neither of them had a name for. Dumbledore's death changes my position, Snape said. His voice was flat, controlled. My cover as a double agent is no longer relevant. The Dark Lord knows I was loyal to Dumbledore. My usefulness as a spy is finished. I know. I have come to offer my services. Openly. Without reservation. Snape paused. The next word seemed to cost him something. For whatever that is worth. Harry studied him. The man who had loved his mother. The man who had hated his father. The man who had spent 15 years walking a knife edge between two masters, serving both and belonging to neither. You hated me, Harry said. Not an accusation. An observation. Yes. Snape didn't flinch. You have her eyes and his arrogance. I have her eyes and my choices. Something shifted in Snape's expression, a crack in the mask, the smallest possible fissure, through which Harry caught a glimpse of something raw and human and desperately tired. Yes, Snape said quietly. You do. They stood in the room of requirement, 2 men on the same side of a war that had been defining both their lives since before Harry was born, and the silence between them was no longer hostile. It was the silence of understanding, imperfect, incomplete, but real. What do you need? Snape asked. Potions. Healing supplies. Combat support. Harry hesitated. The curse on my hand. From the gaunt ring. I managed the acute damage, but there's a residual infection that I haven't been able to clear. I need someone who understands dark curse remediation at a level that I can't replicate from stolen memories. Snape's eyes went to Harry's right hand, gloved, as it had been since the ring incident. Show me. Harry pulled off the glove. The black veins were still there, faded, dormant, but visible. Thin lines of dark magic embedded in his tissue, waiting. Snape examined the hand with clinical precision, his long fingers probing the cursed tissue with a gentleness that would have surprised anyone who only knew the man from his classroom persona. His expression darkened as he worked. This is Gaunt family curse work. Old. Layered. Self-reinforcing. He looked up. You should have come to me immediately. I know. Foolish boy. I know that too. Snape produced a potion vial from his robes, he carried them the way other people carried wallets, always prepared, and applied the contents to Harry's hand with precise, practiced movements. The pain was immediate and sharp, and then it faded, and the black veins, receded. Not completely. But significantly. I will prepare a course of treatment, Snape said, replacing Harry's glove. 7 applications over 2 weeks. The curse will be contained if not eliminated. Thank you, Professor. Severus, Snape corrected. His voice was rough. If we are going to war together, you may as well use my name. Harry nodded. Severus. They worked through the night, Snape contributing potions expertise and strategic intelligence from his years as a spy, Harry sharing the broad strokes of the Horcrux campaign and the defensive preparations. They didn't become friends. That wasn't what this was. But they became allies, real allies, bound by mutual respect and a shared purpose that transcended the old grudges. At dawn, Snape paused at the door. Your mother, he said, not looking back. She would not have approved of your methods. She was kinder than you are. I know. But she would have been proud of what you're fighting for. The slightest pause. As am I. He left. Harry stared at the closed door for a long time and felt something settle in his chest, not peace, exactly, but resolution. The circle was closing. The pieces were in place. Umbridge arrived on a Monday morning in April, accompanied by 6 Aurors and a ministry decree declaring Hogwarts under emergency governance. She was exactly as Harry remembered from their brief encounters at the ministry, toad-like, pink-clad, radiating a particular brand of authoritarian cruelty that masqueraded as order. She marched into the great hall with her Aurors and her decree and her simpering smile and announced that she was the new High Inquisitor and that all defensive preparations were to cease immediately. The ministry has determined that the alleged return of he who must not be named is unsubstantiated, Umbridge said, her voice high and sweet and poisonous. This school will return to its proper educational mission. All unauthorized organizations will be disbanded. All weapons will be confiscated. No, Harry said. He was standing at the Gryffindor table, and the word cut through Umbridge's speech like a blade. I beg your pardon. I said no. You don't have authority here. The ministry has fallen to Voldemort, the decree you're carrying was signed by Pius Thickness, who is under the Imperious Curse. This school is independent, its governance falls to the acting headmistress, and you are not welcome. Umbridge's smile didn't waver, but her eyes went cold. Mr. Potter. You are a student. You do not. I am head of the ancient and noble house of Potter, a voting member of the Wisingamoth, and the person who has been keeping this school alive while your ministry handed itself to a Dark Lord. You may take your decree, Madam Umbridge, and your Aurors, and leave. Or you may stay and explain to the 600 students in this room why you think surrendering to Voldemort is an acceptable educational policy. The great hall was very, very quiet. Umbridge looked at Harry. Harry looked back. Behind him, McGonagall rose from the head table with an expression that could have stripped paint. Beside him, Amelia Bones, who had escaped the Ministry purge and taken refuge at Hogwarts, stood with her wand visible and her monocle glinting. "I would suggest," Bones said, her voice carrying the weight of 30 years of law enforcement, "that you reconsider your position, Dolores." The Aurors looked at each other. Two of them lowered their wands. One stepped sideways, putting distance between himself and Umbridge. The institutional loyalty was crumbling in real time. Umbridge left. She left red-faced and sputtering, her decree crumpled in her fist, her Aurors trailing behind her with the shuffling gait of people who had just chosen the losing side and knew it. Harry sat down and finished his breakfast. Hermione, sitting across from him, looked at him over her toast. "You enjoyed that," she said. "I did not." "You absolutely did." "Maybe a little." She smiled. He smiled back. For one moment, in the middle of a war, in a castle under siege, surrounded by people who were counting on him to save the world, Harry Potter was just a boy smiling at the girl he loved over breakfast. Then the moment passed, and there was work to do. The extraction happened on a Saturday in May. Harry had been preparing for this for 7 years. Since the cupboard. Since the first night he'd cracked open the library and found the fragment watching him from its throne of shadows. Since the moment he'd understood what he was and decided, with the fierce, stubborn, terrified resolve of an 8-year-old who refused to die, that he would find another way. Hermione's revised framework was complete. The ritual combined 3 magical principles: Lily Potter's sacrificial protection, still active in Harry's blood, sustained by the Dursley bloodward connection that Dumbledore had anchored 15 years ago, Harry's own will, trained through 7 years of occlumency and nightly confrontations with the fragment, and a surgical application of love-based magic that targeted the Horcrux specifically, separating dark magic from living tissue the way an antivenom separated poison from blood. It had never been done. It was theoretical. It might kill him. "It won't kill you," Hermione said, reviewing her notes for the 40th time. "The mathematics are sound." "The mathematics describe a process that has never been empirically tested," Harry said. "Then we'll be the first. Science requires experimentation. This isn't science. This is magic. Magic is science. It just has better aesthetics." They performed the ritual in the room of requirement, which had configured itself into a clean, bright space, stone floor inscribed with runic circles, walls lined with protective wards, the air humming with the room's own ancient magic. Hermione had spent 2 weeks inscribing the ritual geometry, checking and rechecking every symbol, every line, every mathematical relationship. Ron stood at the door, wand drawn, his face set in an expression of fierce concentration. His job was simple: guard the room. Don't let anyone in. Don't let anything out. He was the best at standing firm. He'd proved that 100 times. Sirius was there, pacing, unable to stand still, his hands shaking with the particular terror of someone who had already lost everyone he loved and couldn't bear to lose one more. Remus stood beside him, a steadying hand on his shoulder. Harry sat in the center of the runic circle, cross-legged, his wand set aside. He was wearing a simple white shirt and trousers. No armor. No weapons. This battle was fought on the inside. Hermione knelt beside him. She took his hands. Her fingers were steady. Her eyes were clear. "When you're ready," she said. Harry closed his eyes and went inside. The library was waiting. It was emptier now. Years of raids had stripped the shelves of most of their contents, the stolen knowledge transferred to Harry's own mind, organized and indexed and owned. But the deeper chambers remained, and at the center of them, on its throne of shadows, the fragment waited. It was stronger than Harry expected. 7 years of proximity to Harry's growing magical power had fed it. The connection to Voldemort's resurrected body had strengthened it further. It wasn't the confused, malicious echo it had been when Harry was 8. It was a presence, coherent, intelligent, dangerous. So, the fragment said. The thief comes to finish his work. Harry faced it across the circular chamber. The mindscape was clearer than it had ever been, the details sharper, the shadows deeper, the boundary between Harry's consciousness and the fragment's territory drawn like a line in sand. "This is the end, Tom," Harry said. "I'm taking you out." The fragment laughed. "You've been trying to solve this puzzle for 7 years. Do you really think you found the answer?" Hermione found the answer. "I found the courage." "Courage." The fragment's handsome face twisted with contempt. "You call it courage. I call it desperation. You're afraid, Potter. You've always been afraid, of me, of what I represent, of the darkness you carry. Every night for 7 years you've come to this library and stolen my knowledge and pretended that the theft didn't change you. But it did. It has. Look at yourself." Harry looked. In the mindscape mirror, a construct the fragment had created, a reflection of Harry's psychic self-image, he saw himself as he was, scarred, determined, carrying the weight of 2 minds in one skull. He saw the darkness in his own eyes, not Voldemort's darkness, not the fragment's corruption, but the shadow that came from years of hard choices and heavy knowledge and the willingness to let terrible things happen for strategic gain. He saw, for the first time, how close to the edge he had come. Not the edge of becoming Voldemort, that was never the real danger. The edge of becoming so hard, so strategic, so armored that the warmth underneath couldn't reach the surface anymore. "You see it," the fragment whispered. "The wall you've built. The fortress. You think it protects you, but it's a prison. Just like mine. You've become a cupboard, Harry, locked from the inside." The words hit home. They were the most honest things the fragment had ever said. And they were true. Harry took a breath. Then he did the hardest thing he had ever done. He dropped his shields. Not the outermost layer, the false surface, the nervous child mask. Not the middle layers, the misdirection, the trapdoors. All of them. Every wall, every barrier, every defense he'd built since he was 8 years old. He let them fall. The fragment stared. For one stunned moment, Tom Riddle's echo was speechless, because what it saw, underneath all the armor, was not the cold strategist or the stolen library or the weapon Harry had made himself become. It was a boy. Just a boy. Tired and scared and full of love, love for his friends, for Hermione, for Sirius, for the world that kept trying to break him and the life he kept choosing to fight for. The love was enormous. It filled the mindscape like light, like heat, like the sun coming up after the longest night. And it burned. The fragment screamed. Love was anathema to it, the one magic Tom Riddle had never understood, the one force that could not be stolen or replicated or controlled. It wasn't a spell. It wasn't a weapon. It was a state of being, and it was incompatible with the fragmented, corrupted thing that called itself a piece of Voldemort's soul. Harry felt Hermione's hands on his, real hands, in the real world, anchoring him to his body while his mind waged war on the inside. He felt her magic flowing through the contact, feeding the ritual geometry, channeling the sacrificial protection that lived in his blood into a surgical instrument of devastating precision. The protection activated. Not as a shield, as a scalpel. It found the boundary between Harry's soul and the fragment's corruption, traced the line with atomic precision, and began to cut. The fragment fought. God, it fought. It threw everything it had, every temptation, every dark memory, every ounce of Tom Riddle's genius and fury and desperation. It offered Harry power beyond imagining. It offered him knowledge he hadn't yet stolen. It offered him the one thing it knew he wanted most, the certainty that he would never be alone again. "Keep me," the fragment whispered. "Keep me and I'll be with you forever. You'll never be alone. You'll never be weak. You'll never be the boy in the cupboard again." Harry felt the offer. Felt its pull. Felt the seduction of permanent companionship, even companionship with a monster. "I'm not alone," Harry said. I haven't been alone for a long time. He let go. The fragment tore free. The pain was, there were no words. It was the pain of having a part of yourself ripped away, even a part that was never truly yours. Harry felt the connection sever, the constant background hum that had been there since he was 15 months old, the whisper and the heat and the burning behind his scar, and then silence. Silence. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter's mind was quiet. The silence was so profound, so complete, so empty that for one terrified moment he thought he'd died. Then he felt Hermione's hands, and heard Ron's voice, "Is he okay? Is it working?" and smelled the Room of Requirement's stone and magic scent, and he was alive. He was alive and the scar was just a scar and the fragment was gone. He opened his eyes. Hermione was kneeling in front of him, her face white, tears streaming, her magic still flowing through their joined hands. Above them, a wisp of dark smoke, the extracted fragment, writhed in the air, contained by the ritual geometry, shrieking in a frequency that was felt rather than heard. Hermione severed the ritual. The runic circles flared white gold, and the fragment was caught, compressed, destroyed, annihilated by the same love magic that had expelled it, consumed by the same sacrificial energy that had saved Harry's life 15 years ago. Tom Riddle's last unintended Horcrux died screaming. Harry fell forward. Hermione caught him. He was shaking, full-body tremors, the aftermath of psychic surgery, the shock of suddenly being alone in his own head after 15 years of unwanted company. "It's gone," he said. His voice was ragged. "It's gone." Hermione held him. Ron was there too. Harry felt a hand on his shoulder, heavy and warm and steady, the hand of a friend who had stood at the door and would have stood there forever. Sirius was on his knees beside them, his face wrecked, his hands hovering as if afraid to touch Harry and break whatever fragile miracle had just occurred. "Pup," Sirius said. "Harry. Are you?" "I'm free," Harry said, and started laughing, and the laughter turned to tears, and the tears turned to something that was both and neither, and he sat on the floor of the Room of Requirement surrounded by the people he loved and felt the absolute, terrifying, wonderful silence of a mind that was finally, completely his own. Voldemort felt it. Somewhere in his fortress, the Riddle Manor in Little Hangleton, restored and warded and filled with Death Eaters, the Dark Lord staggered. The connection to his last unintended Horcrux severed like a snapped wire, and the feedback hit him like a physical blow. He screamed. Every Death Eater in the manor heard it, a sound of rage and loss and something deeper, something that Tom Riddle had not felt since he was a boy in an orphanage watching the world prove, again and again, that he was alone. Only Nagini remained. The last Horcrux. The last anchor. Voldemort looked at the snake with new eyes, not the casual affection of a man who kept a pet, but the desperate, clinging intensity of a man who had just realized how mortal he was becoming. He attacked Hogwarts the next day. The Battle of Hogwarts began at dusk. Voldemort's forces emerged from the Forbidden Forest like a tide, Death Eaters, giants, Dementors, werewolves, Inferi. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, a dark army assembled from every corner of the magical world's worst elements. The castle was ready. Harry's preparations, months of ward construction, defensive enchantments, tactical planning, had transformed Hogwarts from a school into a fortress. The stone walls were reinforced with structural charms. The corridors were channeled into kill zones. The grounds were mined with triggered hexes and animated obstacles. And the defenders were not children playing soldier. The D.A., Dumbledore's army, trained by Harry for 2 years in the Room of Requirement, took their positions with the disciplined focus of a unit that had drilled for this moment 100 times. 6th and 7th years on the walls. 5th years in reserve. 4th years and below in the Chamber of Secrets, the safest place in the castle, sealed by Parseltongue, unreachable by any force that didn't have Harry Potter's blood. The Order took the front lines. Sirius and Remus, side by side, wands raised, the last marauders making their stand. McGonagall animated the suits of armor, all of them, every suit in the castle, and sent them marching to war with a spell that turned centuries of decoration into an army of stone and steel. Flitwick raised ward barriers that shimmered like heat mirages. Sprout deployed plants that grabbed and strangled and poisoned. Snape stood at the castle's eastern approach, his wand drawn, his face the same mask of controlled fury he'd worn his entire adult life. 3 Death Eaters rounded the corner and he took them apart in 4 seconds, 3 spells, 3 bodies hitting the floor, the movements economically brutal, the result of decades of espionage channeled into 4 seconds of open warfare. The battle raged. Harry fought everywhere. He moved through the castle like a force of nature, appearing wherever the line was weakest, casting spells that were beyond anything a 15-year-old should have been capable of. He had the stolen knowledge of the darkest wizard alive, the combat training of years, the Elder Wand in his hand and the Holly Wand in his offhand, and he used them both, weaving spells from 2 wands simultaneously, a technique that no one alive had mastered, that required a divided focus so precise it was practically inhuman. He wasn't inhuman. He was just Harry. Harry with Hermione's voice in his ear, communication charms, linked, constant, Harry with Ron's strategic eye guiding troop movements from the astronomy tower, Harry with Neville's courage at his back and Sirius's love in his blood and the memory of a scar that no longer burned. The Death Eaters hit the eastern wall hard. A giant, 40 feet tall, skin like granite, slammed a fist through the corridor where the Weasley twins had set up a defensive position. The wall collapsed. Stone and dust and screaming. Fred Weasley was under the rubble. Harry felt it before he heard it, the shudder of the structural reinforcement charms he'd placed on that corridor weeks ago, designed specifically for this scenario, the awareness that his magical work was the only thing between Fred Weasley and a collapsed wall. The charms held. The rubble shifted but didn't crush. George dug his twin out, alive, bloody, swearing with the creative profanity of a man who had just been very nearly killed and was very, very angry about it. That was my favorite corridor. Fred shouted, staggering to his feet, one arm hanging wrong, blood streaming from a cut above his eye. I had products stored in that corridor. Are you okay? George was running his hands over Fred's body, checking for injuries, his face white. I'm fine. I'm furious. But I'm fine. Harry breathed. The reinforcement charms had worked. Fred was alive. The battle continued. The eastern corridors became Ron's masterpiece. From the astronomy tower, linked to every defender by communication charm, he directed the defense with the tactical brilliance of someone who had been playing chess his entire life and had finally been given a board that mattered. 7th years, fall back to the second junction, they're flanking through the herbology greenhouses. Ernie, take your team to the courtyard entrance, they're about to try the gate. Fred, George, if you can walk, I need you in the main corridor with those prototype fireworks you've been saving. The twins moved. Their fireworks, combat grade, designed for mayhem, illegal in 7 countries, erupted through the corridors in a barrage of sound and fire and magical chaos that drove a pack of Death Eaters back through a window and into the lake. That was for my corridor, Fred said, limping, grinning, alive. Elsewhere, Neville Longbottom was having the night of his life. The boy who had been afraid of his own shadow stood in the courtyard with the sword of Gryffindor in his hand and a look on his face that would have made his parents proud. The werewolf pack hit the courtyard hard, Greyback leading, his savage face twisted with bloodlust, and Neville met them with a ferocity that was born not from darkness but from absolute, crystalline clarity. He wasn't fighting for glory. He wasn't fighting for revenge. He was fighting for the same reason Harry had given him the sword, because someone needed to, and Neville Longbottom had spent his whole life being told he wasn't enough, and he was done believing it. Greyback fell to a combination of the sword and a full body bind that Neville cast mid-swing, the blade cutting air while the spell hit the werewolf's chest. It shouldn't have been possible. Simultaneous melee and magical combat required a cognitive split that most trained aurors couldn't manage. Neville did it on instinct. Harry, watching from across the courtyard, felt a surge of pride so fierce it nearly distracted him from the 3 Death Eaters he was currently dueling. Nearly. The 3 Death Eaters went down. Harry moved on. Hermione's fight happened on the 4th floor. She'd been coordinating evacuation routes when Bellatrix Lestrange came through the wall, literally through the wall, blasting curse demolishing the stonework, the Dark Witch stepping through the rubble with the casual grace of someone arriving at a party. Mudblood, Bellatrix crooned. All alone. Hermione was not all alone. But the students behind her were young, frightened, and running for safety, and Hermione was the only one standing between them and the most dangerous witch in Britain. Go, she told the students behind her. Run. I'll handle this. You'll handle this? Bellatrix laughed, the high, wild laugh of someone for whom violence was indistinguishable from joy. Little Mudblood girl is going to handle Bellatrix Lestrange. You can't even. Hermione's first spell hit Bellatrix in the chest. The duel lasted 4 minutes. It felt like hours. Bellatrix was experienced, ruthless, and genuinely brilliant, one of the most talented witches of her generation, trained in combat by Voldemort himself. Her spells were vicious, creative, designed to cause maximum suffering. Hermione fought differently. She fought like a researcher, systematically, analytically, treating each of Bellatrix's attacks as a data point and adjusting her strategy in real time. She didn't try to match Bellatrix's raw power. She outmaneuvered her. She used the corridor architecture, conjuring barriers at angles that channeled Bellatrix's own ricocheting curses back at her, transfiguring rubble into shields and projectiles, deploying combinations of spells that Bellatrix had never encountered because they were Hermione's own innovations. Bellatrix adapted. She was too experienced not to. The fight escalated, the corridor becoming a war zone of spellfire and transformed matter and the raw, crackling energy of 2 powerful witches trying to destroy each other. Hermione won with a combination that no one had seen before, a silence charm woven into a binding hex woven into a sleep enchantment, the 3 spells layered on top of each other and cast simultaneously, hitting Bellatrix at 3 levels at once. The Dark Witch couldn't scream, couldn't move, couldn't think, she collapsed mid-curse, her wand falling from nerveless fingers, her eyes rolling back. Hermione stood over her, breathing hard, bruised, bleeding from a cut on her forehead. Mudblood, she said quietly, is not a word you're going to use again. Harry, arriving at a sprint 3 minutes later, found Hermione sitting on Bellatrix's unconscious body, applying a healing charm to her own forehead with the methodical focus of someone who had just fought the battle of her life and was already thinking about what came next. Are you hurt? He asked. Superficial. 3rd-degree hexburn on my left arm and a cracked rib. I'm fine. You're sitting on Bellatrix Lestrange. She makes a surprisingly adequate chair. Harry looked at her, battle-worn, bloodied, magnificent, and felt a love so powerful it reconfigured his understanding of the word. Marry me, he said. Hermione blinked. We're in the middle of a battle. I know. You're asking me to marry you while I'm sitting on an unconscious Death Eater. I am. You have the worst timing. That's not a no. Of course it's not a no. But we are going to discuss this properly later, with tea and eye contact and the absence of active warfare. Fair enough. Now go kill Voldemort. Harry kissed her forehead, vaulted over Bellatrix's unconscious body, and went. Nagini died in the courtyard. Neville killed her. The snake, massive, enchanted, Voldemort's last Horcrux, had been sent ahead of its master, tasked with hunting Harry specifically. It found Neville instead, and Neville, who had the sword of Gryffindor and the particular courage of someone with nothing left to prove, took the serpent's head off in a single swing. The Horcrux screamed. The death shriek echoed across the grounds, and Harry felt it, the severance of the last anchor, the final cord cut. Voldemort was mortal. Completely, irreversibly mortal. Across the battlefield, in the shadow of the Forbidden Forest, Voldemort staggered. His red eyes went wide. His lipless mouth opened in a silent cry. He felt it, felt the last piece of his shattered soul die, and for one instant, the most powerful dark wizard in history looked like what he truly was, a broken old man, alone, afraid, facing the death he had spent his entire life trying to escape. Then the fear became fury, and the fury became action, and Lord Voldemort walked toward the castle. The great hall was empty. Not destroyed, the battle had damaged the corridors and towers, but the hall itself was intact, its enchanted ceiling showing the night sky, its long tables pushed against the walls, its floor scarred by decades of feasts and laughter and the ordinary magic of children growing up. Harry stood in the center of the hall and waited. He'd sent everyone away. Hermione, Ron, Sirius, Neville, everyone. This was between him and Tom. It had always been between him and Tom. The doors opened. Voldemort entered. He was alone, his Death Eaters scattered, his army broken, his snake dead, his Horcruxes destroyed. He was diminished but not defeated, weakened but not weak. His red eyes burned in his chalk-white face, and his wand, the U-wand, the brother to Harry's holly, was raised. They faced each other across the length of the Great Hall. Harry Potter, 15, scarred, human. Tom Riddle, 70, serpentine, mortal. You stole from me, Voldemort said. His voice was quiet. The grandeur was gone, the theatrical speeches, the sweeping gestures, the performance of power. What remained was raw and honest and terrible. Everything. My knowledge. My secrets. My Horcruxes. My immortality. You are nothing but a thief. You're right, Harry said. I stole your knowledge. Your memories. Your secrets. And you know what I learned from all of it? Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. You were always afraid, Harry said. Of everything. Of death, of love, of being ordinary. You built an empire on fear, Tom, and you were the most afraid person in it. You know nothing about fear. I know everything about fear. I lived in a cupboard for 10 years. I had your soul in my skull for 15. I know fear. The difference is, I didn't let it turn me into you. Voldemort raised his wand. Enough. It's enough when I say it's enough. Harry's voice was calm. Absolute. The voice of someone who had looked into the void and come back whole. You had every advantage. You were brilliant, genuinely brilliant. You had power most wizards dream about. You had a world that would have followed you if you'd given it something worth following. And you wasted all of it, every gift, every opportunity, every chance, because you were too afraid to love anything. Love. The word came out like a curse. Love is a chain. A weakness. The delusion of lesser minds. Love is the reason your killing curse bounced off a baby. Love is the reason I'm standing here and your Horcruxes are ash. Love is the reason your own wand won't fight for you anymore. Voldemort's face changed. What? Harry raised the Elder Wand. This belonged to Dumbledore. Dumbledore's allegiance was won by Draco Malfoy, who disarmed him on the astronomy tower, did you know that? And I disarmed Draco months ago. The Elder Wand is mine, Tom. By right of conquest. The most powerful wand in existence answers to me. Voldemort looked at the wand in Harry's hand. Looked at his own U-wand. And understood. We are the same, Voldemort whispered. And for one moment, the mask fell completely, not the snake face, not the Dark Lord, but the orphan from Wolves, the lonely boy who had never been loved and had concluded that love was therefore worthless. We survived the same darkness. We could reshape this world, we survived different darknesses, Harry said. Yours was loneliness. Mine was you. The difference is, I let people in. Voldemort's face twisted. The last, desperate offer, the alliance, the shared vision, the one final attempt to find in Harry the equal he'd always wanted, died in his eyes and was replaced by something simpler. Resolve. Then we end this as we began, Voldemort said. With a curse. We end this as I choose, Harry said. With a choice. Voldemort fired the killing curse. The green bolt erupted from his wand, the spell that had killed Harry's parents, the spell that had defined Harry's existence, the spell that was Tom Riddle's answer to every problem and the embodiment of everything he believed about power. Harry cast Expelliarmus. The red bolt met the green in the space between them. And the Elder Wand, loyal to Harry, obedient to his will, refused to fight its master. The killing curse rebounded. The green light hit Tom Marvolo Riddle in the chest, and the man who had feared death more than anything else in the world died. He fell. Not dramatically, there was no explosion, no dark magic eruption, no theatrical last gasp. He just fell. An old man in dark robes, hitting the stone floor of the great hall with a sound that was nothing and everything at once. Harry stood over the body and felt empty. Not triumphant. Not relieved. Empty, the way you feel at the end of something that has defined your entire life. The war was over. The monster was dead. And Harry Potter was standing in a hall full of ghosts and didn't know what to do next. The doors burst open. People poured in, fighters, survivors, the living tide of everyone who had fought and bled and refused to break. They saw the body on the floor and they saw Harry standing over it, and the noise started, tentative at first, then growing, then thundering, a roar of relief and joy and grief that filled the great hall and shook the enchanted ceiling. Harry didn't hear most of it. He was looking for Hermione. She was there. Coming through the crowd, pushing past people, her face dirty and streaked with tears and lit with something that was beyond relief. She reached him and her arms went around him and he held her and the world got very small, just the two of them, in the center of the noise, in the center of everything. It's done, he said. You're alive, she said. I promised. You did. They held each other and the hall roared around them and the war was over. But the world wasn't done with Harry Potter yet. The Hollow came at dawn. Not through the veil, Dumbledore had sealed that breach. Through the smaller tears, the ones scattered across the country where each Horcrux had been destroyed. The Chamber of Secrets. The Gaunt Shack. The lake where the cup died. Every point where Harry had removed a plug from the holes in reality, the Hollow pressed through. It started as patches, the same fist-sized zones of absence Harry had been seeing for years. But they grew. In the Great Hall, in the middle of the post-battle celebration, a section of the far wall lost its color. Then its texture. Then its substance. A void opened where stone had been, and through it, nothing. Not darkness. Not space. Nothing. People screamed. The celebration stopped. Harry felt it in his bones, not through the scar anymore, but through some deeper sense, the awareness that comes from having been entangled with soul magic for most of your life. The Hollow was pressing through everywhere at once, pushing against the weakened boundary between life and death, exploiting every tear that Voldemort's fractured soul had made and Harry's Horcrux hunt had widened. He walked to the center of the Great Hall. To the spot where Voldemort had fallen. The body had been moved, but the magical residue remained, the echo of a man who had spent his entire life tearing holes in reality, and whose death had removed the last living piece of the consciousness that had made those holes. The tear here was the worst. Harry could see it, could actually see it now, with normal eyes, a distortion in the air like heat haze but inverted, pulling light and warmth inward rather than radiating outward. The Hollow was pressing through with patient, inexorable force. Harry. Hermione, beside him. Her wand was raised. Her face was set. What do we do? He looked at her. He looked at Ron, arriving at a run, bloody and exhausted and still ready. He looked at Neville, the sword of Gryffindor in his hand. At Luna Lovegood, who had appeared from somewhere and was watching the void with an expression of dreamy fascination that was either insanity or a kind of transcendent calm. At Ginny Weasley. At Sirius and Remus. At McGonagall and Snape, standing together for the first time in their lives with matching expressions of grim determination. At everyone who had survived. Everyone who had fought. Everyone who had chosen to be here. Dumbledore said the tears can be sealed, Harry said. The large one needed a life, a sacrifice. These are smaller. I think they need life too, but not death. Living magic. The magic of connection. The magic Tom never understood. Love, Hermione said. Love. Freely given. From as many people as possible. Harry raised the Elder Wand. He didn't cast a spell. He didn't need to, the wand was just a focus, a conduit. What mattered was the intent. He reached for the magic he'd learned from the Potter grimoires, the protective magic, the love-based enchantments, the ward work that drew power from connection and sacrifice and the fierce, primal will to protect the people you loved. He reached for his mother's legacy. He reached for everything he was and everything he'd chosen to be. And he pushed it outward. Not as a spell. As an invitation. The magic flowed from him into the room, warm, golden, alive. It touched the people nearest to him, Hermione, Ron, the inner circle, and they felt it. They understood. Hermione poured her magic into his. She didn't need to be asked. Her love was a constant, fierce, intellectual, practical, absolute, and it fed into Harry's working like fuel into a fire. Ron was next, his magic was different, rougher, simpler, the magic of loyalty and steadfastness and the bone-deep commitment of someone who would stand at a door forever if his friends needed him to. Neville. Luna. Ginny. Sirius. Remus. McGonagall. And then Snape, Severus Snape, who stood in the shadow of the wall with his wand raised and his dark eyes burning, who poured his magic into the working with a force that surprised everyone including himself. 15 years of love, twisted, painful, impossible love for a dead woman, channeled into a single act of protection. Lily's love, manifesting one final time through the man who had carried it longer than anyone. The magic spread. Student by student, fighter by fighter, survivor by survivor. Not everyone understood what was happening, but they felt it, the warmth, the connection, the sense of being part of something larger than themselves. They poured their magic into it because it felt right, because it felt like the opposite of everything Voldemort had been, because after a night of horror and death the chance to do something beautiful was irresistible. Hundreds of wills, united. Harry focused the combined magic on the tear. Not as an attack, the hollow wasn't alive to be fought. As a healing. The magic of love was fundamentally creative, it built, it protected, it mended. It was the opposite of the magic that had torn the holes in the first place. Where Voldemort's soul-rending had damaged the boundary between life and death, this magic restored it. The tear closed. Not quickly, slowly, like a wound healing, the edges drawing together, the void receding, the color and warmth and substance of reality reasserting itself inch by inch. The hollow fought, or rather, it pressed, because fighting implied consciousness and the hollow had none. It was entropy. Absence. The natural tendency of all things to dissolve into nothing. It pressed against the healing with the same patient force it had always exerted. And the healing pushed back with something stronger, the specific, extraordinary, irrational stubbornness of living things that refused to stop existing. The tear sealed. Then the next one, Harry felt the other tears across the country responding to the same magic, the same wave of living energy, the same stubborn insistence on being alive. The Chamber of Secrets tear closed. The Gaunt Shack tear closed. One by one, the holes that Voldemort had made in reality were healed by the collective will of the people he'd tried to destroy. The last tear closed with a sound like a bell, a clear, pure note that rang through the great hall and through every defender and through the stones of Hogwarts itself. The enchanted ceiling, which had been dark and starless, blazed with dawn light. The candles, which had dimmed, flared back to full brightness. The air, which had been cold and wrong, warmed. The hollow receded. Not destroyed, it couldn't be destroyed, any more than you could destroy the concept of absence. But pushed back. Sealed away. The boundary between life and death was whole again, mended by the same force that had begun the healing, love, freely given, for no reason other than the fierce, beautiful, unreasonable belief that life was worth protecting. Harry lowered his wand. His legs gave out. Hermione caught him. She always caught him. The great hall was silent. Then it wasn't. Dawn. The sun came up over Hogwarts and painted the ruined castle in gold and rose. The towers were scarred, the walls cracked, the grounds churned to mud by the battle. But the castle stood. It had stood for 1,000 years and it would stand for 1,000 more, because Hogwarts was not a building. It was an idea. And ideas were harder to kill than Dark Lords. Harry sat on the railing of the astronomy tower with his legs dangling over nothing. The morning air was cold and clean and smelled like wet stone and new beginnings. Below him, the ground spread out in a tapestry of damage and renewal, rubble and wildflowers, crater marks and birdsong. Hermione sat beside him. She'd cleaned the blood from her face but not from her robes, and her hair was doing exactly what it always did, which was everything it wanted. She leaned against his shoulder and looked at the view and didn't speak. They'd been up all night. The post-battle work was just beginning, healing the wounded, cataloging the dead, rebuilding what could be rebuilt. But this moment was theirs. This dawn was theirs. And for the first time in 7 years, Harry had nothing to plan for and nothing to fight and nothing pressing against the inside of his skull. The scar on his forehead was still there. It would always be there, a mark, a memory, the visible proof of what he'd survived. But it was quiet. It was just skin. So, Hermione said, leaning into him. What now? Harry looked at the sunrise. He thought about the cupboard under the stairs, and the library in his mind, and the fragment that had whispered in the dark. He thought about the choices he'd made and the costs he'd paid and the people he'd lost and the people he'd kept. He thought about an 8-year-old boy lying in the dark with a broken rib and a burning scar, making a decision that would define the rest of his life: I will not be anyone's sacrifice. I will survive this. He'd survived. He laughed. A real laugh, open, unguarded, free. The laugh of a boy who had carried the weight of the world and set it down and discovered that his shoulders still worked and the sun was still warm and the person beside him was still here. I have absolutely no idea, he said. Hermione smiled. The sunrise caught her face and turned it gold. Good. We'll figure it out. Together. Obviously. They sat on the railing of the astronomy tower and watched the sun rise over Hogwarts. Below them, in the ruined and beautiful castle, life went on, messy, complicated, imperfect, alive. Somewhere in the grounds, Ron was organizing breakfast for 600 people with the same tactical precision he'd used to defend the eastern corridors. Somewhere in the hospital wing, Sirius was sitting by Remus's bed, holding his friend's hand, both of them alive in a world that had tried very hard to kill them. Somewhere in the dungeons, Snape was brewing healing potions with the focused intensity of a man who had finally chosen a side and found, to his surprise, that it fit. Fred Weasley was alive. Neville Longbottom was a hero. Dobby was free. Kreacher was making tea. The Hollow was sealed. The Horcruxes were ash. And Tom Marvolo Riddle, who had feared death more than anything, was finally at rest. Harry Potter had no scar that burned. No fragment that whispered. No destiny hanging over him. No stolen library to raid, no chess game to play, no war to wage. For the first time in his life, he was completely, terrifyingly, wonderfully free. The sun rose. The day began. And Harry Potter, who had once been a boy in a cupboard, sat in the morning light with the girl he loved and faced the extraordinary, ordinary future with nothing in his hands but hope. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.